sounds like to be five overs and start. Safe roll. Then you'll struggle to hold the rest. Off.
Had a back operation. Oh, yeah.
Odd. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 2 here at Wantage Road for the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Middlesex. Overnight, the home team got themselves to 311 for 3 off 96 overs, a full day's play in April, which I think might be the biggest shock of the season, probably. Emilio Gay, the highlight, 165 not out, a career best for him. Captain Luke Proctor, crucial 189-run partnership with Emilio. He made 73. The Indian overseas, Karen there at number 4, navigated himself to 41. And Rob Keogh, 21 not out overnight. The stream powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined again by Phil Rowe. Phil, how are you? How was your evening, sir?
Yeah, enjoyable. Yeah, left the ground with a skip in my step, having watched some really good positive cricket from Northampton. A lot to like. Got home, the Masters was on the TV, and I had some lovely lamb chops for dinner.
I mean,
how good does it get?
What a way to spend the Friday night.
Fantastic, wasn't it?
I did forget it was Friday. I think last year all of these games started on a Thursday, didn't they?
That's right, yeah.
It took a little bit of getting used to, but the players are making their way out to the field. Middlesex first, and the 2 Northants batters just behind them crossing the rope. Now, as I said, Northants 311 for 3. Obviously, you've had an evening to digest what happened yesterday. I feel this first 30 minutes, 60 minutes are going to be quite telling as to how this game's actually going to play out. But what do you think are the moves here available for Middlesex first and then Northants second?
So Middlesex first, they've got to do 2 things which actually are kind of a little bit opposed in tactical terms. They've got to hold on to the run rate. They've got to do that because they don't want Northants to get away quickly. The other thing they've got to do, and the best way to do that is to take wickets. So I would expect to see in-out fields. I expect them to bowl quite straight with split fields. There's a little bit of up and down, bounce. They've kept a little bit low, try to exploit that a little bit, and not leak boundaries. I think that they've got to be really reasonably tight, reasonably accurate, which they were for the large part of yesterday. I thought they bowled pretty well, as we talked about. So more of the same, really, in that sense. Northants, I've written down here win the first hour, but let's make it win the first half hour because you've got to do that. So don't get too far ahead of yourself. All around the ground there'll be people talking about what if this is there going to be a declaration? What about this? Actually, none of that counts if we get bowled out. So let's win this hour. These two guys in at 12 o'clock and then look to gently push on, take a little bit more risk and see where we get to, but don't get too far ahead of yourself.
No, I think you're exactly right. And I think at 311 for 3 is brilliant as Northamptonshire were yesterday. I think a declaration is quite a long way off.
Yes, absolutely.
In the context of this game. Ethan Bamber is going to open the bowling on day 2 from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Brilliant yesterday, 18 overs, 7 maidens, none for 37. Just going a touch over 2 and over. Wicketless, but you could definitely make an argument for the pick of the Middlesex bowlers, and he's bowling to Rob Keogh, who defends that one down to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, one of the features of yesterday was batsmen using their feet, wasn't it? And immediately, first ball of the morning, we see Rob Keogh just advancing down, just trying to get into the space that Ethan Bamber is trying to dominate. Rob Keogh is aware of that. Now I'm going to come into your space and I'm going to try and dominate that space. What happened yesterday was then the keeper would come up to the stumps pretty quickly. We'll see if that repeats.
Solid in defence once again. If the fielding positions are the same as what they were yesterday, Josh DeCares at first or second slip there, going through a few shoulder looseners early in the morning, whether we're going to see him from the David Capel end first thing or whether we're going to see one of the seamers. Ryan Higgins, again, another fantastic effort yesterday. He did pick up the first wicket of the day, didn't he? The one of Justin Broad, trapped at OBW. And a workhorse-like effort from Tom Helm and Roland Jones as well. Bit over pitch from Bamber, but played back towards the captain at mid-on.
Yeah, from a Middlesex perspective, I think they'll be disappointed to only walk off the field with 3 wickets after some great effort from them, 96 overs of hard graft. But they, for the most part, they were good. I thought they were pretty good, and it's let's compliment that. But let's also then quickly say, but they didn't get more than 3 wickets because of how well Northants played, really intelligently and applied themselves well. It was good attritional hard cricket.
Oh, it's a beauty from Bamber. Draws Keogh into the shot, through to the wicket keeper with no harm done though. Yeah, I mean, from a coaching and from an inner sanctum perspective, those conversations that Middlesex would have had yesterday evening back at the hotel or in the dressing room after play between the head coach and the captain and the bowlers, what does that look like? Is it a case of, well done lads, you've stuck to what we set out to, or would there be a bit of disappointment that Northamptonshire were only 3 down?
Yeah, let's chat after this one. Oh, well played. That's good, positive defending, isn't it? Positive in attack, positive in defence. Well played, Rob Keogh. He's moving really, really well, as he did last night. I mean, I would, I see it as it's early in the season. You don't want to overanalyse. The lads have had 96 overs in the field off the back of 140 odd overs the week before. Let's not, encumber them with too many thoughts. I think it's a pretty brief praise sandwich, really. I thought you did these things really well. What do you think? Tell me a bit about the spell with DeCares when they were rotating at 4s before. Let's just have a look at that. Have you reflected on that? Yeah. What do you? Okay, this and this, that, and the other, and then okay, let's look ahead for tomorrow. So how are we going to get these wickets? What's our best approach? Who's going to open the bowling? What do you see? How do you see it panning out tomorrow? So I think it's fairly. I mean, I don't know what was said. I happen to know Richard Johnson. He's a good guy. He's a man of light touch, really, in terms of team meetings and kind of formal chats. He'll have checked in with his seamers, and I think he'll have given them, quite rightly, a ruffle of the hair and a pat on the back and said, good effort, guys. Another day, that gets us 10 wickets and we're off the field pretty quickly. Don't despair. Keep going.
Yeah.
It'll be that kind of thing.
Maiden start the day from Ethan Bamber, and the captain, Toby Roland Jones, is going to take the first over from the David Capel end. Emilio Gay will be on strike. The first ball that he'll face this morning, 165 not out, a career best for the Northamptonshire opener. 272 balls he faced for that, batted all day with 17 fours. Just the one slip in place. That second, or would that say it's your favourite Phil Rose slip and a half position?
Yeah, I don't like that position.
No, that's what I brought it up for. I thought we'd get you on the soapbox early.
having said that, and I don't like that position, but having said that, in these circumstances, there is more of an argument. I'm open to more of a conversation about that position in these circumstances where it's quite slow. The keeper could perhaps get across there. He's very close. The ball's not carrying. Would it even carry to a genuine first slip? I don't know. It'd have to be very, very close. So there is slightly more of an argument. I'm not sure that's much of an argument for the guy at sort of fourth slip, to be honest. Is he there to catch, or is he there to deter the run-down shot? I don't know. Commentator's curse will strike as Keogh is caught at fourth slip. Let's hope that's not the case.
Yeah, let's hope we live to fight another day in the commentary box. There's an appeal for LBW, and it's been given. Roland Jones picks up the first wicket of the morning. Rob Keogh, well, I think he might be checking his thigh pad there, I think, as he's on his way off the ground. But Middlesex strike early. The captain picked up that wicket late last night, bowled Karen Nair, and he's just picked up Rob Keogh, the not-out batter overnight. And Rob has to go for 21.
Well, we've not seen it from behind the bowler's arm. There's nothing wrong with the line. So line is not an issue. It's on the line of the stumps. Rob was not at all happy with that decision. Look at his back hip. The umpires are watching him walk off the field. He'd stood around a long time. He may be having a conversation with the umps at the end of play. Here we go. So we're behind the bowler's arm. I couldn't quite tell where it hit him. If it hit him where he's pointing, then that's not hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
I said nothing wrong with the line. It would have gone over the top. He's a big guy, as I mentioned yesterday. He's a big, tall guy, Rob Keogh. That's a big stride. It hit him on the back hip. It jagged back between bat and pad. From behind, it had a really good look about it for a shout. But from the other end, and when you see actually it goes through past the front pad, hits the back leg. Yeah, and is that trimming the bails? I think as a batter, you're probably reviewing that one pretty quickly. So that's disappointing. Disappointing start for Rob. He was moving nicely.
Yeah, well, a win for Middlesex. We spoke at the start of play, didn't we, about the desire to take wickets and therefore keep the run rate down. And they've had the perfect start for the day. It's just come back in off the surface, hasn't it, by the captain. The new batter for Northamptonshire is James Sales, carded at 6. I think we spoke yesterday, didn't we, about the potential of Safe Say batting at 6. But it is James Sales in the team in place of George Bartlett. And he's going to have 2 slips in a gully with the Middlesex captain at the end of his run.
Yeah, we said yesterday LBW was the most likely mode of dismissal, and so it was proven. Just the field change with James Sales coming to the crease. Obviously, you're going to get another catcher in. As we've said earlier, this is the best way for Middlesex to get off the field is to take wickets. But one of those extra fielders has gone into first slip. So now we think the ball can go to first slip. So the ball obviously realises that James Sales will edge it to first slip, whereas Rob Keogh wouldn't. So it's a funny, if you're going to have a catcher, let's get him at first slip rather than second slip. And then your additional one goes into first. That defies logic, surely.
Is it an age and an experience thing? Do they think that Rob won't play that shot early, whereas James in his 13th first-class game might be susceptible to the snick off at first slip? I don't know. But I agree with you. It's a puzzling question.
Baffling. It's baffling to me. But I am an old fogey, so
Well, I'm not yet, but I think I'm in your camp at the moment. That's down the leg side, and James Sales can't latch onto it. Good take by the keeper, Jack Davies. You can just hear through the effects mic as well. That wicket this morning for Middlesex has just woken the team up. Pretty quiet yesterday in the field at points, or for large parts of the day. So that wicket by the captains just spurred them on a touch. And a dot ball to finish. So a wicket off the second over of the day. 312 for 4, the score.
Yeah, so certainly not the start that Rob Keogh or Northants were looking for. And as we said before the start of play, just between the two of us, it was 311 for 3. It wasn't 451 for 3, and it's not an unassailable score. Now there's due to be weather around on Monday, but you can't really plan for that. So as Northants found in the first game of the season, a score in the upper 300s, it doesn't really make you immune from trouble on day 4 should that come to pass. So important. This is an important contribution opportunity now for James Dale to get himself in, support Emilio, and then let's take that number to a number where we feel we're safe in the game, and from there then we can kick on. But there's work to do here, and again Middlesex have started as they started yesterday, really well with the ball, right on it.
Yeah, they were fantastic yesterday morning, weren't they? And as you said, started again. The helmet has come out for the wicketkeeper. You can just see that just lurking behind, or placed behind Jack Davies. I think there's 2 of them out there, actually, now that I've said that. It's left alone by Emilio Gay, who was so watchful yesterday during the course of that innings.
I mean, that would be my highlight. This is a bit coachy. Apologies for going coachy so early in the day, but the highlight for me of Emilio Gay's innings was his decision-making. That play-leave decision where he might have got half of one wrong at some point in his mammoth innings, but his decision-making was absolutely top draw.
Yeah, unflappable as well, wasn't he? He wasn't interested in engaging in conversation at any point. I think having his captain with him, he mentioned last night, post-day, that he enjoys batting with Luke Proctor. He's a calming influence. He helps him through those moments. And he said himself, if Proc recognizes that maybe I'm just wandering here with a little bit of concentration, he'll come down, give me a nudge and switch me back on again.
Yeah.
Which I think was so important in that 189-run partnership. Short from Bamba, flicked off the hip by Emilio Gay, single down to deep square, and James Sales is going to be on strike.
So important, isn't it? That partnership was so important to Northampton. It's so important that, yes, Luke Proctor is that steadying influence, but you have to have an open mind to allow yourself to be influenced. It's good to know that Emilio tuned into that. Earlier in his career, I thought of a senior pro coming down the wicket to him, he might have brushed them off, so I'm fine, thanks. But actually, he's maturing and developing, and I've got something I'm going to listen to this. What's he telling me? Okay, get back in my bubble. Don't throw it away. Whatever the conversations were, those sort of things, he's more open to that now. So he's maturing and developing and growing his game.
James Sales, first time facing Ethan Bamba. 2 slips and a gully in place. Defended back down the ground again. Nice way the middle order has worked for Northants with left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand, all the way through, isn't it?
Very helpful. Yeah, very helpful. Really interested to see James Sales at 6, actually. I've thought for quite a while that he's been in the side as a sort of a bowling-led all-rounder. My gut feel is that he's more of a batting all-rounder. So 6 is a nice place for him to be.
There we go. He gets off the mark. Inside half of the bat, down towards backward square, and he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Yeah, we haven't seen a great deal of James Sales in first-class cricket as yet. I think I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, 13th first-class game, 403 runs, a high score of 71 with 350s. Somebody that you would have worked with through the academy here at Northampton?
A bit, not hugely, but a bit. I've obviously been, through his dad particularly. I've known all through the boys as they've grown up and developed. Yeah, he was. And through age group cricket, James was kind of a quietly very good cricketer. He wasn't ripping it up in that sense, but you could tell he had some pedigree about him. That no question. The question in my mind was, and this is not a criticism, because cricket's not for everyone. The question in my mind was, does he want to be a professional cricketer, and if so, how much? As he got closer to leaving school and thinking about the great big world, I think cricket became a more attractive option for him. And we perhaps saw more of what he had to offer then. But he's turned himself into a good young professional cricketer. Next couple of years, we'll find out how good he can be. He has to play. We only find out how good he is if he's playing. We've got to get him in the side. I'm delighted to see him in the side, and it's nice to see him actually in at 6. There's a strong argument for save at 6, but let's put that to one side. From just talking about James Sales, 6 is a really good spot for him.
Yeah, comes Toby Rowland-Jones. Flick down to final leg, and Emilio Gay going to look for 2 and quickly changes his mind on that one and turns James Sales back for a single. Apologies this morning for the scorecard on the bottom of the stream. Realise it hasn't updated since the start of the day, so we'll make a conscious effort to give you updates at the end of each over. It's 99 overs have been played. 99 overs and 1 ball, if we're being precise and pedantic. And 316 for 4 is the score. Emilio Gay on 168 now, and James Sales on 2. Kept a touch low, that one.
It did. Yeah, it shot. It shot. Now, that's why I mentioned earlier you got a ball straight on this wicket, because there is a bit of up and down. If that ball was straight, that's in trouble. Then you've got to get a bat down on that pretty quickly. I was just thinking about James Sales wearing the number 5. His father wore number 5 through his time with Northampton, and it's a really nice nod to Dad, isn't it, to wear the same number? I think that's great.
Yeah, it certainly is.
There will have been a temptation, I'm sure, for a young player whose father was such a legend at the club, to think, well, I'm not going to go anywhere near number 5. But actually, it's a nice nod. It said, no, actually, I'm proud of this, and I want to continue that Dad set out. And I really like that. That's nice. David will be nervously watching somewhere, pretending that he's not at all nervous. His stomach will be churning.
We'll try not to make him any more nervous than what he might be already by watching us. Left alone by James Sales. Yeah, we don't want to add anything further to that. Fantastic opportunity to bat here, isn't there, at Northampton? You said yesterday day 2 tends to be the better day to bat here after the day we had yesterday. We had high cloud, didn't we? But it was warm, relatively warm for April. It was obviously dry all day. And, I mean, dare I say it, you can actually see blue skies out the window this morning. That's nicely timed by James Sales.
That's a cricket shot, isn't it?
Yeah, just lens on that one through mid-wicket. I think that's going to beat the fielder as it makes its way down towards the coffee van.
Beautiful shot.
And it does indeed. 320, first boundary for James Sales.
And, yeah, the previous occupant of the number 5 shirt with the name Sales on it would have been very proud of that one. Just, as you say, he leant on it, didn't he? He didn't really strike the ball, just leant on it, timed it through that gap, placed perfectly.
Yeah, lovely looking cricket shot. First boundary of the morning. Last ball of Rowland-Jones, his second over. Defended off the back foot in the end, and Emilio was inquiring about a single there. And
well, Emilio ran one, didn't he? He ran halfway down, halfway back.
He did. James Sales was quite adamant in the fact there wasn't one there.
Statuesque, I would say. Yeah. Well, it's nice to see Emilio positively looking for one at the end of the over. That's a good sign. It just struck me that Rowland-Jones, 2 wickets to his name, has been the bowler who has perhaps been driven and clipped more than any other of the Middlesex bowlers, and that's said as a compliment, because he's fully aware that you have to get the ball full on this pitch, and so the error, therefore, when he's made a slight error in length, it's been too full, and he's got tucked away. But also, he's picked up 2 wickets by being fuller, and there's perhaps a message for all bowlers in the remainder of this game that a fuller length is you're going to have to risk getting driven and clipped a wee bit in order to bring LBW into play.
Yeah, certainly with the new Kookaburra as well, it looked doubly important, didn't it? And I suppose if you're planning to or hoping to pitch the ball up and bowl straight, you can set pretty sensible fields to that kind of bowling as well.
Yeah,
which again has been part of the skill that Middlesex have applied in this game so far. Left alone, and it's kept pretty low as it's gone past the stumps. That time of Emilio Gay. So there is a skill in that. And I read a tweet from Mel Farrell, who's joining me on day 4 here, who we had the company of during the One Day Cup, and just kind of made a point, actually, with regards to the kookaburra, and kind of said, well, is it as, in inverted commas, boring as what maybe some people are perceiving it to be? Or actually, are there other games going on during this game? Are we learning new skills? Cut away off the back foot, 2 point.
I'm absolutely right. We touched on that. You got to find a way, don't you? And it's very, very early in the piece with the kookaburra experiment, but already we're seeing funkier fields. We're seeing more overs of spin, and that is a dramatic change to domestic county cricket. There's so many overs. We're seeing so many overs of spin so early in the season, and the reason for that is the ball. So that's one obvious change, but also in the skill sets of the bowlers, which I think was Mel was referring to.
Nicely timed by Emilio, down to mid-on that time.
You know, we've often over the years, we've talked about the skill levels possessed by Asian seamers, by the Pakistani greats and Indians. And the reason that they've had to develop those skills is because their wickets are very flat and the ball doesn't have a huge seam on it. So guess what? They've found other ways. That's where reverse swing was invented in that cricket. And so, necessity is the mother of invention, as I said yesterday. If it was a good cliche yesterday, it's pretty good to use it today. But you got to find a way. And the more skillful bowlers will be able to do that, and the less skillful bowlers won't. Yeah. And sort of evolution, Darwinism will kick in, and there'll be more skillful bowlers around. Now, we haven't seen really the middle or let alone the end of this experiment. We don't know what's going to happen as a result of this trial period. But there's food for thought already in the game, I think. So it will be very interesting to see how this unfolds.
Driven that time. Square drive from Emilio Gay. Beats the half dive by Point, who I think is going to haul that one in before it gets to the rope. James Sales comes back for a third. And Emilio adds 3 to his score. He moves himself into the 170s. 323 for 4, and I'm pleased to say that the scoreboard is back operational. Takes a bit of pressure off of us two with the microphones, doesn't it, to keep people updated?
Excellent news, because I frequently forget to read the score out.
Sometimes when you're talking about winter cruises or kookaburra cricket balls or holidays or whatever, or 60th birthdays, it's difficult, isn't it, to keep up with all of the basic information.
Just such a busy man.
Nah, I definitely tick the lad box.
60 not out with power to kick on, as David Ripley would say.
Short, pulled away by Emilio. Field it is out there just in front of square, so it'll just be a single. Sure, Middlesex will be happier to be bowling at James Sales at the moment.
There you go. I mean, there's really, a simple little thing. 2 men out on the pull shot. Roland Jones says, I want to bowl at the new guy. I'll bang one in. He could make a mistake. Emilio might make a mistake. He hasn't. He's got 1 run. I'll bowl at the guy I want to bowl at.
Yeah.
Great cricket.
Yeah, good game management, isn't it?
Absolutely. Little catcher in at mid-wicket where James Sales tucked him off his pads for 4.
Well spotted. Hadn't noticed him just sneak in.
He's crept in from first slip. That's why I noticed him. He's left a big hole there. When the wicket's low, it's been more low than high. When the wicket's low, my feeling is that edges go straighter, and that's another reason why you might want to have that first slip position occupied.
Defended off the back foot. Yeah, I mean, Middlesex obviously see it slightly differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
It certainly felt like a bit of a common theme through the course of last year as well, though, didn't it? Particularly in that One Day Cup, where I think it was more of a hedge your bets type move, and possibly where you start seeing some of these spectacular slip catches being taken. Because I don't want to say in the wrong position, but not really at first and not really at second. So you end up having to cover a lot of ground to make up for where you would have been. And that's flicked off the hip nicely by James Sales.
Oh, he's timed that well.
He certainly has. It's a long way out there at the moment.
That's a terrible slide.
I think that might be a nod to the fact that the outfield might be a bit soggy still.
I don't know if everyone could see that at home. So the ball was tucked off his hip, very nice by James Sales, behind square on the leg side. Fine leg is now indicating, I think there's some hilarity from the other fielders. He got a long slide in. The slide stopped. He was nowhere near the ball, stood up and ran to the ball.
Yeah, I think the ball had stopped by the time he'd actually got himself back up again, hadn't he?
It was a lot funnier than I've made it sound, I've just decided. I've got a knack for that.
This is where we need the replay, Sam. Sam on the buttons. We need the replay at the end of the over. 5 balls of this Roland Jones over complete. 326 for 4.
Started nicely, James Sales. Got himself on to 8. Looks in good touch. Front foot, back foot defence. Scored when he's got a chance.
He turns that one into the leg side for a dot ball to finish the 102nd over.
Yeah, this is a real nice opportunity for James Sales, and also for the coaches to see James Sales bat in this situation at number 6. As I said earlier, I've long thought that batting would be his main strip. I think he's a very talented bowler. Don't get me wrong, but I think he's more of a batting. My view would be more of a batting led all rounder than bowling. And in order to demonstrate that, he's firstly got to be given opportunities, which he's been given or earned, and now he's got to take them, which I'm sure will be on his mind.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday kind of no better opportunity for the Northampton middle order to come out to bat with plenty of runs on the board. Leo Gay just trying to guide that one down to that pretty vacant deep third area. Picked up at gully. And something, unfortunately, the Northants middle order didn't really get the opportunity to do so last summer. So, as you said, a great opportunity for James Sales to come out with 300 on the board and against a ball that's 50 overs old on a pitch that seems fairly kind of safe to bat on. Yeah. Lovely shot by Emilio Gay. Straight past the bowler, over the advertising and down the ground to 4. 330 for 4 now, 176 for Emilio.
Interesting bit of cricket that for me. Not very often that Bamber has gone over length. You know, if there's a criticism of him, and I'm being really picky, it's just been maybe 10 inches short of the length. But the previous ball, Emilio Gay played it so easily off the back foot and looked to create some space, forcing the error, and he's gone over length. He's over adjusted and got driven back past himself.
Yeah, back on it,
and he's back on his length now. Yeah, but that said, as I said earlier on, you do have to run the risk of getting driven in order to get a wicket on a wicket like this. So, particularly at this stage, Emilio's not yet got himself fully back in. I don't mind a drive. From a bowling perspective, I don't mind my bowlers get. I'd much rather they got driven than defended off the top of the bails on the back foot. Much rather they got driven.
Speaking of which, and that's a very good bit of fielding at cover because Emilio Gay has timed the pants off that one. Dot ball in the end, but as you said, giving the ball chance and getting it up there. The pitch that we've since had a little bit of variability in it, so yeah, get it up there. Never know, it might not be timed quite right. Might skid through a little bit quicker than what the batter's expecting. The other thing as well, he's into his 22nd over. I know he's had a night off. Nice Friday night in Northampton, but mentally and physically, you're going to be a little bit more tired than where you were yesterday morning. So it isn't a huge surprise that there might be the odd one that's slightly over-pitched. Because as you say, other than that, you could probably count those deliveries on one hand really from these 22 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you said earlier, he's only got it 2 and over. That's, to his credit, he may reflect, maybe I'm sort of 10 inches a bit on the safe side of length and we may see more balls in that kind of drive slot, nick off slot. There we go.
Another cracking looking drive from Emilio Gay, but it is going to be a dot ball to finish the over. 3 lovely drives from Emilio Gay, only one of which made its way down to the boundary, but 330 for 4, 103 overs now complete in this Northamptonshire innings.
I've really enjoyed the way Bamba's gone about his work. I mean, let's talk about his skill. He's been incredibly accurate. He's run in for his team 8 maidens in those 22 overs. And another day, he'll bowl worse than that and get 3 or 4 wickets. I've also enjoyed, it's a flat pitch. There's no seam on the ball. Emilio Gay's batted beautifully on 176 not out, and he's still chirping Emilio when he smashes it to mid-off. So big heart that. Your team needs that sometimes.
Roland Jones to continue. Turned into the leg side by James Sales. A little shy at the non-striker's end. I think Emilio was well up to the Middlesex games. They were a touch sloppy yesterday, weren't they? There were a couple of moments that you kind of thought, if that ball hadn't have bobbled, if that had been picked up clean, there may be a chance for a run out at the non-striker's end. There were a couple of moments where some overthrows weren't far away from being given, one of which obviously was from the captain, nicely played by James Sales off the back foot, punched through the covers. He's going to get over the square, but hold up in the longer grass in the outfield, and James Sales is going to add 3 to his tally.
That's good running. It was a good decision on running to take the third. I think they didn't really run the first 1.5 particularly well, and then realised actually we should be pushing for 3 here. Put the hammer down and did make it reasonably comfortably. But I'm glad that they did take the third rather than just accepting 2. That shows a bit of intent that they recognise that they need to keep adding all the time. It's good positive intent. A nice cricket shot as well from James Sales. Nice back foot punch.
Solid by Emilio Gay. Yeah, it obviously wasn't part of the script to lose Rob Keogh in the second over of the day. But there will be an element of Northamptonshire needing to turn the screw here a little bit, to put their foot down. We've noticed in these 103 overs how hard it's been to take wickets. They're going to need to leave as much time in this game as possible if they have to have the aspirations and the opportunity to take 20 Middlesex wickets and to get a positive result from this game.
There's one thing I want to, from my perspective, want to make this point really reasonably clear, if I can, is that just because the wicket is benign doesn't mean it's easy to score.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to time the ball because there's no pace on the ball. So shots where you can just deflect a straight ball to go straight to the fielder because it doesn't have the pace on it to beat the fielder. Drives have to be absolutely perfectly timed to find gaps, otherwise the fielders can intercept them. So just watch this one from Roland Jones. So there's maybe half an example there. On a quicker pitch, that ball goes square off the bat and they get a single. And that happens 1.5 times and over. Suddenly the scoring rate's 5, not 3.5. So let's not confuse. In order to sort of score as quickly as they'd want to, that really a wicket like this puts in, you have to play at quite a lot higher risk, because you pretty much have to go aerial or create space and move around and take more risk on. It's not just a case of hitting through the line.
Over pitch from Roland Jones that time, and that is a wonderful on drive from Emilio Gay down the ground, and he moves himself to 180 off the last ball of the 104th over, 337 for 4.
Doesn't get a lot better than that. What a beautiful shot. Roland Jones again just looking to probably run it back into the left-hander and him on the pads just a little bit too full, and Emilio Gay latches onto that. And boy, has he timed that well. I mean, Dan, you've mentioned a couple of times how well he's timed the ball. Both sides of the wicket, both feet. I don't think anything's been timed better than that. He hit that like an absolute tracer. Takes himself on to 180.
He's looked so well balanced in this innings. I think from memory, and I couldn't exactly tell you what happened, but I think he's missed one ball.
Wow.
In this 293 ball, I think that was possibly off De Cares thinking about it, or maybe deploy one of the 2 spinners. But other than that, hasn't really been drawn into a full shot by any of the 4 seamers. And I think something that was a big highlight yesterday, it was boundary back on it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. So slight adjustment in the field. James Sales facing Bamber. I don't think he's faced too many from Bamber, actually. 2 slips, a gully, point extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg. Nicely played by James Sales on the move. It was a good length ball, just looking to run it down. And there again, to back up the point I was making earlier, on a faster pitch, that ball goes finer off the bat and finds the gap between the slip and the gully and perhaps runs away for 3-4 runs. So a slower wicket, yes, it's more difficult to get out, but it's also more difficult to score runs quickly. I won't make that point anymore. I think I've done that one to death now. And it's also led to a change in field. That catch in mid-wicket that they employed to Toby Rowland-Jones, he's come from second slip. And he's posted there at mid. They obviously think he just chips it in the air through there. And nicely bowled by Bamber again.
I think also those catches on the leg side might be a little nod to the slowness, the stickiness of the pitch. A little bit early on the shot, just turning your hands on it and making that mistake and chipping one up. Because we saw a kind of a silly mid-on, didn't we? Mm-hmm. Utilised quite a lot yesterday throughout the course of the day. And I mean, you questioned about it, with particularly Rob Keogh. You said, well, didn't really play the ball in the air through there.
Yeah, it's no doubt it's harder. It's harder to get the ball down quickly as a batter when the wicket's slow. And I'd say I'm not a big fan of technique. I like to talk about skill rather than technique. I think cricket's a skill game rather than a technique game. But it undoubtedly is harder to get the ball down when it's slowly arriving at you. And if you've got good technique, if your body is in a good position, if you're transferring weight, it's slightly easier to get the ball down on a slower pitch. So it does test your technique. Impeccable line, back of a length. It's a very safe delivery. Bit of a nothing ball, really, isn't it? On this pitch, it's a bit of a nothing ball. I don't know how many overs that Bamber will be scheduled to bowl during this spell. But he needs to make them count, really. He deserves not to be wicketless at the end of this spell. He'll be something like 25 overs by the time he hands the baton on. Just a little bit fuller is where he needs to operate. Yeah, challenging the top of off a little bit fuller there. That's more where he needs to be more of the time.
This is 5th over of the morning. 10 runs from it with a maiden. And this will be his 23rd as well once this is complete.
The change in the field. So square leg is going back. I think that's Fernandez. He's going back just about 15 yards in from the boundary. And point has gone out as well. So this is a kind of last ball of the over. You're not getting a boundary. You can have one and we'll keep bowling at you. But it's very straight and very correctly played back down the ground by James Sales, who is looking in very good touch.
He certainly looked good, hasn't he? Since he's been out there, 11 runs off 24 balls. The 1-4, which was a cracking shot through mid-wicket. Still plenty of buzz and a bit of hustle out there for Middlesex this morning, hasn't there? It's been out there now for 37 minutes. There's still a little bit of noise coming through the effects mic.
Yeah, I would imagine in terms of conversations that may or may not have been had, they may have touched on that Middlesex did go very quiet yesterday in the second part of the morning session. It was a bit of resignation, I think. A lot of people looking at their toes and trying not to make eye contact. And we noticed a drop in volume, didn't we? Rowland-Jones back in. Turned nicely off his pads to the man, basically giving him one, really, giving Emilio Gay one. They don't want to bowl at Emilio Gay. They want to bowl at James Sales. And why would you want to bowl at a guy on 180, to be honest? They chose not to. Put a sweeper out, bowls a hit ball, gets James Sales on strike, which actually, personally, I'm quite pleased about because I'm enjoying watching James Sales shape up.
Yeah, it's been a very, very organised start from James.
Yeah, again, a little bit fuller. James Sales, I think, indicating that ball just angled back in a little bit, which would be consistent with really how Rowland-Jones has picked up his wickets with a couple of nip backers. James says, hasn't yet decided to sort of advance down the wicket and try and take length away. It's more suited to some players than others.
I suppose he'll be very aware of the opportunity here in front of him, won't he? It wasn't that long ago that I said about the pitch looks pretty sociable. The ball's pretty old now. The Middlesex bowlers are pretty tired. He's going to be pretty aware that there's a pretty decent opportunity here for him to, well, give the coaches a little bit of a headache when it comes to future games.
Absolutely. That's got to be in his mind, I'm sure. That's a nice cricket shot. Yeah, he's earned the opportunity, and this is now he's got to take it. It's one of those situations, though, as a cricket watcher, where you feel, this is great. Yeah, James Sales has got his chance at 6, and it's a pretty slow pitch, and he can get himself in, and he's got a platform rather than digging ourselves out of a hole. He's now got a platform to play from, and he just maybe goes after one on the drive a little bit early, hits it straight to extra cover. It's that's the danger of a pitch like this, where you think it's too easy. You take your eye off it, and you can easily find a fielder, but not there. I think in another attempted Yorker by Roland Jones, he's tried to bowl a few. That one was probably the best execution of the lot. James Sales had time and skill to drop the bat on it.
I think there could be an argument for the seamers to have a go with some of these white ball skills that they'll possess in these Kookaburra rounds.
100% there is.
Saw Higgins bowl a few off cutters, didn't we, yesterday?
Absolutely.
Roland Jones definitely tried a couple of Yorkers as well.
Let's look at that question the other way. If you've got a lot of white ball skills and you're not employing them, why not?
I've always wondered that, watching from afar on an armchair somewhere, which sport is a much easier thing to play whilst you're sat in your living room with the comfort of your sofa and a cup of tea. But I have often wondered, when you watch red ball cricket and you see the guys that have these off cutters and back of the handballs and leg cutters and Yorkers and slower ball bumpers, and you think there could be a moment where that works really well. And I think Jasprit Bumrah actually employed a lot of those against this England team over the winter.
Yeah.
And you suddenly think, oh, yeah, no, there was some method to my madness whilst I was sat on the sofa at 4 o'clock in the morning.
100%. Bumrah is one of my favourite bowlers. And if he believes that he can mix his repertoire up with his white ball skills, so he's going away from what he's brilliant at, then other guys who are not as skillful as him conventionally should perhaps be looking at it the same way. Totally agree. Bamber back in, nice and straight. Emilio Gay just played around the pad a wee bit there. A little slight bit of interest at some point. But guess what? Came out of the middle of the bat. 338 for 4. Emilio Gay is on 181 not out. James Sales, fairly new to the crease, shaping it well on 11. There are 106.1 overs gone. So that's 3.5 to go. 12 runs needed for another batting bonus point. Let's make sure we take that. Will be in Emilio's mind, I'm sure. Yeah, he's latched onto that. He's advanced down into what I call the bowler space, and he has latched onto that. A fabulous swing of the bat. Such an attractive player to watch, isn't he?
He really is, yeah. Very, very easy on the eye. We've both had the privilege of watching the entirety of this innings, and as you say, he's definitely got one eye on that 350. 3 of those drives in Ethan Bamber's previous over were very aggressive, weren't they? And started this over with a couple of commanding shots as well.
Turned nicely off the hip. Yeah, the fielder couldn't attack the line of that ball. It was so well struck, so he had to take a defensive line running along just inside the boundary rope, which enabled Emilio to collect 2, move up to 183. I don't remember. Well, I don't remember much.
Just generally, yeah. But yeah. What was the specific point you were about to make?
I can't remember. I don't remember him missing hardly any hit balls, pad balls. Lefties do get a lot of balls there, and they are good there, but they do miss some. I know he hasn't missed very many at all. A little bit of width on offer, square drive. The man has gone back from point to the boundary to protect the point boundaries. Is absolutely what he should be doing at this stage of the game for Middlesex. Emilio will feel hard done by. Why have they got a fielder there? For that very purpose, Emilio. But a rare bit of wit from Bamba.
Will Middlesex's mindset at the moment be, let's try and make sure we don't give Northamptonshire this extra point? Or are bonus points a little bit more of from a defensive aspect, a bowling side of it? Well, if they happen, they happen. And from a batting perspective, we want this extra point.
I think it depends. At this stage of the year, and it's 9 runs away, isn't it? With 3 overs to 18 balls to go. If we get into the 109th over, then we might see a couple of funky field placings, but not at this at this stage. The fielder on the leg side has gone back, so square leg has gone back again for the 6th ball of the over. I expect this ball to be pretty straight with that field change. And it was very straight, and it was not straight enough. Rob White, the umpire, showed no interest in it. It wasn't a convincing appeal. It looked like it was probably sliding down the leg side, I guess. Hopefully the replay confirms that. Yeah, that's going down the leg side. But again, the intent there from Middlesex, put the man back on the square leg boundary, bowl a straight ball. If he connects with it, he gets 1 and stays on strike. If he misses it, we might get an LBW.
Yeah, you could see middle and off, couldn't you? With that replay, it would have been a confident decision by the standing umpire, I think to have given that one out. So,
although it'd be one of those on Hawkeye that's actually really quite close to the leg stump, I think.
It was a peculiar winter, wasn't it, with Hawkeye? And Ben Stokes made a couple of headlines with some of his statements with regards to it. And it's odd, isn't it? And I think it was a very divisive conversation. It was either, well, the science works, but then there was also something in the back of your mind. You go, yeah, but it didn't look right.
Yes,
it's like you can't quantify that, but it somehow didn't look right.
Someone who did look right a lot yesterday is Tom Helm, and he has replaced the captain at the David Capel end. Starts with a hip ball, turned off his hip down to sort of backward square leg, really, where I think Nathan Fernandez fields. It's a big area of the field, and there's a few fielders giving Fernandez a slightly old-fashioned look. In fact, Steve Eskenazi is trying to place him in a better place. They ran 2 where actually yesterday 2s weren't on offer there, so something was awry. Whether he didn't react quickly or was a bit too fine or too square, I don't know, but he's now appropriately positioned.
Changing personnel, isn't there?
Yes. Almost a carbon copy of repeat, back of a length, over middle and leg bail, and Emilio Gay says, thank you very much. I'll just get myself off strike. Moves on to 187. He's got a message for James Sales as he walks down the way. Let's have a look at what's this going to be. Like that, short, sharp. Something about the new bowler that Emilio would have picked up yesterday.
Yeah. Well, it's his job now, isn't it? He had the benefit of Luke Proctor yesterday, the calming influence, the senior pro, and Emilio's the senior pro in this partnership.
For sure.
Not only in the fact that he's played a bit more cricket than James Sales, but he's also got the benefit of having 187 runs to his name. His job now to guide James through the start of this partnership and begin to build something similar to what he and Luke Proctor had yesterday.
The late, great David Capel used to call things like that batsmanship. And I grew to understand what he meant by that. It's sort of awareness, and it's nice that Emilio's expanding his vision to recognise those opportunities. Hard back of a length ball. James Sales defends it pretty comfortably. Back down the pitch.
Obviously, haven't decided to go for that short ball tactic yet from Tom Helm that we saw yesterday. They still fancy their chances of removing James Sales in an orthodox manner. Was that a wicket-taking plan, or was that a let's stop leaking runs?
I think it was a wicket-taking plan. It was kind of 50-50, wasn't it? It was, we're not going to go for it. We're very unlikely to go for many boundaries there if we get it right. Again, and better length that time, just a little bit fuller. Encouraged the drive, slightly missed time by James Sales. Yeah, I think for me, it was 6 1/2 dozen. It was if you want to score off this ball, because it's a slow pitch, it's hard to time those shots. You might well end up lifting the ball to one of those fielders. If you want to get under it, you're not going to score. So we can control the rate, and we give ourselves a chance of you making a mistake. It's a hard tactic for two reasons. That's a nice on drive by James Sales. The guy at mid-on is very straight, so no run. That's the end of Helm's first over. 3:44 for 4, Emilio Gay, who will face the next ball. 187, James Sales just stuck on 11 at the moment. Can't quite pierce the field, but he's timing the ball nicely. Yeah, it's a hard tactic, that, for a couple of reasons. One, bowling bumpers is not a simple thing. You know, you've got to get the height right and you've got to get the line right. Otherwise, you do open up areas to score, which we saw a little bit of. For the most part, the line was pretty good. And then the more obvious one, perhaps, is physically. It's just really tiring, you know, very hard work. And you don't get the buzz of the ball fizzing through and slapping into the keeper's gloves pointing north. You know, the keeper was taking those balls sort of waist height on the way down. One nearly bowled. I don't know if it was Luke Proctor who got under one and it nearly took the bails. So little did it bounce. So it's hard work to do it. But Bamber continues from the Lynn Wilson end. That's nicely played by Emilio Gay. Just runs it down. Slipper's gone out, and he plays that shot with impunity. I think it's the first time a third man has been in. And it's the first time he's played that shot. So Emilio, he didn't look too disappointed. He probably saw that the third man had gone back there. And that is Max Holden down there at third man, who was basically doing third man at this end, wasn't he? Most of yesterday. So he's had a change of scenery.
Yeah, new bit of grass to graze on for Max Holden. No Ryan Higgins yet this morning, which I'm actually a little bit surprised about. Ethan Bamber's into his 7th over.
Oh, that's nicely played by James Sales. Just waited for the ball to come into him and tucked it nicely past the man at mid-wicket. That'll be disappointing. You've got a mid-wicket in there for that. He was on the catch earlier. He's gone back a little bit. He's kind of wandering around. He's a bit lost. The guy at mid-wicket was a bit lost. He is now in a place that he should have been. He was a bit deeper than that for that ball, and which opened up the angle. I think James Sales found it nicely for a couple.
Yeah, I think he was just checking his spikes, wasn't he? Indicating he might have slipped.
Yeah, again, Bamberg a little bit fuller. Yeah, James Sales might think he should have perhaps punched that one. Just looking at his bat, inside half of the bat, didn't quite time that one as well as he'd have wanted to. But again, it's, you know, indications that the Middlesex, they have had some conversation about being a little bit fuller, and that's good to see. It wasn't a car crash by any means. The fact they were just, you know, I think 10 inches shorter in general than they needed to be, ideally. Not been shy of a throw, though, have they, in the field? There's another one from extra cover, moving to his left. No chance of a run out.
I think it's another one of those additional facets of the game where maybe the bowlers don't look as effective as what they would do with the Dukes, and then therefore maybe there is a conscious decision and an opportunity to. I mean, you never know. You've only got to get one guy that might be being a little bit dozy at the non-strikers end.
Oh, that's not a nice intent from James Sales to steal a single, but mid-on was aware. I think if you're fielding at mid-on to Ethan Bamber, you're probably aware, because if you're not, he's going to let you know about it pretty quickly. But good reaction. I think it's the captain at mid-on was quick out of the blocks and stopped any sign of a single. I don't particularly like it, I have to say, Dan. Meaningless throws at the stumps, because they're all well and good if they don't hit the stumps, but if they do hit the stumps, it almost always will go for extra runs, for overthrows. And you know, the bowler is trying his hardest to line someone up, and he's got his over in his mind the way he's going to try and develop that over, and then he's got a different guy to bowl at. So, and he's got one against his runs column as well. So the two sweepers go out either side of the field, point and square leg for the 6th ball. And back of a length, difficult to time that well. hit up to mid-off, no run. So I wonder whether that might be the end of Ethan Bamber's work in that spell. He's bowled now 25 overs, 9 maidens, none for 53, and he's done a real sterling job for his team. All of that said, it's only 4 down. Northamptonshire 347, and Emilio Gay will be batting. He loves batting on 188. I did drop him a message last night. Said, mate, watched a lot of your cricket. I thought that was top draw. And he said, thanks. I thought I played quite well there. So, well, yeah, you did. And he said, I'm not finished yet. And I would have been surprised had he said anything other than that, to be honest. But it was great to see. It did make me chuckle. And he's certainly not finished yet, because that is expansive. He's walked down the wicket a little bit, and he has picked up. That's a hard shot on this pitch. It's lofted straight drive, just inside mid-off. 2 bounces for 4.
That's a shot of a man that wanted that additional batting point, wasn't it? Let's get that done, and we'll get back to figuring out what we're doing.
I love that because that says team.
Yeah,
doesn't it? That's purely team. If he gets half a bat on that, he gets caught mid-on, mid-off. So well done, Emilio Gay. Good man. That's really, really heartening to see that. It shows how much he's grown. Maybe when he was early into the professional ranks, he was so focused on his own game. He perhaps didn't see things going on around him that he might have done. I think that would be a fair feedback, and I suspect he will have received that feedback. Receiving it's one thing, doing something about it is another, and we're seeing great signs that he's growing all the time.
Yeah, he was in fine form last night. I had the post-day chat with Emilio, and one thing he did say it was nice to finally score some runs with myself and you on commentary, which he hadn't done, I think. Yeah, so it was quite nice.
He shouldn't be concentrating on that, Wally. That's nice to hear, though.
But no, he was very happy with his day's work last night, and as you said, not finished.
So Helm, as he did a few times yesterday, finds the middle of the pitch, so comfortably pulled 1 bounce into mid-wicket. Who's Ethan Bamber, who decides to hurl the ball probably as hard as he possibly could at the stumps. Anything, if that hits any part of that stump, it's probably going to go for runs, very likely to go for 4. And I wouldn't want to be backing that up either, to be honest with you. A meaningless throw like that.
Mm.
But he's a fiery guy, isn't he? He's pumped up.
I'd imagine pretty frustrated as well.
Frustrated, yeah.
After those 25 overs of hard graft that he's put in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I'm sure your opening bowler gets special dispensation for these throws at the stumps. You might get 1 more than your teammate that maybe bats 5.
Quite right. Crack on. Just hit the stumps if you could. that would be even better. But yeah, absolutely. He's got a bit of fire in his belly. There's nothing wrong with that. Coming round the wicket now, Helm from the David Capel end. Oh, and that's induced a slightly false shot, looking to turn the ball into the leg side with a leading edge. It went down because his head was forward, well played. And he keeps the strike because that eludes extra cover. Takes him on to 193. So we're ticking them off. But that's one of the few sort of false shots, and that was it wasn't particularly an eventful piece of cricket, but such has been his dominance over the ball that we have to remark on Emilio Gay slightly early on that one from around the wicket. Helm has bowled very few deliveries around the wicket, actually, and that has perhaps been something I'd like him to explore. Some bowlers find it really, really hard. I don't know whether he has got a problem with running down the wicket. In his delivery stride, he kind of jumps slightly away from the stumps. So from round the wicket, that's taking you into the danger area on your follow through. Perhaps that's a factor. But he's one of the few Middlesex bowlers not to bowl a lot of balls from around the wicket. Something for the bowling coach to chat to him about, I guess, as as the season goes on. We've got a change, as we expected, at the Lynn Wilson end. And we've got Josh DeCares, the off-spinner, who didn't bowl brilliantly yesterday, I think it would be fair to say. There's a bright young talent, though, no doubt. 20 overs, 1 for 79 was his return yesterday. So not a disaster by any means, but didn't really challenge and didn't really go at the kind of 2.5 runs and over that his team would have wanted. Let's see if he can have a better day today. There might be a bit of spin on offer. And the field he's got on the offside, he's got a slip, he's got a deep point, an extra cover mid-off, long on, catching mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man on the 45. And he's really dragged that down, which he did too frequently, I think, yesterday. Allows Emilio Gay to just turn that one through the vacant square leg area for a single. And very quickly, Toby Rowland-Jones has decided to have a chat about the field to the right-hander, which will be interesting. So the slip has stayed in. There's a man on 45. Does he want a sweeper? That's the question. Yes, he does. So the sweeper, having come in, now goes back out in front of the groundsman's hut. There's a man on the sweep at square leg, mid-wicket, pretty straight, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, and a kind of catching extra cover.
There's a school of thought that fielder out at deep point is considered an attacking fielder, isn't there?
Is there?
Yeah. I don't believe it. I don't want to attend that school. I
don't want to attend that school.
Well, I think you have a fielder. I think you have a fielder at deep point for a finger spinner to cover off some bad bowling. I don't believe it's an attacking option.
I don't. But well, that's a lovely cricket shot by James Sales. It was short of a length ball, rocked onto the back foot and struck it beautifully through mid-wicket. Turns for the third. Thoroughly deserves 3. That's a nice bit of cricket from James Sales. So what's he attacking?
Well, I haven't been able to figure that one out, but
okay.
I think Ben Stokes was questioned about it with the field placements for Jack Leach for a fair part through one of the summer, and the response was that it was an attacking field placement. But
I need more.
Well, yeah.
Well, I think
it's a good bit of PR.
Yeah. Oh, a man has gone down as though sniped. The mid-wicket fielder, I hope he's not injured, but he's just tumbled to the ground and he's slow getting up. I hope he's okay.
What on earth happened there?
I don't know.
Is that Eskenazi?
I think it might be. Well, there's no explanation. No one's inquiring about his well-being. So we crack on. That's a better line of length from DeCares. More kind of middle stumpy, sort of middle and offy. They're having a look at, there's a few fielders now deciding to have a look at, is it Stoneman or Eskenazi? It looks a little Stoneman-like.
Yeah.
He just fell to the ground.
It almost looked like he misread that off the face of Emilio's bat, got himself into a position to do some fielding and couldn't really recover from it. But it was quite peculiar, wasn't it?
It was all a bit odd, wasn't it?
Would there be a drain cover maybe there on the edge of the square?
There is. You're right.
I don't know how close he was to that.
No, I think that could be, he tripped over it maybe. Yeah. You might be right. Is this Ryan Higgins who's just taken the field? He's coming to Gully. I don't know if I've seen him out there yet.
It is. I think I can just about see a 29. I think it's through the back of the jumper.
So Helm continues again, and James House does play a lot of balls into the leg side. It's interesting. I'd like to see a lot more. Well, I would, for many reasons, like to see a lot more of him, but he does shape up very similarly to the previous Sales 5, who similarly let the ball come in there, and bowlers would get very excited because they could see the stumps and then you just knock it into the leg side very casually. Like to see Helm a little fuller. It's nice cricket. But again, back of a length. Nothing's going to happen really, I think, from that length ball. And there's nothing wrong with that in building, developing your over. You know, you need to, okay, I can't bowl every ball as a potential wicket-taking ball, I need to build the over. That's an over-building ball. So Ryan Higgins has gone from gully to a very, very straight short mid-on. So there are now 2 catchers on the leg side, one with his left foot nearly on the pitch and one at sort of straight mid-wicket, about 15 yards from the bat. As Helm goes fuller, perhaps trying to encourage that shot that would bring those 2 guys into play, but he's pushed it down the leg side, just lost his wrist, pushed it down the leg side. James Sales will feel he may have missed out there.
Yeah, Roland Jones and Middlesex certainly haven't given up yet, have they, on the prospect of taking a few more Northamptonshire wickets, past the point of adding any bowling points to their tally for the round.
Yeah, that's a better length, I think, and even fuller than that. Just encouraging. It's a good for me. I do bang on about this. I'm about to bang on about it again. It's a good sign of where the game, how well you've bowled, how many 4 defensive shots you've managed to draw out of the opposition. It's a good kind of proxy for accuracy, really. Generally, Helm has been just fractionally short as he was there, and turned nicely into the leg side, but a smart bit of fielding by square leg, moving to his left, managed to stay on his feet. Mission accomplished. So yeah, it's a little bit, I don't know if we quite call it an in-out field. There is one catcher who's about 4th slip behind the wicket, and we've talked about the 2 catchers in front of the wicket. So 3 catching fielders, 3 men on the offside saving a single, two on the leg, and a fine leg. So they're kind of back in. So they're not, as you say, they've not given up trying to take wickets. That's nicely played by James. So back of a length again, punched up to mid-on, no run. A bit of an uneventful over, really. A bit of a safe over, really, in terms of the length of the ball, which sees Northants on 356 for 4. Emilio Gay 194 not out, and I'm sure every Northants supporter, probably every cricket lover outside of Middlesex, will be hoping he gets those extra 6 runs to take him to his first double 100.
Yeah, fantastic innings so far, and certainly one of the highlights of the round. De Cares into bowl and flicked down to deep backward square for a single. So Emilio Gay adds another one to his tally. The partnership between these 2 now worth 45. Do Middlesex have declaration in their mind at the moment? Are they thinking about when do we start batting yet?
No. I would say no. I think it's players and coaches think shorter term than spectators, I think. They certainly should be doing. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Just did him in the air a wee bit, didn't he?
Yeah, well, it's one of the very few that he's really got up in the batter's half.
Yeah.
Almost becomes a little bit of a surprise ball, I think, but well played by James Sales. Been a good over so far from De Cares. Nicely timed and semi-fielded, tipped around the post almost by De Cares, which allows James Sales to come through for a single.
Good run, that.
Very aware, wasn't it?
It was, because there were 3 fielders in pretty close proximity, almost in a triangle, and the ball was in the middle of the triangle. But, a lot of people would have said, I'm not entirely sure where that ball is relative to all of them. But he saw it well.
Fielders come in at silly mid-off. It's a drag down from De Cares, and Emilio Gay is going to feel like he's missed out there. Well fielded. I think that's Tom Helm at short mid-wicket.
That was a good start, wasn't it?
Very good stop.
Yeah.
Just fresh out of an over from the David Capel end, and then employed for a diving stop at mid-wicket. Floated up by De Cares and turned into the leg side again by Emilio Gay. 3 runs off the over from the Middlesex off-spinner. 359 for 4. Tom Helm passes his hat to the umpire. He's going to carry on from the David Capel end. Yeah, interesting with Ryan Higgins. I think you noticed he certainly gave the impression he looks a little bit stiff and a little bit sore yesterday evening.
Mm-hmm.
So if he hasn't been out on the field this morning, he's taken up a bit of residency on the physio's table. That's not going to help Middlesex's causes to take any more of these Northamptonshire wickets, is it?
No, absolutely, because he is a wicket taker. He's got a bag of tricks in his armoury, and he's just a very fine cricketer, isn't he? What a great signing that was for Middlesex to get him back from Gloucestershire. Because, you have got two cricketers there. You've got an out-and-out batter and an out-and-out seamer. They're a absolutely genuine top draw county cricket all-rounder.
Yeah, there's not too many, are there?
Not in that category who you would pick for either skill.
Who would you say would be in that? Maybe past and present. Darren Stevens would be there for me.
Yeah. Well, the one that springs to mind as I see Tom Helm bowling is
lovely shot
is
by
the man whose end he's bowling from.
Yep. Well fielded down in front of the ground staff. It's just going to be 2. Covered a lot of ground down there to stop that one trickling over the rope. So David Capel would be your man.
He really would, because he could bat 4, 5, open the bowl and bowl first change, and so he gets in your team for either skill, without any hesitation at all. That's a genuine all-rounder, isn't it? It's not a bits and pieces or predominantly one or the other. It's can they do both and get in the team for either skill.
Fielder Josh De Cares at Gully's having an absolute workout from Emilio Gay, isn't he, from Tom Helm? Emilio's just trying to run that one down to deep third, and as yet hasn't been able to find a gap past the Middlesex spinner. So there's no rest between overs for Josh De Cares. He's back in the action as well.
I guess the one that takes some beating on the world stage is Jack Callis, isn't it?
Oh,
just extraordinary. In the modern era.
No run that time from Emilio Gay. This might sound like a ridiculous statement, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Go on.
I think Jack Callis might be the most underrated cricketer in the history of the game.
I've got one other, but I'll come on to that, because I do agree that he's ridiculously underrated. His stats are phenomenal. If you're listening to this and thinking, no, he's not, get your Playfair annual out and have a look at his stats. And when you've done that, look at Richard Hadley's stats.
He was slightly before my time. But
extraordinary.
He spent a lot of time at Nottinghamshire, didn't he, Richard Hadley?
He did. Yes, there we go.
Nicely played. Phil Rowe likes it. Double 100 for Emilio Gay. What an innings. What a celebration. The helmet comes off. Phil Rowe's on his feet, as are the rest of the ground at Northampton. Wantage Road rises for Emilio Gay. Amazing. What a knock. What a privilege to watch it.
Yeah, that's great. That's a bit of a moment. Yeah, that's a bit of a moment there. Got a bit choked about that. Oof,
I can tell.
I didn't see that coming. I was very fortunate. David Ripley, being the great guy that he is, allowed me to give Emilio his cap on his debut in 2019 down at Bristol. And that was a really nice thing for him to do, because we'd done some work together in his time in the academy and so on. So it was a lovely gesture from Rips. And it's lovely to be here as he passes those that big milestone. That's a fantastic innings. Keep going.
There's plenty more.
Take guard.
There's plenty more out there, Phil.
That's lovely.
That career best moves on to 202. She said, lovely, isn't it? With yourself personally, where you've got those attachments to these players, and Emilio, a guy that's close to your heart. I didn't know that you were the guy to present him with his cap when he made his debut. So,
and I didn't know until Rips thrust the cap. We got into the circle.
How was the speech?
It was all right.
Yeah?
Actually, funnily enough, it was all right.
Just winged it?
I absolutely winged it, because it went like this. Have a huddle of me. Yeah, great, yeah. Off you go, Rowie. And the cap was given to me. And I was stood next to Josh Cobb, actually. And so whatever I said. I thought, I've no idea what I've said there. And Cobby said, "You were on the spot there. Well done, mate. That was good." But I couldn't tell you what it was. If Cobby thought it was good, that's all right.
De Cares to continue. Nicely timed down the ground and well fielded by the bowler. That one really came out the middle of James Hales' bat, that one. He's moved himself onto 17. And the partnership as well, that 4 down the ground. The double 100, much more important, but it did bring up a 50 partnership between the two of them as well. Defended to Tom Helm.
This is a nice matchup for De Cares. He's bowling round the wicket to the right-hander. It sort of suits the line that he was bowling to the left-hander yesterday in particular. And it just feels that that's a good line to the right-hander in terms of the job he's trying to do for his team. Obviously, yesterday he bowled that line almost exclusively to left-handers. He was being tucked away through the leg side, but it works better this way. That's nicely bowled. That's what he wants James Hales to do, to push against the spin, trying to find extra covers left hand and get a single. That's going to encourage him. A bit of a cheer from the keeper there. That's sort of a slight victory, a moral victory perhaps.
Just mixing his pace up a little bit, isn't he? There's going to be a chance at the keeper's end. Emilio Gay gets through. I think he just had to run around Josh De Cares there. James Hales, definitely a single there.
There was. He picked that the guy at mid-off was on his heels a wee bit, and because he's not too far away, but he picked his fielder, as they say in club cricket.
It's defended into the leg side. Dot ball to finish the over, and as you say, a better over from Josh De Cares. Just looked like he gaining a little bit of confidence, maybe just mixing his pace up a touch. Say that one that drew that kind of pushed defence shot from James Hales looks a little bit more flighted than what we'd seen from him throughout the course of the day so far.
This is lovely. I'm loving this. This is peculiar to me. Northant's 12th man has run on with a drink, and before he reached the batters, he's been sent off the field by the umpire, by Rob White, and said, "No, it's not drinks. No, go away." I quite like that. Well done, Rob White.
Obviously not quite as regimented as what it would be at the international level. You don't play for an hour and then get a nice 5 minutes off and have an energy gel and a banana and a glass of water. Oh, it's a beautiful Yorker from Tom Helm and well dug out by James Hales. That really was a surprise delivery, wasn't it?
That was a great delivery. And your point earlier was, should bowlers employ more white ball skills with the red ball? There you go. Why not? Okay, Emilio is now saying let's have a round of drinks. Good.
So that becomes down to the players asking the umpire for an opportunity to take a breather.
Yeah.
And the umpires then have the final say as to how frequently the 12thers are allowed on. That's nicely played by James Hales. Going to run that one down to fine leg. I'll look for a couple, but rightfully turned down. So just one more added to the score. I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm going to ask you to put a spectator's hat on.
Okay. Which one?
I'm not sure. However, you obviously said players, coaches won't be sitting there thinking about declarations yet and this, that, and the other. 366 for 4. 115 overs have been played in this match so far. Is there a number in your mind, Phil Rowe, the spectator? Well defended by Emilio Gay. Whether that's a number, whether it's a value of time, is there that kind of, with the way this game's gone so far, what you've seen, is that something you're eyeing up at the moment? Where would you put your spectator hat?
I mean, it's got to start with a 5, right?
I would agree, yeah.
550?
Yeah.
There's an argument for 500 as well. You're not going to lose the game from 500. So let's get out there, get bowling. So, yeah, but it starts with a 5 for me. And if we can get there, which we can't actually, but let's get bowling this evening, and if we can get, maybe. Now this is spectators' hat, right?
Yes.
If we can get 40 minutes bowling in at the back end of the day,
yeah,
That's
Yeah, 3 and over for 500 would take us up to 43 overs to get there. Big drive from Emilio. Doesn't time it. Not the best looking shot of his 323 ball stay at the crease so far, but over pitched by Tom Helm, as you've said, invites the drive, and you like that.
I like that. Have I mentioned that?
Once or twice. Nice turnout in the ground today as well. The sun is definitely out in Northampton. A few people just topping up the winter tans. First time I suspect a lot of people in the UK have seen sunshine since
what is it?
September.
What's that big yellow ball?
Over shot. Lovely looking shot. It's a cracking day down here in Northampton today, isn't it, Phil? The ice cream van is in. It's not quite shorts and t-shirts weather, but I suspect if you were planning on coming down, you can leave your coat at home.
I think you could. I've just decided whose hat I'm having, by the way.
Yes.
My brother-in-law's in the ground today, and he's got a lovely Tilly hat.
Okay.
Lovely hat. So I'd wear that hat.
Does your brother-in-law agree with the 550, 500 declared, though?
Yeah, he's pretty laid back on these things.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so he would just take your word for it.
He would. My sister would have something to say. She really would. Well, they've got to do better than that film. Surely. Got to move on.
I think with the time it's taken, I think 5 to 550, I think, is a nice number. Is a nice number to be at. If, of course, Northamptonshire can get there. If Middlesex aren't going to make it easy, are they?
No. I mean, to get there as quickly as there'll have to be some well batting.
Yeah, several well battings.
A lot of well battings. If you weren't listening yesterday, that will be lost on you. And if you were, apologies.
Possibly still lost on you, to be fair. De Cares to continue, defended by James Sales. Certainly not giving the indication that anybody's in any great rush at the moment, though. Quite happy Northamptonshire just to tick along at 3 and over. And the Middlesex field placements quite happy to allow them to do so.
Okay.
There's a chance here.
Yeah, but again, slow off the mark, the mid-off. If he's going to field there, he has to do better to stop that single.
I think it looks a bit closer than what it is because Emilio turns to get back to his ground on the chance that De Cares works that back onto the stumps and then has to set off for the single. Whereas James Sales is running a dead straight line and has made his ground almost before Emilio's got going.
It's an old-fashioned run, that. It's an old-fashioned run. My old coach when I played in the Colts team here, and before that, he was my club coach before that, a guy called Roy Wills, who played here as a professional, ran the second 11, has done pretty much every job at the club. He would always want, if you strike the ball firmly at mid-off, he wanted a single taken. It's an old-fashioned run, though.
Short. Oh, it's just cleared. Toby Rowland-Jones. Bit of a short-arm jab from James Sales and just over the bar, wasn't it, of the Middlesex captain?
I thought for 1 minute it had found him, but he got enough on it. I was just wondering, that was a drag down and it got what it deserved. You've got to hold your shape, not trying to hit that too hard. Otherwise, you tense up and you do cloth it to mid-on. But actually, it was a nice free swing of the bat. But there's an argument here. There's a big area, sort of over mid-wicket, to just shuffle down the wicket and pick it up, or sort of drop kick it over the infielder at mid-wicket. That's a nice scoring area.
And with the amount of white ball cricket that's played, it's going to be a shot that's going to be so well practiced as well. It's overpitched, down the ground, beats mid-off, and that's going to be another 4. Full toss that time from De Cares. James Sales has pounced on both of those, the long hop and the full toss. Moves themselves to 28.
I sense an injection of intent from Northampton. There was a loosish drive from Emilio in the previous over from Tom Helm, where he went after one that wasn't under his eyes. I don't think that was misjudgment. I think he's saying, I'm now going to take on a little bit more risk.
Little message maybe that came out with drinks?
Came out with the water bottle, I suspect. Because to win, clearly to win the game, Northampton's going to have to take 20 wickets. They're going to give themselves time to do that.
Yeah. I think Northamptonshire, John Sadler and the bowlers will be very, very aware of how difficult this has been for Middlesex to take wickets on this pitch.
Yeah.
Ryan Higgins, first time this morning, going to have a bowl from the David Capel end. He's bowling to Emilio Gay. And that's flicked through the leg side, straight at mid-wicket.
Gentle, wasn't it? And he eases him into his overs, doesn't he? I don't see a great deal of he kind of bowls to get loose, doesn't he, rather than getting loose to bowl.
On the money, as usual. I'm glad he's
okay.
Well enough to bowl.
Yeah.
She said it was a bit of a worry this morning when we didn't count him out there. So great to see him trundling in from the David Capel end. Trundling's a bit harsh as well, isn't it?
It is.
Bustling. Is that a better word?
That's a great word.
Yeah.
Bustling, yeah. He's bustling back to his mark as well.
Get through as you said, he bowls to get loose, so maybe that's part of it.
He has no catchers for the first time in the game. There are no catching fielders.
Middlesex obviously picking up what Northamptonshire are planning with that change of gear.
And I wonder if the introduction of Ryan Higgins, I mean, it may well be that Tom Helm was blown out, but it could be that we're not going to give you any pace to. Okay, if you want to take, it's even harder for you to hit Higgins over the top and hit through the line.
Nicely played.
Yeah.
Run down to deep third by Emilio Gay. Yeah, no pace to work with, as you say, and then also with the ability of Ryan Higgins to throw in an off cutter and a leg cutter.
Yeah.
Other slower balls are available, and I suspect that becomes a little bit of mystery involved, and that jeopardy for the batter just increases somewhat.
Slog sweep is an option here, you know. Hit him with the wind, the shorter boundary for the right-handed sails. He's having a little look just to make sure he knows exactly where those fit. He's having a count up. Where are they all?
It's got to that stage with the scorecard that Northamptonshire have got plenty of talent in the hutch still, haven't they? Safe Saves carded next. Lewis McManus fresh off a 50 down at Hove at 8.
Mm-hmm. There's a bit more effort on that last ball of the over.
Dot ball to finish. Score is 378 for 4 off 118 overs. Emilio Gay 204 and James Sales 28. The partnership now worth 66 off 123 balls. And Josh De Cares is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
That'll be interesting to see. So, if the word has gone out, which it looks like it has, it says kick on a little bit. It doesn't mean let's go crazy. Let's just take a little bit more risk. Where Emilio is going to try and score off the off spinner.
Is he a big sweeper of the ball?
Not huge.
Uses his feet, comes down the ground, has gone straight back to De Cares, and that's hit him pretty hard. Fortunately, he's up back on his feet. That is a chance, and unfortunately for Josh De Cares, that is a drop catch. But my word, has Emilio Gay hit that hard.
He has hit that hard. Oof, I've seen them caught, but wow.
Nicely bowled by Josh De Cares. Pace off, bit of flight. Emilio Gay turns it into the leg side for a single. That's one of those that you see on a Saturday afternoon. So maybe certain cricketers have a bit of extra padding and cushioning that just absorbs some of that, and you suddenly go, "That's the greatest catch I've ever seen in my life," and actually not got a hand anywhere near it.
Yeah, it happens, doesn't it? Yeah, there's a huge gap between sort of a 3/4 long on or 2/3, and there's a guy at deep mid wicket who really is deep mid wicket, but there's a huge gap between them. I wonder if it's in James Sales' mind to just shuffle down the wicket and, as I say, sort of drop kick it into that big space.
Yeah, well, he takes that single out to deep mid wicket. Roland Jones probably dropped himself another 10 yards, didn't he, after that one that just got himself over the bar in the previous over from Josh De Cares.
I fear stumping. I think Emilio is going to run at him a bit.
Over pitched. Beats the fielder at mid-wicket, and it's just going to be a single as there is a sweeper on the boundary. One ball left in 119th over.
Yeah, the tone of the game has changed, hasn't it, in the last couple of overs? Northampton looked to accelerate with probably that sort of 500-ish number in mind.
Short. Almost Q-ended that, didn't he, James Sales? Straight off the toe of the bat, back to De Caires, who does well to field that off his own bowling. 381 for 4 off 119 overs. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting half hour before lunch. Not a huge playing surface, is it, at Wantage Road? And the boundary easy in on the right-hand side of the ground as we look out of our window, or the right-hand side of the ground as you look at it on the screen, actually, which is quite convenient. Not a massive hit straight either, but Ryan Higgins runs into bowl from the David Capel end. Emilio Gay gives himself a bit of room. Can't beat the fielder at point.
It's this is where you need to be quite bright as a batter, because you're going to have to score in perhaps areas that are not the ones you've been practicing in indoor centre or winter, where the ball's been speeding onto the bat, and you can just sort of hit it where you choose to hit it. This is you've got to pick your moments here. Yeah, that's nice cricket.
She runs the ball down to deep third for a single, brings James Sales on strike.
Yeah, and the wind is a factor here, because it's likely that you're going to have to lift the ball into the air to look for boundary options. And then there's quite a strong breeze as we look going right to left across the ground. So the leg side for James Sales as he faces Ryan Higgins is a shorter hit anyway. And then with the wind, it's even shorter still.
Yeah, oh, it's a good take down the leg side. Very paddy, I think, as that went through to the wicket keeper. Tidy work to take the bails off as well.
That was a nice bit of keeping, wasn't it?
Very smart bit of work from Jack Davies. He's been good, hasn't he, throughout the course of the day? There was that one question mark yesterday with the one down the leg side that was grasped, but obviously we're not 100% sure whether there was bat or not. That appeal down the leg side and that stumping's just given another little buzz for Middlesex.
Middlesex are 3 behind the over rate, so I wonder if that's encouraging Higgins to try and get through. Yeah, and the off spinner's bowled 25 overs, so that is pretty pedestrian, really. It hasn't felt like that, though, has it? It hasn't felt that slow. No,
not at all. I don't know whether they were any behind yesterday evening, but again, it felt like we finished relatively early.
Yeah, I think there might have been 1 or maybe 2. But it's encouraging Ryan Higgins to get through his overs. If he carries on like this, they'll catch up pretty quickly. Slower ball from Higgins.
Yeah, that wasn't the most disguised slower ball in world cricket, was it? I think both of us picked that from the commentary box.
Before it left his hand, probably, yeah.
End of the over, 120 overs done, 382 for 4.
Yeah, James Sales was a bit committed to the front foot. And therefore didn't really have much to play with once the ball eventually reached him. But it was one of the things about a slower ball is if you can keep your arm speed pretty normal, then it is far more effective. And that one, he did really slow his arm down. So we've got De Caires to continue. 382 for 4. Gay on 207 on strike, turns that one into the leg side and runs up the other end. And we've said that once or twice during that 25.1 overs from De Caires.
Are we live commentating anymore, Phil? Or are they just rinse and repeating yesterday?
Well, that's a good question. So Toby Rowland-Jones is thinking the same as I'm thinking, that James Sales might try to use this corner of the ground to lift the off spinner. So he's dropped himself a little bit deeper at mid-on. And the bowler then bowls halfway down the pitch, gets it slapped back. Well fielded. He's a good fielder off his own bowling by the looks of things, De Caires. He obviously fields at slip, so he's got good hands. Sales plays from the crease again. Can't beat the diving De Caires. It is a great asset if you're an off spinner or any sort of spinner, and you are a good fielder off your own bowling, because you get a lot of work to do. And he's proven that he absolutely is a good fielder off his own bowling. Yeah, just punched, wasn't it? That was a little bit flatter. Just punched down the ground to the captain, Rowland-Jones, for a single.
Yeah, it was that same shot that he'd attempted the previous 2 balls, wasn't it? Third time around, succeeded and got past Josh De Caires.
Yeah, that's a nice line from the off spinner. Nicely played by Emilio Gay. Yeah, he's not. You asked earlier. I don't think he is a natural sweeper, but with only one man out there, it is definitely an option for Gay. It's a flatter ball, chopped down into the ground by Gay. I think they're going to get 2. Yep, keeper fields. Nice bit of fielding from the keeper.
Yeah, that might have been interesting if that had been a direct hit.
I mean, there's a saying in a keeper's arm. That wasn't a keeper's arm. That was a good arm. Keeper's arm is not a compliment, by the way, if you're in any doubt.
I'm very aware, Phil.
I thought you might be. Have you got a keeper's arm, Dan?
I don't have the strongest arm. No.
You've got a keeper's arm.
I don't have the strongest arm. I will say there isn't much use for a keeper's arm quite often, but yeah, on the occasion that it's brought into play, it's not the greatest in the squad.
Chocolate is my... I've decided, people who can't throw chocolate arm is what I call. Higgins to continue, 386 for 4. Sails positively forward, back down the ground. Higgins jogging back to his mark.
As well picked up, Phil, the fact that they're 3 overs behind on that over 8 can be the only logical reason as to why Ryan Higgins is jogging back, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're familiar with over 8s at Northampton. Having missed promotion one year through over 8 penalty, it tends to be something that you look at.
Once bitten, twice shy on that one.
Exactly. Yeah, well, you'd think, but yeah, I can't let that go. Back of a length from Higgins. He's saying you're going to have to make all the running here. I'm giving you no pace. It's a slow pitch. I'm going to bowl back of a length, and you've got to make what you can of it. That one was a bit straight, too straight, a stump too straight. Turned nicely off his pads. Down to fine leg. It's been a nice, James said, a nice 31, hasn't it? He's just got himself in, just played what's in front of him. Emilio Gay looks to be playing the sort of stronger, more aggressive, at least it appears that way. Round the wicket from Higgins, and Emilio Gay misses one. I think that's probably one of 2 or 3 balls that he's played and missed at in his entire innings of 210. Such has been his mastery of his art. And that was another slower ball. And Gay has done very well to sort of wait and be patient and chop that ball down. It went very fine, actually, to third man for the single.
Yeah, this is tough going, isn't it, from a batting perspective?
It's really hard.
That run-up's just got shorter as well from Ryan Higgins, look.
Yeah.
On the money, and yeah, the keeper, Jack Davies, sprints down the other end as well. Don't be last, I think, would be the shout from somewhere on the field.
Yeah, so the thinking here from Middlesex and why they've decided quite recently to clearly get through their overs more quickly is our Northampton's going to pull out earlier than we ever thought. So our time to catch this 3 overs up is perhaps more limited than we thought this morning. De Cares again. That's a nice delivery. Defended into the offside. I like that. I haven't seen enough of that. I like that. So yeah, the worry will be the Northampton pull out at say 450, and they're 2 behind the over rate and don't get to bowl again, and they lose 2 points for that. Yeah, so that's on their minds. Hence the jogging Higgins, and that was a very rapid turnaround between the overs as well. Slog sweep's a good option here, surely. Not to that one though, because it's back of a length. Absolutely nothing to work with at all. Not even Emilio Gay could turn that into the leg side. It was just so slow when it reached him.
It was in one sweep, haven't we, all innings from Karen there, which went down the boundary for 4.
That's right. Yeah.
Considering for the left-hander, in this end anyway, that boundary down towards the coffee van and under that floodlight is, well, the shortest on the ground by a distance. Potentially eyeing it up a little bit more. Dare I say, if the left-handed safe save was in, that slog sweep might be used slightly more frequently than Emilio Gay.
Yeah, it would be a different setup, wouldn't it? Completely. It'd be a lot of different cricket. Last ball of the over. Just a hit ball turned away comfortably for a single down to the man on 45 behind on the leg side, which takes Emilio Gay up to 212. The score up to 389 for 4. James Sales on 31.
Did it cross your mind the mindset of Northamptonshire pulling out at 4:50?
Yeah.
It had, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That's a time declaration rather than a number declaration, isn't it?
I think so. Nice firm push, wasn't it, up to mid-on for a single. But Higgins has bowled a pretty good line here, hasn't he? And he's saying to the North that you're going to have to make all the running. I'm not going to give you any pace. And really, if you want to hit a boundary off him, if he's so accurate, you've either got to shuffle down the wicket and go straight or pick him up over the leg side. They're your options. Or that. What a shot that is. That could be the best shot of the day. Well, of the game, possibly. That's an extraordinary bit of time from James Sales. Ryan Higgins is bowling, and he bowls quicker than this normally. He's bowling low 70 miles an hour. James Sales has punched it off the back foot. Mid-off is quite deep and has no prayer of cutting that off as it goes for 4 runs. Sort of slightly up the hill to the David Capel end. What a cricket shot that is.
Brilliant bit of timing. Moves to 35 with that shot. He's looked good for it.
It's one of the first things that spinners ask about new players coming into the game. They'll say, Rowie, do you know Joe Bloggs, who's playing for Durham? Does he sweep? Does he reverse sweep? The spinners want to know. That's the first question they ask. And if the answer is no to sweep, that's good news. It's such an important shot against spin. It's an area that of the game that Emilio will continue to work on, adding as he needs to.
I think at the moment there's no need really to even experiment with that shot in the context of this game if it isn't your strength. I mean, there's singles and there's gaps available to rotate the strike.
A very slower ball from Higgins to finish the over. He will be gutted that he's gone for a boundary straight down the ground, but what a cricket shot that was.
They obviously think that Ryan Higgins bowling these slower, medium-pace deliveries from the David Capel ends is a better option than loose deploy. He bowled a couple of overs yesterday, didn't he? Spin at both ends would be a much more effective way to catch up on those 3 overs, but maybe they feel that they still want to restrict the score as best they can. If anything, I'd say that loose deploy looked relatively threatening in those 3 overs that he bowled as well.
I thought he did, yeah.
I think it was just 3 overs that he bowled over the course of the day yesterday.
Yeah, I think he did. It's one of those that if you're only known as a part-time bowler, that's how people see you. And actually, what he delivered was very good, wasn't it? It's a nice cricket shot. Step down the wicket from Emilio Gay. Nicely driven through extra cover.
Is that Emilio calling for 2, I think, there, to get James Sales running, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
Not sure there was ever 2.
No. Never in a million years. Oh, that's nicely played by James Sales. Just opening the face of the bat. Wrists coming inside the ball. Finding the gap at point for a single to rotate the strike. Nicely played. Against the spin. It's not an easy shot, that.
Still hasn't looked like there's been a massive amount of turn, with the benefit of watching those replays come through on the screen in front of us.
No, we did. We talked about it, didn't we, before play? I know there is a thought from the Northants dressing room that the wicket might turn a wee bit. It'd be great if it does as the game progresses. So that gives me an opportunity to get on my soapbox. So the fielder at mid-off has been there. 400 comes up for Northants, 400 for 4 with that single, and the ball has been hit to him 4 times, and they've taken a single each time, and each time he's not had a prayer of getting a run out, even if he hit the stumps. So he either needs to come closer, or he needs to go deeper, or someone else needs to field there, because that is not working. And there was a couple of times yesterday where things just weren't working for Middlesex and they didn't adjust them, and that would be one of them. Yeah, you might say it's a small thing, but actually the reason for him being up is because they want James Howes to try and hit over his head. But if he doesn't need to hit it over his head to get off strike, because they can take a single to him, it's the wrong man in the wrong place.
Yeah, he's in a position where he's not stopping one, and we haven't really seen, although it's been probably a little bit more intent from both of Sales and Gay with the shot making, the power that they're kind of looking to impart on the ball, but really seen Northamptonshire look to go over the top yet either. No,
well, I think it's hard. I think it's very hard to do that. Oh, saw the fielder just slip on releasing that ball. It was like he's okay. Like it might have twisted his ankle. Yeah, I think it's really hard. I think that just says how hard it is to hit through the line and go over the top, because your timing has to be absolutely perfect because there's no pace on it. So an inner half of the bat on a fast pitch, you might get away with it, but not on a slow one.
It probably highlights the fact there that both mid-on and mid-off are quite as wide as what they are as well.
Yeah, well said. Yeah.
I don't know whether I've just seen Nathan Fernandez in front of us here going through a few looseners, Rowie. I don't know whether we're going to see the debutant have a bowl before lunch for Middlesex.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, I guess, yeah. Although why might be another question when they've not bowled deploy. It's nicely turned off a skiddy ball down to fine leg. Two taken. Good running again, James Sales. A nice ripple of applause. The crowd have enjoyed that bit of urgency, bit of intent. He's quick. James Sales, a good athlete. Terrific fielder. Yeah, head. It looks to the skies there because he got a rare bit of width on that one from Ryan Higgins. Wasn't able to time it cleanly, but he'll feel he's missed out there because Ryan Higgins, as with all of the Middlesex seamers, have given very little width. And when you miss out on one, you do think, when's the next one coming along? Deep square has gone out now for James Sales. It's I guess I have to call that a bouncer. But it was bouncer length and kind of passed about 6 inches over the stumps. James Sales let it go by. 404. 4-4.
Yeah, there we go. I think Nathan Fernandez just marking up his run up out at the David Cafer lens as he's made his way over there quite quickly. Did bowl back in September for the Middlesex second 11 against Essex and picked up 3 for 47 in that first innings.
Where was that game played? Have you got the card there?
Northwood.
Okay. And deploy's loosening up as well. That's interesting. Slightly over length, nicely fielded again off his own bowling by De Cares. He's a useful fielder, this guy. A useful cricketer. We might have 2 slow left armers trying to take the next over. Who gets there first?
Who's your money on? I'm saying Fernandez.
Well, I'm saying deploy, but only because he's right in my eye line and he's visibly getting loose. And whether he's indicating to Roland Jones that actually, if we're going to bring another spinner on, I'm your man. It'll be interesting to see. As you said, Fernandez did mark his run, so it might just be a gamesmanship. Yeah, Sales' move there was with more intent. It looked like he might just pick that one up, but it was a nicely bowled delivery, just dropped on him. He wasn't able to drop kick it. Got over the top of the ball and the ball dropped into a nice length. Yeah, a bit of right hand in that one. Straight back to the ball. Yeah, it's hard to work that ball because there's no pace on it to whip that bottom hand through and close the face on it. Yeah, he's done well there. Nice batting. Manufactured a single there. That's well played. Good intent. So what have we got? We've got Interesting. 2 slow left armers.
Both taking the jumpers off.
Okay, deploy. I think what's happening. No, he's been told. No, not you, Lewis. That's funny. I mean, I don't know whether he was sort of joking with his captain. It looked like he was about to take his jumper off, wasn't he? Took his cap off, dropped it on the floor. What? Not me. But no, it's going to be a debut in first-class cricket, debut bowl for Nathan Fernandez. What can you tell us, Dan, about Nathan Fernandez? Have you got any gen? Could you look some up, please?
Not a massive amount.
No.
He's played 70 20s for Middlesex, scoring, playing as a bowler, 4 wickets for 140 runs in those 70 20s, just the 11 runs scored. In that game at Northwood against the Middlesex second 11, much more importantly, scored 78 at the top of the order. Opening the batting, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 47. And he had none for 10 or 4 overs in the second innings.
Well, that's a very nice action. That is a very nice bowling action. I like that. They've had a few good left-arm spinners, Middlesex, over the years. He's got some boots to fill, but he obviously opens the batting, whereas the guys I'm thinking of, Phil Edmonds and Phil Tufnell, certainly Phil Tufnell did not open the batting. Yeah, that's nicely bowled.
Yeah, I'm not sure what situation in any world that Phil Tufnell opens the batting.
Tufnell world? Because that's got to be a rare place, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's population 1, isn't it? Proper character, though.
Yeah, different times. I don't know how he'd survive in the... Well, actually, he'd probably get on very well with McCullum. They've done a TV show together, haven't they?
Yes.
A golfing tour of New Zealand, which was quite a good watch, actually.
Yeah,
that's nicely fielded. Yeah, it's my first sighting of Fernandez. Just a little bit over length there. I mean, you know, it's a good time for him to bowl, isn't it? Get some overs, because you can't really fail too badly in this situation, I guess. That's nicely played from Emilio Gay. Punt down the ground to long on, takes him on to 219, the score on to 410. And that's the end of Nathan Fernandez's first over in first-class cricket.
Yeah, so 2022, I believe, he signed his 2-year rookie contract with Middlesex. At 18 years old. Aggressive left-handed batter, left-arm orthodox spinner. Been part of Middlesex since under 12s. Represented the England Young Lions as well in 21 and 22.
It's nice when your own come through. I mean, I don't know whether that's a coachy thing or whether actually supporters of the club like it even better when their own come through. But it's they've got a nice youth setup at Middlesex, and credit to the guys involved for bringing him through. And there's a few of them out there. Actually, Holden, although he was kind of semi with us for a while as a youth, was always also attached to Middlesex. De Caires has been through the system there. Brian Higgins came through their system. I think the keeper came through the system, Fernandez, and I might have missed someone. That's 4 or 5 or 6.
A single down the ground off the bat of James Sales just brought up the 100 partnership between these two. 100 off 186 deliveries. James Sales has moved himself to 46.
That was an anti-sweep appeal because that was never going to be given out. We've seen 2 attempted sweeps from Emilio Gay. He's not connected with either, which kind of confirms my thought. But it also confirms my thought that it's a great option with the field that's set.
Yeah, particularly with the field set, there is a massive massive vacant area, isn't there, down to what would have been backward square, fine leg for Emilio Gate. There's a fielder now at 45 for James Sales. So
yeah, a reverse sweep's a great option here for James Sales.
Younger player, would he have one eye on a milestone? Or would he?
I thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only human, isn't he?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. He's got 3 first-class 50s, I think you said earlier. But yeah, he'd certainly have half an eye on the 50.
Not quite sure what Ben spotted over in that far corner, but something's causing a little bit of commotion around the stairwell for the Middlesex dressing room.
Yeah, there is something. Something's going on, isn't it? A bit of excitement. I wish I knew what it was. Emilio Gay down the wicket, plays a beautiful drive up to long off. He was looking to go a little bit wider, I think.
Just tried to open himself up, didn't he?
Again, the slowness of the ball means that ball goes where it goes. If it raced onto the bat a little bit more, it would have gone wide. A nice cricket shot, though, nonetheless.
No pace across the outfield either, so there's no real pressure on the fielder. It takes a lot of pace off of it, doesn't it, by the time it reaches you? Although we have seen a couple of missed fields from Middlesex. That one in particular didn't go clean into the hands. Helps when it takes a bit of the sting off it for you.
The houses at deep mid wicket from as we look across to Wantage Road, that was a very, very popular area for David Sales to dispatch spin bowling. It's a nice cricket shot driven into the offside by his son. Yeah, Jumble would slog sweep relentlessly into those gardens. How many sixes did that man hit into that area? I can't imagine. Hundreds, it seemed like. That's nicely played by Emilio. Gave it a subtlety. He's run at the spinner a couple of times. The spinner's responded by dropping his length back, and Emilio Gay's just helped himself to 3 with a lovely little delicate run down with no pace on the ball. Nice batting. That's what I said earlier. You've got to be smart about where your options are.
Yeah.
You can't just go at it. And that's really good cricket. Really good cricket for Emilio. I'd love a slog sweep, you know.
You've been talking it up for about half an hour, I think. So I've gathered, I've picked it up, and I think most of the stream viewers have picked up that you're quite enthusiastic about a slog sweep. It's not a big hit, is it, down towards that area of the ground today?
But it's not easy, you know. When it, as I said earlier, when it's so slow off the wicket, it's not an easy shot. Aggressive shots in total, not easy.
Would you say the spinners are bowling a little bit slower than what they would be normally as well?
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, just a little bit off it.
Yeah.
It's the third sweep in a row that Emilio hasn't been able to connect with.
He's still having a look.
Yeah,
I think the man at 45 has gone to 55 degrees, that is, not age. It's an interesting battle, isn't it? Because it's, you know, the game is asking different questions of the bowlers and the batsmen. It's good. It's good to see. That's nicely played. That's a lovely cricket shot, that. Towards that.
Split those two fielders on the leg side perfectly, didn't he?
Beautiful. You know, that's great. You've got to get your head forward, your weight forward, let it in, and then time it beautifully like that. There's a lot going on to make that shot successful. It's high quality.
Had a bump ball that time, or was it?
Yeah. Another good diving stop, and he stopped at least one there. But I said earlier, you've got to be a good fielder off your own bowling as a spinner in the modern game. The ball comes back at you at a rate of knots frequently. He's done well. Just drop that one in a bit quicker. So yeah, he's varied his pace well. He's looked more. He's looked happier with the intent of the batters coming at him than when they were kind of happy to absorb him. He didn't really quite have a game plan sorted for that. Maybe that's an indication of the young spinner having played such a lot of white ball cricket that he's happier if people are trying to attack him. Makes his decision making a lot simpler.
Yeah, it's a fantastic bit of logic applied to it, and I think there's probably a lot of truth in that as well. I wouldn't have said Northants have been particularly aggressive, have they, over the last? Just trying to rotate the strike a little bit more.
Turn the dial slightly.
Just one gear up, I think. Probably last over of the morning, Phil.
Good call. That's good batting. We've taken that run a number of times, haven't we? But not that time.
I think Roland Jones might have just taken a couple of yards in there, isn't he? Just to try and catch him off guard.
Yes. And James Sales just eyed the deep square fielder. It's the over before lunch. Oh, he'd love to get off strike here. He'd be itching to get off strike here. He doesn't want the debutant to bowl a maiden. But actually, accept it if he does. Yeah, he's just lost his shape there a little bit.
Yeah.
2 balls to go. Then go get yourself some lunch, James. Don't throw it away now. Oh, that's tight. Okay, well, that's another reason he wanted that single, because he scampers through for his 50, his 4th 50 in first-class cricket. Yeah, we said when he came to the crease, we weren't sure whether he would bat. He was carded at 6. We weren't sure whether he would bat 6 or whether Sayed would bat 6. James Sales has been given the honour of doing that, and actually he's taken advantage of that opportunity. So good on him. Great to see. Well played, young man.
Good innings and a good partnership.
Indeed. Okay, so Driven at extra cover who fields it, and that concludes the morning's entertainment.
Yeah, 425 for 4 after 4 sessions here at Wantage Road. Emilio Gay not out on 229, passing that double 100 milestone earlier this morning. And James Sales, as we just spoke, just recently passed 50. The partnership between these two worth 113. The only wicket to fall in the session was that of Rob Keogh. Second over of the day, bit of deja vu from day one. LBW by Toby Roland Jones for 21. But again, Northamptonshire's session, Northamptonshire's morning. In that afternoon session, Phil, something's going to happen. We don't know when. We haven't quite figured that one out between the two of us, but something will happen, and I suspect Middlesex will be batting at some point in that session. Yeah,
I think I'd absolutely right. Well played, Emilio Gay. He walks off 229, not out. So in that session, 114 runs were added in the 36 overs. We saw in the last kind of 40 minutes a gear change, as you would say. It wasn't anything particularly reckless, but a little bit of a gear change, and Middlesex responded to that pretty well. Boundaries are hard to come by. That said, I would see Northants continuing and maybe changing up to another gear, maybe another one still before they get off the field. Tea time looks a good thing. We've got to, if we want to win this game, we've got to give ourselves time to get 20 wickets. We will by tea time, I would imagine. I hope be in a position where we can't lose the game, so let's get off and get bowling. But again, well played, Emilio Gay. What a fabulous innings this has been, and I'm looking forward to the afternoon session.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's go and grab some lunch, Phil, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes. Northamptonshire are making their way back out to the middle. 425 for 4. Middlesex joining them out there as well. Something's going to happen in this afternoon session. We haven't quite figured it out yet, but my name is Dan Jadzovics, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe, who, you know, in other circumstances, Phil, maybe a co-host would be a bit upset, but you've sprinted back across the outfield.
Impressive.
You've brought cakes with you as well.
Yeah.
It's all forgiven.
Got to get my breath, Dan.
Yeah, I can tell. Do you want me to mute your mic again for a bit?
No, that's fine.
Are you sure?
Fine. Yeah, I'll breathe quietly.
But yeah, all Northamptonshire so far. I'd say Middlesex stuck at the task pretty well through that morning session, but Northamptonshire certainly just turned the screw a little bit in that final hour of that morning session. The not-out batters, Emilio Gay with a brilliant 229 so far, and James Sales on 50, brought his 50 up on the penultimate ball of the morning session. Did you get upstairs and have a bit of pasta?
I did.
Nice,
yeah, very
wasn't it?
briefly. Yeah. God, I've done a few things there, actually. Yeah.
I can tell.
Yeah, caught up with the chairman, caught up with the chief executive, caught up with Richard Johnson. It was lovely to see him. We spent some time on courses together over the years, coaching courses rather than race courses, that is. Rory Coots, who's here with Middlesex, one of their assistant coaches, he's a good guy as well, who I've sort of locked horns with nicely on the boundary. So it's really nice to see those guys, but it has all contributed to me being a little bit late on parade, so apologies for that, Dan.
No, you're absolutely fine. You've not missed a single delivery.
Excellent.
And that's the most important thing. Josh DeCares is going to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this afternoon. James Sales is going to be on strike. No catches. Very spread field in front of square. Almost a bit of a wall, actually, with a mid-off. Well, mid-off and mid-on are a touch deeper. You've got cover, mid-wicket, and almost an extra cover and an extra mid-wicket, which I'm not sure is an actual fielding position, but pretty much in a line with the crease line at the non-striker's end. So just trying to dry Northamptonshire up, aren't they? They were quite happy to milk that single down the ground. I have had a thought, Phil.
Well done.
I have had a thought.
I'd love to hear it.
It was over the pasta, so bear with me and just hear me out. You might not like it, but hear me out. And I'll go into it after this DeCares delivery. Okay. I would like to see a slightly more aggressive declaration from Northamptonshire here.
Okay.
Now, here's my reasoning for it. I would rather get to the 4th innings, if it were to get that far. Obviously, there's a chance here that Northamptonshire put themselves in a position to take 20 wickets and only have to bat once. But I think I'd rather, on day 4, require Northamptonshire to chase down a little bit, rather than think about 4, 5, 6 wickets that might be left for Middlesex to use and to survive on day 4. There's my thinking. There's my rationale. You haven't said I'm an idiot just yet. You're liking it?
I think it's got a place at the table as something to think about before you discard it. Yeah.
Shot by James Sales, single down the ground. He's timed that very nicely. Moves to 51. I just think it's hard to take wickets.
Yeah.
I think the emotion potentially gets a little bit high on that 4th day. You potentially start setting some slightly more extravagant fields and some articulate plans. And actually, if you need, I don't know, 6 and over for 10 overs or 15 overs against the Kookaburra ball on a pitch that's been pretty flat, feels like that would be more achievable than, say, 6 wickets, 5 wickets.
Yeah. No, I think that is. We were talking earlier about we think the Kookaburra ball will, in and of itself, create opportunity to think differently about the game, about bowling, about options, about all aspects of the game. And actually, the declarations and so on is included in that. So, yeah, I think it's a valid point. There are people who would definitely go that way. I think it depends how easy we find to score here for me. If we do, as I think we might do, find it increasingly hard to score boundaries as the ball only gets older, then let's get off and get bowling a little bit earlier. If we're scoring freely, okay, well then let's go completely back once. But yeah, so I think it is a valid alternative consideration for sure.
Ethan Bamber is going to bowl from the David Capel end. Going to be bowling his 26th over of the innings. 9 maidens, none for 53 so far for the Middlesex seamer. That's defended down the ground by James Sales as some form of light aircraft flies overhead at Wantage Road. That cloud cover that we had yesterday has just drifted back over the ground, hasn't it? It's not quite as bright and quite as blue as what it was this morning. Didn't really seem to have any effect on the pitch or the ball yesterday, so I don't suspect the Middlesex bowlers will be licking their lips at the prospect of bowling under some hazy sky.
Wow.
Nicely played by James Sales, wasn't it?
Just a lovely cricket shot for 0.
Almost a gunshot off the middle of the bat. Straight at the fielder at mid-wicket. No run at it.
Swing, Dan. Have we seen any swing at all with the Kookaburra? Have you heard reports of it? I haven't seen a ball that swung.
Not in this match, I don't think. Yeah. I think the bit of movement that has come has been off the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if it is a little bit too paced, I suppose you'd say there's a little bit of moisture in there, and then therefore you would expect the ball to move about a touch, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, this one is now 53 overs old, isn't it? So and they're shining it, they're polishing it positively, but you would expect it not to be swinging. But when it was new, it didn't swing either. But right now it's favourable condition. I think if we're bowling in a couple of hours.
Nicely played.
Great shot.
James Sales picks the gap on the leg side. That's going to race away, I think, down in front of the ground staff. Well, I don't know whether it did or didn't, but the Middlesex fielder hauls it back and restricts James Sales down to 2. It was a good chase in the end. I thought for all money the ball was going to win that one. I
did. It's the old practice pitches there, and the ground, obviously the ground is a bit damp everywhere, but there it's usually the firmest. When the ball gets onto those old wickets, you normally don't haul it back. It was a good chase. Because it was well struck, wasn't it? Nicely timed, wasn't it? It's been a kind of a common theme, really, for James Sales' innings so far. 51, or 53, apologies. He's timed the ball nicely throughout the course of the day so far. Do you think David Sales' nerves might have just settled down slightly now that his son's 53 not out? No. Okay. Shorter, pulled away. That one's going to be 4. Less interest from the Middlesex fielder. He pounced on that shorter ball from Ethan Bamber quickly. Wasn't that short, was it? He's dissected those 2 fielders on the leg side and gets his boundary this time. Yeah, we've rightly praised Bamber throughout. He's entitled to 1 bad ball. That was a rank delivery, and got what it deserved. But it's the only one he's bowled in nearly 26 overs, so that's how well he's bowled. But that one got the treatment as it nearly died on him, though, didn't it? It came off the bottom of the bat, I think. Yeah. I don't know if it was a sort of a banged-in ball or just a drag down. Defended into the offside. Good over for Northamptonshire. 6 runs off it. Yeah, I've got a feeling that we might be looking at these 2 getting back in for 4 overs, something like that. And then I think we will go to another gear. Yeah. But there are several gears we can go through. We're playing pretty steadily, aren't we, at the moment? There's not great risk being taken. Yeah, I wouldn't have said Northamptonshire have done a great deal differently, really, throughout the course of this innings. They have accelerated slightly, haven't they, for that final hour before lunch? Yeah. But again, it wasn't a reckless acceleration. There wasn't a sudden flourish of boundaries. It was, well, we'll just run a little bit better, and that was it. Emilio uses his feet this time. I think a bit of pace off from De Caires. Just saw him come in, dropped it in shorter. Emilio De Caires gets a little bit of bass on it, drops it in the leg side, and it's no run. And I think with Northamptonshire, the benefit, safe save next. Lewis McManus 8 with the 50 coming last week down at Hove. That's well run by... It's tight. James Sales. I think umpire says he's got through that. If that's a direct hit, I think he's gone ski. It went straight to him, didn't it, pretty quickly. But James Sales called the run, and he got in. Very aggressive running. was very aggressive running, yeah.
There was something about the way James Sales was covering the ground there that gave me a lot of confidence that he was going to make it.
Yeah, he's quick, isn't he?
But a nice run added to the score, and Emilio will be grateful to have another one added to his tally. 230 now for the Northants opener. Dot ball back to the bowler. But yeah, with safe next, Lewis McManus at 8. I'll be completely honest. Rafi Weatherall, I don't know with the cricket bat. Sanderson, I've obviously seen a few big hits, a few lusty blows in the blast from Ben. Batted well here with Jack White against Kent, with the Kookaburra last summer. Big partnership for those two. And then Chris Tremaine, obviously a really handy not out of 16 balls last week down at Hove.
Important, yeah. Yeah, I've got a feeling that Rafi Weatherall can hold a bat. And if as a fast bowler who can hold a bat, you would expect that he enjoys bombing a few as well. Big hits.
Everybody enjoys that, Phil.
Yeah, of course. Some can do it.
Yeah, some are more successful than others.
Yeah, if he gets it right, which he's getting it increasingly, he's getting it right, De Caires. He's increasingly more difficult to score off, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just settled in. It's taken him a while, isn't it, to find a rhythm and find a groove. And as you said, I think you made quite an interesting point that kind of looks more comfortable now that Northamptonshire are actually trying to take the game to him rather than almost sit on him, so to speak, which they were earlier in this contest.
I've seen that. You know, it's something I've observed over time is spinners coming into the game when they get the red ball are far happier when people are running at them, and not that we were running at them. When people are more aggressive, far happier because it just simplifies everything. And yeah, generally speaking, his job in the first innings of a game in general will be to just hold an end up. You know, rotate the seamers, come into his own in the second innings.
It's a big flow of the bat from Emilio Gay, wasn't it? Slightly over pitch from Bamba. He's tried to pick that gap through cover, but unfortunately that's just been picked up by, I think, is Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-off. That was a full flourish of the blade from Emilio Gay, which, again, we haven't really seen a great deal of through this innings of 230.
It was reminiscent of someone, that shot, and it's coming to me. He's Australian, he's left-handed. He used to open the batting for Australia. He's quite a big guy.
Matt Hayden.
Thank you.
Oh, it's down the ground. I think Bamba's dropped that one.
That was a chance, but it would have been a heck of a catch.
It's gone through Ethan Bamba. He's had a couple of those now. One off De Caires and then one off Bamba, but that would have been an almighty catch from the Middlesex quick. Just couldn't quite get his hands down there, could he? And it's burst through what he could get to the ball.
It was a great effort, wasn't it?
Fantastic effort.
He's bowling around the wicket. He's trying to get off the pitch. The ball is hit sort of inside, slightly inside. He's got to go back into the wing and get down. He did pretty well. He got a good portion of it.
Just got a little bit of lift on that one, I think. Good take by the keeper, Jack Davies. Certainly gone over the top of James Hales's bat, didn't it?
It did.
Anything like that, though, I guess Northamptonshire are going to be looking at it going, well,
yeah,
gives us a nice option for us with the ball.
Yes, is what. Yeah, the more up and down now, the bowlers will be very happy to see that.
Still not been consistently up and down. It's been a good pitch for the most part. Yeah, nicely played by James Sales. Just opens the face and drops it towards backward point and picks up a single. Give Emilio Gay a couple of balls to navigate at the end of this over. Fielders just start to spread out a little bit for Emilio. And the right is need to not have much company with him in and around the cut strip. Got a fielder at point, one on the edge of the square at cover, and another one just on the edge of the square at mid-wicket, and everybody else is almost outriders at this stage, mid-off, mid-on, are fairly deep. It's shorter, it's pulled away, it's gone up. It's going to bounce just in front of the man. Nathan Fernandez it is, just patrolling that leg side boundary. That's another little kind of nod that Emilio wants to get on with this.
Yeah, for sure. He's not going to absorb those at this stage, is he? The shorter ball. Bamber has struggled with his short ball, actually. It's something that he perhaps needs to work on. As we talked about yesterday, some bowlers lend themselves more to bumpers than others. It is a good delivery to have. He hasn't used it very often.
Flicked into the leg side, turned into the leg side, in fact, by James Sales, who says no to a second. So a single to finish the 136th over. The stream at Northamptonshire, powered by Daffabet. If you'd like to get in contact with us throughout the course of the day, you can do that via Twitter or X at NorthantsCCC, or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. We'd love to hear from you. Find out where you're listening from. Had a few Australians over the course of the game so far. See, I think we've had 3 Australians over the course of the game so far, yeah.
Oh, right. That's good.
Northants away in Australia, big fixture. Josh DeCares to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Reverse sweep, big appeal for LBW. Umpire Phil Rowe says no, as does the standing umpire in the middle. Thank you very much, sir.
Good option, though, because there's nobody there. It's a good option, the reverse sweep. He didn't play that particularly naturally, but it's a good option.
Turn into the leg side. I think that area that you mentioned before lunch down around deep mid-wicket is still very vacant, isn't it? And
it is, and in fact, the deep mid-wicket is now deep. Oh no, it's
deep backward square, isn't it? Or it was almost for James Sales.
Yes,
potentially a stronger option to go that way round. Emilio over cover potentially. There's a lot of real estate if he's given the width, or potentially creates it. But he times that one beautifully down the ground for a single. Was it a social catch up with the Middlesex coaching staff, or was there any insight into the Middlesex dressing room? Did you pry any questions?
No, actually, Richard Johnson-Jono said, yeah, pop up. I said, I can't, I'm on commentary all day. And he said, surely people don't have to listen to you talk cricket all day. Which brought a wry smile from those who were within earshot. Disappointed with that feedback, actually.
Yeah, I think you've done a stellar job so far.
Yeah, it's early days, though.
Oh, well, you and me both. Shorter from the cares. Turned into the leg side. Straight to the sweeper. I think that's Max Holden out on the boundary that side. Just one more added to the score. Just figuring out as we go along, aren't we, really, Phil?
I think that's what you do.
Yeah.
Such is life, I think.
Uses his feet this time, down the ground, powerfully struck. Put the fielder under a bit of work, who does his work. And Emilio Gay adds another one to his tally of runs. End of the over, single off the last ball. 440, I believe, for 4.
Yeah, so we're seeing what we've seen before. Just it's marginal, but marginally, Northampton turning the dial very slowly, becoming more aggressive. But also, we're seeing how hard it is to time the ball. That last ball there, Emilio advanced down the wicket with every intention of lofting it straight for 6, but the ball never arrived, and he had to manufacture one along the floor, which he did very well. Controlled it very well, but it is not easy to score very quickly. Something to bear in mind later in the game as well. But Northampton making their way forward towards that declaration number, where, as we've said, we think it starts with a 5. I think for me, from what I've seen, 500 and off, really.
Yeah,
that would be enough for me. Let's get bowling.
Bamber appeals for LBW. That one's sliding down the leg side. If he hasn't got a bit of bat on it, which he hasn't, so one leg by added to the score. 4-4-2. I suppose that kind of draws up 2 points, really, doesn't it, with regards to the difficulty for scoring. I would imagine the feedback to the dressing room and Luke Proctor and the coaching and the bowlers will have looked at this and gone, well, maybe we can be a little bit more positive with our field throughout the duration of the Middlesex innings. Also, though, Middlesex, if they have aspirations of forcing a result out of this game, which is going to be difficult, obviously with 4-4-2, they're going to have to bat very well in order to reach parity with Northamptonshire, but they're going to have to bat a little bit quicker than what Northamptonshire have done. They've taken a lot of time out of the game.
Yeah.
Nicely timed by James Sales and well fielded in the end at mid-wicket, which I think is going to be interesting to see. It's going to be, well, we can be a bit more aggressive with our fields, and Middlesex are probably going to have to go about it a little bit differently to what Northamptonshire have.
Yeah, I think the field point is well, they're both interesting points, but I don't think it's the sort of setup where actually the fields can be realistically that aggressive, because the wicket, the combination of wicket and ball don't really lend themselves to having 5 slips and a short leg and so on and so forth. So I think it's going to be more attritional, perhaps. I do wonder about spin. I think, as we said even before the ball was bowled, we think spin will feature. I know the Northants dressing room think it might spin. Rob Keogh does give it a big rip, probably the biggest spinner of a ball in this match. Clearly, it's not going to be a dry pitch at any point, this pitch, but it will be drier.
Short from Bammer and pulled away well by Emilio Gay, but straight to the fielder at backward square.
And, we've seen in the past how good a bowler Rob Keogh is when he's got a number on the board. Then round the bat, he is a very fine attacking off spinner. So that will feature, I think, heavily in Northants' weaponry. And also the variation of Tremaine, who is more of a hit-the-pitch bowler, and Sanderson will pose different challenges as well. I think, as we've said throughout, I think Middlesex have bowled well. They haven't carried a great threat, and it will be very interesting to see the comparison between the two attacks.
I think as well, we've got a very small sample size from James Sales so far in first-class cricket. Unlike Helm, Roland Jones, Bamber, Higgins, they're known quantities. I think Sales, last year at least, would have been considered one of the quicker, if not the quickest, Northants seamer that would have been available on the squad last year. Obviously, Scrimshaw's come in this year, who I suspect is up and around and having those same kind of conversations. And then obviously the youngster on debut, Rafi Weather. Mm-hmm. We've obviously seen a couple of games in the young tests, one of which was played here last summer. But in terms of first-class cricket, we haven't really seen. Nicely played again, but straight to the fielder on the leg side. But I suppose the point I was trying to make with the fields, with the time they've taken out the game, the number that they're going to have on the board, affords Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor the ability to, for the spinners, maybe leave that player under the lid for a little bit longer than what they would have done if the role had been reversed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can, as we talked about yesterday at some point, you can use fielders genuinely, and you can use them as sort of indicators of intent or even bluff at times. So, with the number on the board that Northants will have, they can post more people in the eye line of the batter. That's a nice option. Reverse sweep. Emilio Gay. Didn't quite get it as fine as he wanted, but it was a difficult shot because it was a leg stump ball. He had to make all the running there in terms of helping it around to the offside. It was a good effort. That's still a good option, I think, for James Sales. Similarly, a reverse sweep.
Big shot that time from Sales, but back at De Caires was just winding his shoulders up, wasn't he?
He certainly did, yeah.
Pulled out of it at the last minute. Not a big hit down the ground towards the Lynn Wilson centre or towards the David Capel end, to be fair, but cut away nicely for a single.
Yeah, I think catches in front of the wicket is something that Middlesex have not employed throughout. They've dabbled with here and there from time to time. I think that's a good option. Bowling kind of almost drive length balls with men on the perch is the old-fashioned expression. Catching extra cover, 2 of those, with a deeper set cover fielder, if it does get through there. Bowling just full of a good length. Seeing if someone can get the ball through there on the floor. If they do, they get 1 for it.
Yeah.
And if they don't, well, they'll either get a dot or they lift it to them. That can be a good option. It's not the most attacking option that I've ever come up with, but it suits, I think, the conditions that we're looking at,
Yeah, I think you'd be naive, having seen what we've seen so far, to pack the cordon, wouldn't you? Nicely played again by Emilio Gay. I don't know how many times I've said that over the course of the last 10 or 11 hours, but nicely played by Emilio Gay.
Wasn't it? Well batting.
Well batting.
That might stick.
Well, it's stuck in my mind anyway. But as I say, I don't know whether that's anything to do with anything in particular. Haven't quite reached the level of saying good batted. I think I might draw the line at that one. But well batting, I think it's just got quite a nice ring to it.
I really like it. The thing is, you and I will now use that, and people will think, well, that's ridiculous.
I've been using it for 34 years, Phil.
You're not about to change now.
It would be silly. It would be silly for me to do so. Ethan Bamber from the David Capel end. Emilio Gay on strike. This field is very spread now. Dropped into the offside, and James Sales will call his partner through for a single. Some of the fielders will make their way back towards the square, but plenty of others will stay cross-legged, cross-armed. Off and mid-on in particular have not moved 1 inch, have they? That change of ends for the batters. Keeper up to the stumps though, just for something a little bit different.
Yeah, back for the lefty and up for the righty. Deep square, so that's this insurance man for his short ball if he wants to bowl one of those with the keeper up.
Solid in defence from James Sales.
It's interesting. The keeper comes up and the batters don't come out of their crease. You know, you've still got to miss it to be stumped, right? So
yep.
I don't think it's necessarily the case that you just have to stay in your crease as a batter just because the keeper's up. You can, with control, advance a little.
Oh, that's nicely
played. Great run. Yeah.
Cover was interested for a short while, but James Sales timed that well enough. And personally, you wouldn't want to walk past one, would you, and get your bails whipped off? But in the context of the game, if you're trying to kind of move it on a little bit, a stumping here doesn't really affect a great deal. And you know you've got teammates in the sheds that are going to be able to go out there and do as an attacking of a job as what you would have been doing yourself. Obviously, I don't think that's going to be high on Emilio's list of priorities. Short ball, guided away down to deep third. Is that going to beat the fielder? There's a dive. He cuts that off well. Emilio Gay is going to add 3 to his tally. That's a fantastic effort after a long couple of days in the field by the Middlesex fielder. Just hauls that in before the ball gets to the rope. And that brings up Northamptonshire's 450. 452 for 4. 139.4 overs.
Isn't it lovely to be able to call those numbers? That's great, isn't it?
It's absolutely cracking. Something that in my debut year I wasn't able to do all that often. But I'm glad we're starting the season this way around. Nicely played again by James Sales, just turning it into the leg side.
It looks a bit, James Sales doesn't know quite whether to stick or twist here, does he? They've got 3 men on the single on the leg side. They're bowling very straight. He's timed the ball very nicely at times through a couple of times through that area, but often has found one of those 3 fielders. If the bowler holds his length perfectly, it's very, very hard for him to score. So he is going to have to do something to break through, to break out. He's had a little bit of a carve at that one. Yeah, lost his shape.
Ethan Bamber. End of the over. Delighted to say we've got a bit of a special guest in the ground today, Phil.
Who's that?
We've got Richard Gold, ECB CEO, currently on the decking over at the Heavy Sweep. Did you catch up with Richard on your way around as well?
The chairman, our chairman, Kevin Warren, said, shall I introduce you? And I said, I've been busy, actually. So it was very nice to be asked, but I declined that. But I was literally running upstairs to get some lunch and then running. You saw me running.
I did see you running. Unfortunately, that wasn't picked up on the stream. But there he is, Richard Gold, enjoying the sunshine in Northampton in the Heavy Sweep.
It's a good spot, that.
Yeah, it's a lovely place to watch.
No, sorry, I mean good spot, well identified.
Oh.
Because I wasn't
Well, I mean, both points are valid. It's a lovely spot to watch it and a nice spot to see Richard Gold. Josh DeCares to continue. Emilio uses his feet down the ground. He's got enough of it. 6 runs straight over the fielder. There was interest for a while, wasn't there? The bowler turned around just to see, but Emilio Gay cleared the rope.
There was a sort of a collective holding of breath there, wasn't there?
That's why I paused.
Just
in case.
It was very good. I didn't look at the screen. I tried to see the fielder and couldn't. But actually, great camera work. I should have looked at the screen.
I was about to ask you your comment about James Sales not knowing whether to stick or twist. Are we at that stage now that there is another gear to go through? I think Emilio's just proven the fact that his mindset is that there's another gear to go through. He moved himself to 247 with that last shot.
Yeah. I mean, we need to move the game on, don't we? Now that we've and actually the platform is there, so yes, it is very, very hard to score, but you have to take risk. But yeah, I think I'd like to see James go to another gear, not too risky, but maybe move away from the stumps, maybe move down the wicket, maybe go the other way across the stumps, just open up some more options for himself.
Oh, that's taken a horrible bounce. Emilio Gay's just come through for a single, moved to 248. I hope that Middlesex field is okay. That's taken a nasty just bounce off the, I guess what you'd call a wicket end, but they don't really exist in April. Fortunately, it doesn't look like it's got him anywhere too uncomfortable, but good. Yeah, that took a nasty bounce and up into the shoulder by the looks of it. He's just giving that a little bit of a rub. Sales winds up for the shot down the ground to the mid-off fielder. Adds another single to his tally. I suppose for James Sales, he's 65 now. There's a career best just around the corner. I think it was 71 that he got his previous highest score. There's potentially another milestone in the mindset as well.
I mean, there's another way of looking at this, okay, which is probably, if I'm honest, a better way than I looked at it a minute ago when I said stick or twist, is just get off strike. So if he's turning it over at one a ball,
yep,
good. Get Emilio on. He's got bigger range of shots. He's clearly seeing it like a football, etc. It's dots that are going to be the issue for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, of course. Great bit of fielding again by Josh De Cares. Dot ball to finish the 141st over.
It reminds me, the amount of fielding that Josh De Cares has done brilliantly off his own bowling reminds me of the brilliant cricket thinker David Houghton, who captained and coached Zimbabwe on and off, and Derbyshire and a number of other roles as well. And briefly, he was batting consultant at Northampton, and he would hate that. He would hate the spinner fielding so many balls because he would say, "You know where he is, therefore miss him." And it's a really interesting point, isn't it? We know where he is. We just keep hitting it at him.
Yeah. He's fielded brilliantly, hasn't he, off his own bowling, and almost looks like a different prospect, hasn't he, today compared to what we saw on day one.
There's much more confidence there, isn't there?
Yeah. Just settled into it quite nicely. I suppose the ball with having a less of a proud seam is harder to bowl with as a spinner than the Dukes as well. Or maybe not harder to bowl with, but you get less purchase, I suppose.
It would be interesting. I've got a thought on this, and I don't know what the answer is, but I'll pop that one in a moment. But I'd like to find out by talking to Rob Keogh in particular.
Yeah, Emilio Gay turns that one down to fine leg and ticks off another milestone. 250 not out for the Northants. Opener salutes the crowd. Round of applause goes around Wantage Road. And another one ticked off.
His mum and dad are in the ground today. Very, very proud they are too. I had a brief wave from mum as I was on my rounds at lunchtime. And rightly so. They've supported him brilliantly, fantastically well. And I've noticed a few times he's pointed his bat straight to them first, which is a lovely touch.
Oh, cracking shot by James Sales. Puts the fielder at mid-off under a lot of pressure there. He does well to stop that one going down to the boundary.
Okay, so I'm about to go into this topic about cricket balls. Okay.
I'm all here for it.
Strap in. The Kookaburra ball is rounder than the Duke's ball.
Pardon?
Yeah. Okay. That's that. Let me get that one in early. I will explain. I will try to explain.
Short ball down the leg side. Yogi can't latch onto that one.
So the Duke's ball leather is round. If you just look at the left, forget the seam for the moment. The Duke's ball is obviously round because it's meant to be round and it is round. The seam though on a Duke's ball is so proud But what it does, it kind of gives you almost, now I haven't got the geometric lexicon to do this justice, but it's almost like a flat peak to the ball.
Yep. Okay. Makes sense.
You see? Yeah. Okay. Now.
Oh, that is muscled down the ground by Emilio Gay. That's another 4, 254. And that really was let's give this game a hurry up, wasn't it?
That was Hayden, wasn't it? That was aggression. Not bad to be compared to Hayden, is it, actually?
Worse left-handed opens.
Quite a few. No, so that's the kind of the, let me call it pointy, and it's not pointy, but the seam gives it that kind of shape. The Kookaburra ball is flatter across the top because it has less of a seam, so it's just as round. But what it means is that it's flatter on the top than the Duke's ball, which is pointier on the top.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question I've got there for the spinners is, actually, is there more seam to land? Is there more cricket ball for you to land on with the Kookaburra ball than there is with the Duke's ball? Does that make sense?
Yeah. It would make a lot of sense.
Now, I don't know the answer to that, but they behave very, very differently. So for example, the shape of the Duke's ball lends itself more to swing because the seam's prouder. It disturbs the air, and it's the disturbed air.
Or cut away by Sales.
Is that going to go? No.
No, it's not. No.
It's 3.
Thought about a dive, didn't he, Max Holden, but was far enough out the way of it. So James Sales adds 3 to his tally. That's the first sign, really, of Sales showing some big aggression there.
I mean, that was genuine width, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What I call 2 widths. It was two widths, and he threw his hands at it, and then quite rightly so. He didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it. So so the seam on the Duke's ball disturbs the air because it's the first thing that hits the air as the ball goes through the air from the hand, and it's so proud of the ball that it disturbs a lot of air, and that increases the capability for the ball to swing because the disturbed air goes past the ball faster on one side than it does on the other. Now, the Kookaburra ball doesn't disturb the air that much as it travels through the air because the seam is not as proud, and so the sort of the mechanics of that means that there's not the same amount of disturbed air, so therefore the effect of swing is negated. So that's the effect on swing. The effect on seam is pretty obvious. The pointier thing will seam more than the non-pointier thing.
Yep.
The Duke's ball is pointier, the Kookaburra non-pointy. And I wonder about spin.
Shorter from De Caires.
Did that make a great deal of sense, Dan?
It did. I was also looking to find out some records. So I was listening, but I was also researching at the same time.
Brilliant.
I've not found what I was looking for.
What pro? Oh, you haven't?
No.
Nor has Bono.
No.
There we go.
Here all week, unfortunately.
I'm not actually.
No, you're not, are you?
No.
Sweet. From Emilio Gay. I think that's the second one that he's successfully connected with, but unfortunately gone to the fielder on the 45.
Nice option might just to be to lay the bat and just run it off the bat inside that fielder.
Almost a bit of a lap sweep.
Yeah, it's just literally run it off the face of the bat. It won't beat him. You might get 2. You won't get 4 because there's not enough pace in the outfield, but it'll beat him, might make him go a bit fine, and then you can beat him on the other side with the more orthodox sweep. Now they've dropped a deep mid-wicket out for James Sales. They've anticipated him finding that area, so they've plugged it before he's gone there, which is a good captaincy. Just get off strike, James.
Oh, it's
if we hit that
muscle shot down the ground and evades a diving Josh De Caires. The Middlesex fielder does well just to keep that down to 1, and that equals James Sales' highest first-class score of 71. Nicely played again by Emilio Gay. 3 highest scores for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket history.
Emilio's got a little way to go. He's on 257 at the moment. Can you name them, actually? Here's a bit of a pop quiz.
So sorry, just run me back. What exactly is the question that I'm about to butcher?
Reverse sweep. That's a nice shot.
Lovely.
That's going to put the fielder under pressure down on the boundary. He does well and allows Northamptonshire just to add 2. So the 3 batters that occupy the 3 highest scores for Northamptonshire in first-class cricket history. And James Sales has just got a new career best as well.
Well done, James Sales. Congratulations. Nice. Again, nice warm round of applause from the knowledgeable Northants crowd. They'll always enjoy a Sales doing well. His dad was such a popular player here, and James, following in his dad's footsteps, like, well done, young man, keep going. So Mike Hussey must be one of those.
Mike Hussey's in there twice.
So is that 2 or 1?
Yeah, that's 2. Mike Hussey, 331 not out against Somerset at Taunton 2003. As Luce Deploy comes into the attack, Mike Hussey is also in second place, 329 not out versus Essex at Northampton in 2001.
Dave Sales got a treble.
It's not Dave Sales.
He did get a treble, though.
I believe you.
No, I'm pretty sure he did. Malloy get a treble?
Malloy, third place.
There we go.
322 not out against Glamorgan at Northampton in 1998.
I'm so glad that I got that right, because I might bump into Mal at some point. I don't want to give him any grounds for complaint. It's not a bad list, though, is it?
It's quite esteemed company, isn't it?
Geez, that would have been entertaining as well. In different ways, they'd all been entertaining, of course. Mike Hussey, one of my favourite cricketers.
Oh, phenomenal batter. Similar to what we spoke about with Jack Callis, probably never really got the recognition that he deserved until quite late in his career.
Correct.
And Mal Loy as well was slightly before my time as a cricket fan, but never ever forget. Was it an ODI debut against Australia somewhere in Australia? I can't remember where. It might have been Brisbane, actually, thinking about the seat colours. And just slog sweeping Brett Lee for 6 a couple of times.
Yeah.
At that point there, that cricket shot was inventive, wasn't it? I don't necessarily think it's inventive in 2024 anymore, but my word, did that look stunning at that point.
Yeah. Never practiced it.
Did he not?
Just pulled it out of the bag.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That makes it doubly impressive, Phil.
Yeah. And it was never really particularly premeditated, having heard him speak about it. It was kind of instinctive.
I suppose it was an era where that kind of cricket didn't really exist. So if you were going to go and have a net session, probably the last thing you were going to think about doing was slog sweeping your seaming teammates.
There was a young lad on the staff around that kind of time, maybe slightly earlier, from Cornwall, called David Roberts, who was a really good opening batter. I'm surprised he didn't really kick on. And he played a reverse sweep in practice. And I won't name names because it wouldn't be fair, but the coach at the time said, come on, come out of the net. You're not going to bat like that in my net.
Really?
Yeah. So it's just,
wow.
And he's a good coach, this guy. But I'm not going to name names because it would be unfair. The point isn't about the coach. It's about the way the game has changed so dramatically.
Yeah, of course. You'd almost, you hear that story now from someone like myself from a different generation. I think that's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard in my life. Nicely played by James Sales. Beats the dive at cover. Definitely going to come back for a couple. Say on another day or in another month. They're going to come back.
Oh,
3, are they?
Get in.
A little bit of confusion. Direct hit would have been interesting, but James Sales makes his ground back. You'd almost go so far the other way now that it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibilities if you were having a cricket net and you played a forward defensive and the coach turned around and said, get out.
Yeah, that's right.
Slog sweep this time.
There
He's got all of it. Phil's been waiting for that for a long time.
Well, he's hit the, that looks like the, yes, it is. That is the chaplain, the club chaplain, David, and his surname will come to me. I hope he's okay.
Hopefully he is, but that is a almighty heave to the leg side.
A terrible bit of fielding by the chaplain, if I'm honest. I saw it coming the whole way.
I was just about to say, I think that goes down as a drop catch. 486 before.
David Chawner. I hope you're all right, David. But I am going to give you stick for bad fielding.
Oh, I think you'd expect nothing less. Get a replay of this slog sweep.
He's now gone behind the van.
Taking shelter.
Which is safe, but you can't actually see the game from there.
I think the coffee vendor might have might have saved the chaplain's blushes, I think. Another couple of runs added to the score. James Sales now just upping the ante and going through the gears, moves to 85.
You know, since I kind of rode back from the stick or twist and said, get yourself, he has been more positive, actually.
Yeah.
The bowling change has helped, doesn't it, as well? The Bamber coming off and Deploy coming on has opened up more options for him. And then he's taken advantage. He's raced to 84 from...
It was 50 exactly at lunch, wasn't
right,
he?
okay.
And he's gone there in, 35 minutes?
Yeah.
45 minutes.
Good stuff.
Which I realise I've been on lead comms now since then. So shall I hand over to you?
Yes.
Yes. Good.
Yes, you can try, like, as we've talked about. Not necessarily capable of picking the baton up, but I'll try.
You're doing a stellar job, Phil.
So we've got Josh with some declares on his shoulders, having bowled 37 overs, 1 for 143. Kind of feel a wicket's coming, as Northampton are certainly moving through the gears now, increasingly. James Sales on strike on 84. That's a nice cricket shot, made a little bit of room, had no pace to work with, timed it beautifully. Unfortunately, pretty straight at the man at deep extra cover. It's a nice bit of cricket, though, from James Sales, who's looked really accomplished in this innings so far. Well, perhaps think he should have scored off that, but De Cares has bowled a few now very, very slow deliveries. I'm not giving you anything to work with. He's often followed that up with a sort of a dropped arm, round arm, quicker one. Let's see if that continues. No, it's pretty orthodox ball. Sales rocks back down to long off. So the field is, as Dan was saying, the field is quite far spread. The job for Middlesex here really is to stop boundaries, try to control the rate. If they can pick wickets up in doing so, all well and good, but stopping runs is their key objective. Emilio Gay chassis down the wicket, is completely stuffed by the flight of the ball, well bowled, held it back. An almighty swing of the bat and got enough of it to get 2 down to deep backward square. And the bowler will think, I've kind of morally won that ball. Emilio Gay will think, I'm on 260, not out, and I might get 300 here. I might join that very special club. He reverse sweeps the next ball. Max Holden on the boundary, hammers round to his right. He's quick across the ground, that boy, and he's run himself out. There was never a second run there. I was in the middle of commentating saying he stopped the second because there was clearly not a second run there. That's lack of knowledge of the fielder from Emilio. Unfortunately, one of the very few mistakes he's made is in calling for that second run. It brings, though, the declaration with it on 492 for 4. So Emilio departs on, he'll get one of those, so 261.
No, safe's on his way.
Oh, safe's on. Oh, it looked like they were walking off. No, they're not walking off. Let's row backwards on that. Let's congratulate Emilio on his innings. Dan, you might have some stats there for us to reinforce how well he's played.
I found an article from, I would imagine, a little while ago about Northamptonshire's 10 best first-class innings, which I think that'll be a follow-up quiz for you, just to see where you might slot that one of Emilio Gay in. But yeah, what a fantastic innings. 261 off 401 balls, 22 fours and 1 6. That's been up there with one of the best innings I think I've ever seen. And as you say, just a shame that that's what brought an end to it, because at no point did he look like getting out, did he? But I think it's probably a nod to the fact that Northamptonshire are looking to really go through the gears here. And they've got a time in mind, I think, as to when they're going to look to pull the trigger and walk off the field with a declaration in mind. James Sales now, is he 15 away from a big milestone in James Sales' pretty young career so far, but he's joined by a batter that's, well, I mean, this guy is a 360 cricketer.
He can't wait to get out there, can he? Safe's taking guard, and James Sales is just meandering back. There's a bit of a difference in pace there. Just want to quickly add to the plaudits that you've given to Emilio. It's been a real pleasure to be here and watch that and commentate on it. There is no harder working cricketer in the game of cricket, and he thoroughly deserves that. Well played, Emilio Gay. First ball received by Saif Sayeb is a full toss. He sweeps it to the man at deep backward square for a single. So his intent is very clear there. There will have to be a very big change in field for Safe Save, because he will be peppering that leg side boundary if he's matched up against the off spinner for more than a couple more deliveries. Then I think we'll see 4 fielders out on the leg side boundary probably. So a little conversation between the newly arrived Safe Save and James Sales, just passing on the message of intent, which obviously has been pretty clear. But yeah, there was no bowler going to get Emilio Gay out in this game. He ran himself out in the end. He sacrificed himself in that sense in the cause of the team. So that won't go unnoticed by the coaching staff, I'm sure.
It was one of those shots, wasn't it? It's always difficult to get back up out of reverse swing.
Yeah.
So from an orthodox shot, there was 2, I think. But the fact you take that time to climb back up onto your feet.
Also, Max Holden, who I just happen to know is a terrific fielder. I think that ball did bounce and turn a bit. Yeah, it did.
Certainly the way Safe reacted to that. He's just worn that, hasn't he? As it's spat out at the surface from loose deploy. Which I'm sure Safe is going to be a bit disappointed about the prospect of, as he's walked out with the bat, that it started to do that. But as a fellow left arm spinner, I'm sure that's going to be something that's going to excite him. Well, there we go. There's the message.
Yeah, trumpet sounded. Safe runs down the wicket, and he hit that. Luckily, he hit that so badly it didn't reach mid-off. That was like me batting with a newspaper back in the day.
Yeah, but you'd middled that one.
Oh, yeah, that's par 2. Yeah. Nicely played. He's busy, isn't he, at the crease? Yeah. Looking to get forward, pushes back, knocks it away for a single to deep backward point.
Back in my day when cricket bats were half the width.
You know what I've enjoyed here is the batters on show today have been Rob Keogh, former academy player, Emilio Gay, former academy player, James Sales, Safe Save, former academy players. That's really, really pleasing. Yeah, it's sticky, isn't it? It is sticky. I mean, this number, what it does mean is if there's any doubt in the bowler's mind about, bowlers don't like getting driven. Seam bowlers do not like getting driven. But if there is any doubt about the length they need to bowl, the fact that we'll have over 500 on the board has really got to encourage them to bowl full here, surely. The end of that over from Lewis Deploy. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21, 496 for 5 as Northants continue to push towards this declaration. It is just a matter of time. And I mean, that sort of literally is a matter of how much time they want to have this evening to bowl. Safe Savers started brightly. James Sales is on 86. I would imagine there's plenty of time still for him to get to maiden first class 100 if he's still there. He's reverse swept that one really nicely, and finally that's going to be 3 if not 4. Yeah, it's just pulled up inside the fence, so they get a 3.
Can I get a bit nerdy for a second?
Yeah, go on.
Had an email come in from Alex Stockton again.
Hello, Alex.
Our friend from yesterday.
Sorry, I didn't know it was you, Alex. Hope you're well. Hope the family's well.
He's emailed in to basically question about the speed gun. Obviously, on our live stream here at Northamptonshire, we've got the benefit of having the speed gun pop up on screen. And he's kind of asked the question is, be interested to know how they are as we are recording the ball speeds in the game. There's a real discrepancy in handheld radar speeds like the pocket radar and compared to the international TV speeds that we're used to seeing.
That's a fine, hard orthodox sweep from Safe Save just behind square. And they will have to change this field. You cannot bowl to Safe Save with just one man out there. Now, as I say that, there's some arm waving going on. So the man who was in front of square on the sweep has now gone behind square. The man who was at deep, basically at slog mid-wicket, has gone a bit squarer. He needs to go squarer still. That's a big gap between those two, and Safe Save will try and puncture that gap, I suspect.
Blimey.
And he has punctured the other gap between long on and deep mid-wicket. It was a bit of a drag down. It was a reaction to the sweep the ball before, and he's dragged that down. Safe save. Bit of nous about this kid with the bat. Thinks, I know I'm going to get a shorter one here. I've sat waiting for it and hammered it through mid-wicket. He's already on 10. Game's moving forward, as they say, Dan.
Moving quickly as well, isn't it?
It is. Can you describe that shot for me?
No. It was almost it was a reverse scoop, which I think ended up looking like a run down to deep third, didn't it?
Lovely. That's how I saw it. You took the words right out of my mouth.
It's inventive.
I passed the book on that. Did you notice that?
It was inventive.
It was an inventive shot. I like it. And he's invented another sweep. Yeah, I don't like to say I told you so, but the gap that Safe has swept that into is probably 80 metres.
Oh, it's enormous.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of real estate on the leg side for Safe Save.
He's a brilliant sweeper of the ball. They need 4 men out there, basically.
Back to Alex's question quickly.
Yes.
I find it hard to believe the speeds are as low from the Middlesex seamers. Here is the numbers shown on screen. Is it to do with the radar guns available? Can we probably add 5 to 6 mile an hour to align these numbers to what we're used to on Sky Sports? Brilliant analyst here at Northamptonshire. I know he's listening, so I'll call him brilliant. James, maybe. I sent the question across and I said, am I allowed to talk about this, James? And he's come back and he's given me an explanation and said, yes. So the speed gun technology is the same as they use for handheld speed guns for giving speeding tickets. Everybody's favorite part of motoring. It's called a Doppler radar, and it measures and tracks objects moving above 40 mile an hour. So I wouldn't get clocked on it.
Ditto.
It only measures horizontal speed and not vertical speed as well, which is why it's different to Hawkeye that we see on TV. After extensive testing, we believe it's about 4 mile an hour slower than the Hawkeye speeds on TV. It is consistent and accurate, which is why it's achievable for counties to be able to get their hands on as a piece of tech. We can't all have Hawkeye at every ground. So there's your answer.
That's a great answer. There's another question that begs, which is do we believe Hawkeye or do we believe the handheld? I've thought for a long time that Hawkeye is optimistic in terms of speeds.
That's another conversation that I think James might have some.
I'm sure he does.
Some input in.
Yeah. That's great feedback. That.
I think so long as the data is consistent, I think you can do a lot with it.
Yeah, for sure.
It might be different, and obviously different by a relatively small number, but we're talking kind of 4 mile an hour. Oh my word, that's a cracking shot.
Nice cricket shot. That. I've said a few times that it's difficult to hit the ball in the air. Off the wicket, what Safe Zaib did very well there as he got to the ball before it bounced. It ends up as a low full toss. Such is his skill. He was able to hold his shape and just place the ball for 6 over long off. That is a lot of skill and to do that. Such a talented boy.
Yeah, I think that skipped off the tarmac over there and carried on over the fence, I think.
Oh, did it? Okay.
So whoever lives in one of those houses down is Wantage Road, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Pop out in the back garden, you might find yourself I was going to call it a nice kookaburra, but I mean, it's getting on for, how old is it now?
Nearly 70
overs old. And I'm not sure it was that nice when it was brand new, to be fair. So, I mean, if you've got a Labrador...
Depends who you ask. If you ask Emilio, it's
lovely.
Best cricket ball ever.
Yeah.
But that was a great bit of skill, wasn't it? Because we know how hard low full tosses are to hit at full pace. That ball's dying on him. He's running down the wicket as well. He's got to hold his shape, find the middle of the bat, elevate. That's just such a great shot. And it's led to a ball change. I'm looking over at the coffee van to see how the chaplain is. I can't see him.
I think he's got his espresso and he's made his way back to where he was watching the cricket. I can't see him there now.
It was one of those, because I was right on the line of the ball and you could see it was going straight for him and he could see it and it was kind of like, I need to move. Oh, it's hit me. It was a bit like that. That's a drag down. Safe Zaber's gone onto the back foot and pulled it. Is he going to be caught by Fernandez? Yes, he is. That's a very good tumbling catch on the boundary edge by the debutant Nathan Fernandez.
Yeah.
It was a ball that certainly did not deserve a wicket. Save hitting into a very, very strong breeze going across the ground directly into the teeth of the breeze. And I think that's why it didn't go for 6, basically.
Yeah, and that's a great and selfless innings by Save as well, isn't it? In the context of this game, obviously we're going to talk about Emilio's 261, but 22 off 13 balls. He's been sent out with a very, very clear message and what he needs to do, and he's done exactly that. Obviously, he's going to be disappointed the fact he's only added 22 to the score. As you say, on another day, on a stiller day, that would have cleared Nathan Fernandez, and we would have been 28 off 13. But as it is, Save goes.
So it was into the wind, wasn't it? I know a bit about golf ball speeds and distances into the wind. I don't know if it translates to cricket.
I mean, those that win 5 and 4 on a Thursday afternoon.
You know, I don't like to talk about it, but I can. Yeah, but a golf ball going into the wind, for every mile an hour of wind, you take 2 yards off the carry of a golf ball. So if that's the same as cricket, this wind is probably, 20 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour?
You don't notice it, do you, until you walk across that gantry?
Yeah.
And it's very blowy out there.
It is. Let's say 15 miles an hour. 2 yards for every, that's the 30, it's taking 30 yards off if it were a golf ball. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't translate pretty accurately to a cricket ball.
Sounds logical. Might be slightly more where the cricket balls obviously takes up a bit more space as it travels through the air as well.
Yeah, true.
A bit heavier than a golf ball as well.
I'm just wondering how many laws of physics I'm going to absolutely decimate before the end of play.
Any doctors or scientists
help
listening to the stream?
Please help.
Please drop us an email and explain I don't know what that called, theory of aerodynamics and sports balls traveling through the air.
We need a NASA scientist. I once spoke to a NASA scientist about reverse swing.
Oh yeah,
I did. We had a lovely time.
Were they able to impart much knowledge on
that? Yeah, they were. Yeah, they blew my mind, but then were very patient and pieced it back together again. That was very good. Yeah. That's a forward defensive. We haven't seen one of those for a while, have we?
No, we haven't actually, but I think you're afforded one as you just walked out to the crease. Not quite as aggressive of a batter, is he, Lewis McManus, as Savers? Again, I think it would be fair to say on my commentary stint so far at Northamptonshire, I haven't seen the best from Lewis McManus. I know he was the leading run scorer in the One Day Cup in 2022, wasn't he? I believe.
That's correct. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, he's a capable boy. I think. He's had to bat with the tail quite frequently in his time, and that can be tricky in terms of being really clear on what it is you're trying to do. But I think he's got some talent. Works very, very hard at his game. He's a good pro. A very good pro. When he first came down to Northampton, he came on loan initially. It was after my time, but I was meeting a couple of lads after play somewhere.
Yeah.
And Lewis came along, and I only spoke to him for 5 or 10 minutes. Off he popped, and I was really impressed with him as a young man. Just the way he spoke about the game, his knowledge of Northants, that he'd done some work on Northants already. I thought this guy's, he spoke about the game as an experienced cricketer. It was very impressive, and no surprise that he's got some leadership opportunities. No surprise at all.
Yeah, captain of the One Day Cup side at Northampton.
And VC in this team, isn't he?
Absolutely, yeah. To have him at 8 as well, that's a long and quite terrifying batting lineup for Northamptonshire in this game. 90 for James Sales now. It's just quietly got himself up to 90. 5 4s and a 6 so far for the young man.
Going to change this end. Fernandez is on replacing Cares. And immediately James Sales plays a lovely little fine sweep, which is just going to be stopped by Max Holden just inside the boundary rope, just for 2.
We won't take on Max Holden's arm again.
I think I said earlier, he never finds, he's a really, really talented fielder. And perhaps Emilio thought he was grazing out there and I could get a second to his arm, but unfortunately he picked the wrong man. Bit of a drag down by Fernandez, got away with that one. Again, shows how difficult it is to time the ball, and again shows how well Emilio Gay played, because he timed almost everything he faced, particularly early on. Not sure how well James Sales is moving, It looks a bit of a...
Bit ginger, was it? That single down the...
That's exactly the word. A bit ginger. This stuff. So the field converges now. 3 balls of the over gone. They want to bowl at least 2 of these 3 balls at the new batter. So the squeeze comes in a bit tighter. And just again, we talked a few times about the changes in the game that the Kookaburra ball is bringing about. There is no way that Nathan Fernandez would be bowling in this game were it being played with a Duke's ball. He's a young up-and-coming opening batter who can bowl slow left arm, and he's not going to get better when he's watching medium pacers knock everyone over. So
Yeah.
There are other arguments to be had, of course there are, but there are some positive aspects to this, no doubt. End of that over sees Northampton progress on to 524 for 6. Lewis McManus, and I don't mean this in any way detrimentally to Lewis, unfortunately has kept the strike. He's on 1. James Sales at the other end on 93. And I would imagine his stomach is churning. And I would absolutely guarantee that David and Abigail Sales' stomachs are turning.
They haven't moved. You're not allowed to move seats, are you?
Absolutely.
Start to reach milestones. 93, 7 away, and a long conversation now between Captain Bowler and wicketkeepers joining in the conversation as well. Loose deploy is going to carry on. Oh no, wicketkeeper came down and nobody wanted to speak to Jack Davies, so
he just hung around, didn't he?
Yeah,
like a stage door thing.
Like, oh, steady lads, Jack's coming. Let's let's end this conversation sharpish.
That was quite funny.
Oh, and another change in the field. First slip. What's he going to 45?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Well, there's one man to beat on the reverse sweep. That's an option. We deploy, perhaps showing a bit of inexperience with the ball there, has sort of fired that one into leg stump, which McManus has knocked into the leg side, which is exactly what pretty much everyone other than Middlesex wanted to happen. It brings James Sales on strike. 7 away from a maiden first-class 100. I wonder how that feels. I'd love to know. To drag down, get down out of the sky. It's been dragged down. Has it gone for 6?
4, I think. 1 bounce.
1 bounce for 4. Didn't clean up the chaplain this time. It's a really poor delivery that to a guy on 93, or to anyone for that matter, but got what it deserved. It sounded a bit off the bottom of the bat, and I wondered for a brief second, was it going to make it? And it comfortably made it, hit it right in the gap.
I was about to say, the field looked like a tough field to get to that milestone quickly. That ball was obviously helped no end.
Good. Next one's fired in, knocks it up to long on, and rotates the strike in. I might have been tempted as a captain there to bring the field in, and say, do you want to get it in one hit? How brave are you? Just to confuse the batter a bit, put a bit of doubt in his mind, rather than let him get off strike too easily.
Situationally, does it matter a great deal for Middlesex at this stage? I know they're all individual battles.
You never want people to get 100 against you.
No, okay, fair enough.
Absolutely. Never, never, never. Nicely played by the newly arrived Lewis McManus up to mid-off. He moves on to 3. Here we go. James Sales, last ball of the over. He's on 98. He's had a look square of the wicket. I just caught a glimpse of that. Will he get it off this ball? He will not get it off this ball. He'll get a single and keep the strike. It was half fielded. It was a good attempt of fielding, actually, off his own bowling by the bowler. The ball ran loose. James Sales could see where it was going, but unfortunately, Lewis McManus couldn't see where it was going because he was making his ground. But in the end, all's well that ends well. There was a single off that last ball.
You've got to trust your partner, haven't you?
You do.
And well counted by James Sales. Gets himself on strike for the next over on 99. Nathan Fernandez, the bowler. I think those fielders that you mentioned about coming in off the off the rope, I think, have just started to, haven't they? There's a little bit of a tighter field now for James Sales.
Should have done it in the previous over.
Holden's on his way off the rope at backward square, although not on the way, and I think cover points slowly making his way in towards the circle. It's very kind of slow and dramatic kind of field change here, isn't it? The field is very kind of slowly making their way to occupy James Sales' vision and eye line.
Middlesex have done such a good job on the over rate. They're now +4. And so they just want to bowl a few overs, really, which increases the pressure on Northampton to score. So this is understandable. Here it is. No. I enjoy the way Toby Roden Jones goes about his cricket. He's always plays with a smile on his face, even at 5:32 for 6. It's nice to see. Has he got it through? Yes, he has. Great stuff, James Sales. Pushes it down to long off, or wide of extra cover, I'm sorry, for a single. Brings up his maiden first-class 100. You can hear the applause ringing out.
That might have been the biggest cheer of the innings, I think.
Yeah, it was big, wasn't it?
Audible cheer from his teammates and the spectators that have made their way in today. They've been treated to a cracking day of cricket from the Northants batters. 100 off 169 balls, 182 minutes, 6 fours and a 6 for James Sales to bring up his maiden first-class 100 for Northamptonshire, and a thumbs up down towards one of the hospitality suites. Wonder whether James has got any relatives in the ground today.
He's a local lad. He's a very popular lad. Still plays local cricket when he can for his club over at Overston. So I wonder if there's a few of the Overston faithful in. His granddad has been a very big supporter of Northampton over the years. JB, I wonder if JB's in. I hope he is. He'll be so proud of his eldest grandson. He's just played a beautiful shot off the back foot through extra cover for 4.
I was about to say, either I think we've got a declaration looming, or we're going to see a very, very different James Sales now.
Yes.
I think he's absolutely leathered that one, hasn't he, down through the offside.
What a great feat. It's just fantastic to see these young guys coming through and doing so well. Absolutely brilliant. The batters nearly collided there in the middle of the wicket. And the vice captain is apologising to James Sales for nearly cleaning him up. Yeah, it's fantastic. So credit, obviously, huge credit has gone already today to Emilio Gay for his fantastic 260 odd. And now James Sales into the side, first time this year, come into the side, selected to go in at number 6, and a great opportunity. We said earlier when he walked to the crease, it's a great opportunity now. You've got to take that opportunity, and boy, has he done that. Yeah,
it's a great problem, or a great head-scratching moment, isn't it, for the coaches and the team selectors to pick the 11 going forward now that James Sales has well and truly thrown his hat in the ring.
Yeah, he certainly has.
He missed out down at Hove. George Bartlett not playing this game.
Do we know, is that a selection? Is it an injury?
Do you know what? I don't know. Let me try and find out for you, sir.
He was named in the 14, I think, which doesn't really tell us a lot. But... Oh, a low full toss from Deploy. Timed quite nicely, hard to hit, and it's just beaten the sort of despairing dive of the fielder at a deep mid-on. Not quite a long on, a deep mid-on, who I'm going to suggest earlier in the game might have got across there, but a bit heavy legs. It's a sort of outfield that will take its toll on legs that have been out there now in the 152nd over. Lewis McManus won't be worrying about that as he chalks up a boundary.
It's a hard stint, isn't it? 151 overs in the field.
Yeah.
3 times your local club game. Potentially 3 and a bit times your local club game for those that play 40 overs a side.
Yeah. and then they've got to come out and bat.
Yeah, although I haven't seen too many of the Middlesex players kind of drifting at the moment. I wonder whether Fernandez is getting a bowl on debut just to keep his mind active, but that's a muscled shot down the ground by James Sales, isn't it?
Well, I think I would imagine in there's probably a number of factors, and one of those factors I would think is we've got this kid, he's on debut, we know he can bowl slow left arm, we want to try and get him into the game to settle into first class cricket. This is the perfect time for him to bowl, I would imagine. He's bowled 5 overs for 23, he's done okay. Some of that when the slog's on as well, so it looks like 5 and over is really expensive in the context of this game, but there's been a mini game within the game, hasn't there? He's bowled almost all the time when the acceleration button has been pressed. So with that in mind, he's done okay. Well, that's a horrible drag down from deploy. He's got away with that, and McManus is dirty with himself there. He feels he's missed out, which he has. And
that's it.
They're walking off.
Declaration. Luke Proctor calls his team in. Lewis McManus shakes the hand of James Sales, and Northamptonshire have declared on 552 for 6 off 152 overs. James Sales, 113 not out. Lewis McManus on 9. The brilliant 261 from Emilio Gate. And get your pads on, Middlesex. It's your turn now.
I mean, it's been 4.5 sessions, 4.5 of the best sessions that we've had in quite a long time at Wantage Road, and I'm so happy for everyone involved that that's the case. So many positive things from a Northants perspective. Yes, of course, 552 for 6 is positive, but much more than that, it's the way that Northants have gone about constructing that score. Having been stuck in, let's not forget, having been stuck in the second game of the season when there's been lots of rain around and wickets are sticky and tricky, the Kookaburra ball we've perhaps done to death. We might talk more about that as the game unfolds. But it's been the manner that Northants have gone about. They lost a wicket, the 7th ball of the game, and I know from some of the social media comments that unfortunately I had to look at last night, there were some doom and gloom merchants around at that time, very happy to jump on them, but here we go again, and etc. etc. Well, let's have a comment now in praise of the way that Northants dug in the partnership between the captain, who just played like a proper captain, and the young opener who is due some runs in Emilio Gay, got stuck in, negated the movement that was on offer early on with the new ball, 2 skillful bowlers, and then just played perfect cricket for most of the remainder of the day. Unfortunately, the captain fell short of what would have been a deserved 100. For the second time this year, he's fallen short of what would have been a deserved 100. But Emilio Gay kicked on and on and on, and does what he likes doing more than anything else in the world, which is bat. It's just I don't think anyone could have played that innings better.
Yeah.
And I mean that, whoever they are, I don't think anyone could have played that innings better than he did at 261. And then the cherry on the cake is James Sales selected into the team, having not been picked in the first round of games, when available to be picked. The coach has said, okay, I think I need to get James Sales into this team, and I think he's at number 6. Credit to the coach for making that selection and giving him that opportunity. And boy, has it worked out. 113 not out. A lovely little cameo from Safe Save, 22 off about 10 balls, and there as well with a lovely 40, which we could have watched over and over again. So many positives from Northants. If we can back that up with the ball, it'll be a great day.
Yep. Well, unsurprisingly, that noise you can hear through the effects mic is the heavy roller going onto this pitch at Wantage Road. The Northamptonshire bowlers are making their way out to the middle for a warm-up, and it will be over, won't it, to Ben Sanderson and Chris Tremaine to lead this bowling attack for Northamptonshire. We'll have a good idea of where the game's going, I suspect, after 10 overs with this new Kookaburra. Phil, let's take a 5-minute break as the teams change innings, and we'll be back shortly. Heavy roller making its way off the ground as the players are going to resume the game here at Northampton. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Dafabet. My name is Dan Jadzovics, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe. Northamptonshire declared on 552 for 6. We've just had a watch of the Northants bowlers going through their warm-ups, and Mark Stoneman and Nathan Fernandez have made their way out to the middle to open the batting for Middlesex. What's the game plan here then, Phil?
Ben Sanderson gets all the left-handers out. That's the way I see it. I mean, that, clearly that's unlikely to happen, but he is a very, very fine bowler against left-handers in particular, and has got a great record. In his numbers, his career numbers are sensational. If anyone's near the internet and can look them up, they're sensational numbers. He seems to be particularly strong against left-handers. One of the things here is how close the slips are going to be asked to stand, and I think they could even come up from there, from where they are actually.
Yeah, well, Ben Sanderson is going to open the bowling from the David Capel end. And unsurprisingly, he's on the money straight away. Only 3 slips for Northamptonshire in comparison to Middlesex's 4 at the start of play. We have got Justin Broad under the lid at short leg. We've got a fielder at backward point, who I believe is safe save. We've got Rafi Weatherall down in front of us here at fine leg. And then Luke Proctor will be at mid-off. And that's Chris Tremaine at mid-wicket. Rob Keogh there in the covers. And the slip cordon of Karen Nair, Emilio Gay and James Sales, the 2-century makers. Tickets to the first-class lounge at Wantage Road.
Yeah, well, absolutely. You enjoyed that one? Oh, no, we've got Bolton 0, Portsmouth 1.
Even better. Even better. It's not even better.
Up the Pompey, is that what they say?
Yeah, up the Pompey. I won't mention it too much, Phil. I appreciate this is a cricket stream in a town of Northampton Town Football Club, so probably won't be too many supporters of Portsmouth up here.
Oh, as you said earlier, Ben Sanderson straight on it. 3 balls. He's used all 3 balls, all in the right area. And that's what we get from Ben Sanderson. High-class skill. On tap, really. Yeah, just three catches. I thought 4 was a bit of window dressing, really. Yeah. If I'm honest, in a way, it doesn't really matter. Do you need a mid-on at this stage? You might say, let them try and push one through there and get another catcher in. But if the ball gets to 4th stiff, it's probably on the floor already. Oh, that's interesting. I'd like to see the line on that ball again. There was an ooh-and-ah. It was played into the leg side, into sort of in front of square, but fairly square in front of square, which suggests that he played across the line. There were a few oohs and ahs. It was probably just going down the leg side, and everyone's getting carried away.
I think Ben Sanderson's going to be licking his lips at the possibility of this, isn't he? She said, I think 4 slips is possibly a little bit over-enthusiastic. The pace off the pitch is, as you said, slow and would require a big drive to get that far. Solid there by Nathan Fernandez. Back to the bowler. Just 1 run off the over so far. Last ball as Sanderson makes his way back to the end of his mark.
So you've got, what a contrast. Mark Stoneman, who's seen it and done it all, international cricketer at one end, and a debutant at the other end. So the 2 ends of the spectrum, really. Mid-wicket has gone out to put bouncer into the batsman's mind, but also to keep him on strike if he does get one away. He does get one away, but on the offside.
Definitely going to come back for 2, isn't he?
Yeah, pushed it nicely through the gap there.
Safe save does the fielding. It is just going to be 2, so Stoneman will be on strike for the 2nd over. And that will be bowled by Australian overseas. Chris Tremaine just takes the pullover off as he makes his way towards the umpire to hand that over. Rafi Weatherall will have to wait until he gets himself into the game. But yeah, Chris Tremaine, brilliant last year for Northamptonshire in that short stay, wasn't it? 13 wickets, best of 5 for 44 at an average of 17.9. Over the winter, back home for New South Wales, the leading wicket taker in the Sheffield Shield with 50 wickets.
Yeah, that's impressive, isn't it? And, importantly, bowling with the Kookaburra ball. So he will understand exactly what this ball's capable of and how to get it doing what he wants to do it. And he's straight on the money as well. Very firm forward defensive shot. That makes you feel better as a batter. He blocked that one. That would have gone to the boundary had it not been stopped by mid-on. But in terms of the ball straight on it, 6 balls in over, aren't there? All
Normally,
6,
sometimes.
A minimum
8 or 9 when I'm bowling.
Minimum of 6 balls. Ben Sanderson made the batter play at every one of those.
Yeah.
And remained straight on it and quite full as well. So I'm a happy bunny just now. This is good stuff.
Back to Luke Proctor again, defended down the ground. She said, nice to see the 2 Northants openers getting the ball up in the Middlesex batters' half and allowing them to drive, but with the way that this Kookaburra ball will move about slightly as it's new, 10, 12 overs, then you do have to get the ball up there, and you can afford yourself to do so. Northamptonshire got 552 runs on the ball.
Absolutely. Interestingly, we talked earlier about catches in front of the wicket, and we now have one at a silly mid-on. He's gone from short leg to silly mid-on. Thought that might be a play.
Defended down the ground on the offside this time. He's got a very quick shoulder, hasn't he, Chris Tremaine?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Not the quickest run up, and there's a lot of energy at the crease as that shoulder whips over, delivers the ball. 3 slips wait for the Australian.
Looks a strong build. I've not seen a lot of him. I don't think I did those games.
No, I'm not convinced. I think 2 of those 3 games that he played were away from home. The first one was certainly at Kent.
Yeah.
Saw the one here against Middlesex, which obviously Northamptonshire won last year. I suspect there was a little bit of weather about at that point as well. It's a shame, isn't it? It's I believe, but I don't exactly know the reasons why, but I believe because he hasn't been recognised internationally by Australia, that limits the length of time that he's permitted to have a working visa over in the UK.
Yeah.
Which is tough, really, as a professional cricketer to be not recognised as a professional in terms of the visa side of things, but not get into the politics surrounding UK visas.
Well, I think from a cricket perspective, then there'll be different arguments on this, and there will, and I could make a strong argument the other way. The argument for limiting non-international cricketers is we don't want our game filled with second-rate Aussies.
Yeah,
he's not a second-rate Aussie. He's a very fine Aussie, top wicket taker. That's the argument.
Is that the view of the Home Office?
Yes, it's the view of the ECB. I think they probably talk to each other about these things. If there's anyone at home in the Home Office.
Last ball of Chris Tremaine's first over at Wantage Road this year. It's gone. It's gone straight along the floor, through the legs of Lewis McManus, and unfortunately for the wicketkeeper, that's going to go down as 4 byes. That's almost shot along the floor, isn't it?
It is exactly that. Yeah,
nutmegged Lewis McManus, which probably isn't going to be what you're going to want to see. However, as we said earlier today, if you get one of those straight,
got to get it straight, haven't you? It's the first ball that's been left, actually, isn't it? Of the 12 balls that have been bowled, it's the first one that's been left. It was still a decision to make. It wasn't an out-and-out sort of leave on complete with. It was just, I know where my off stump is, I can leave that. But then, the ball just kind of literally ran along the floor. That's the first time we've seen that.
Yeah.
We've seen some low carry, but that was exceptional. That will worry the Middlesex batters. As a batter, we would say, no, that's an exception. You can forget about that. That's not going to happen. But we know that batters will be thinking, I'm going to get one. I'm going to get a grubber. I'm going to get a grubber.
Yeah.
And then maybe just push forward to one that they shouldn't.
Yes, absolutely. Going to get you on the shoelaces and give the umpire no choice but to raise the finger. Justin Broad now out from under the lid, which I'm sure he'll be thrilled about. And he's going to move himself to a short cover. Still got the shin pads on, so I suspect will be utilised as a short leg fielder again, or a silly mid-off fielder before too long. Sanderson to Nathan Fernandez. off the back foot defended on the offside.
Yeah, it's hard to justify a short leg when the previous ball has run along the floor. But yeah, catches in front of the wicket. Yeah, we might see more of that with the Kookaburra ball. If you can hold a length, get a couple of guys in the batsman's eye line, he's there now to catch an extra cover, maybe another one fairly close to him, and then a deeper one between them or over one of the shoulders. It just covers both bases.
Short ball from Sanderson. That's pulled away by Fernandez. Down to Rafi Weatherall, so just going to be a single. Fernandez gets up the other end and turns the over to Mark Stoneman. Good bumper, Sanderson, but that one didn't quite get up, did it, to where he wanted it to?
It didn't. He played it, he'll say I've got the middle of the bat on it. What's wrong with you? The shape he made wasn't totally convincing. I think had the ball got up, then he would have, his only option from where he got to, I think, was to hit the ball up.
Yeah.
And luckily for him, it didn't get up, and therefore it didn't cause too many problems for him. But I think he might be seeing one or two more of those during his innings.
Broad now moved to short mid-wicket. It's defended into the offside to Rob Keogh. I think there'll be a temptation here, I think, for Northamptonshire to lose one of these slips quite early. I think those catches in front of square probably seem a little bit more tempting at the moment than a packed slip cordon. That said, we haven't really seen a great deal kind of balloon up through that in that area. We saw that one short ball that Karen there kind of defended and got the shoulder of the bat and went straight up and evaded about 4 Middlesex fielders. But other than that, we haven't really seen much of it popping in front of square. So, but then we certainly haven't seen much fly through the slip cordon either, have we?
Nothing really, have we? I think the thing about the guys on the drive catchers, you might call them, is they only really come into play if the batsman makes a mistake. And the mistake the batsman would make would be to try to drive a ball that's not quite full enough to drive. So I think one of the reasons that we haven't seen those fielders in play is because the batsmen haven't made that mistake.
Yeah, dropped into the offside and scoreboard is ticked over. Stoneman keeps the strike. He moves to 2 as Chris Tremaine makes his way over to continue his spar from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 9 for no loss now, the score after 3 overs for Middlesex. 4 of those coming from the byes. Which seems remarkably unkind to put them down as byes, doesn't it? But
gee, where's Wicketkeepers Union? They're allowed to stop the ball as well, aren't they? It doesn't have to bounce for them. I mean, the fielders stop the ball that goes along the floor. Why can't they keep do that?
There's levels to cricket, Phil, and Lewis and I are not in the same level. However, there is a union, and we do have to look after each other. It's like a goalkeeper in football, isn't it? A wicket keeper. You make one mistake.
That's fair. No, that's fair comment. I jest. That's fair comment. Round the wicket from Tremaine.
Oh, that's a lovely shot by Mark Stoneman. Punch down the ground. The chase is on. I think Luke Proctor's going to get pretty close to that, but unfortunately gives up the ghost. And that's 4. A lovely on drive by Mark Stoneman.
And it was a lovely drive. It did carry in the air a wee bit, didn't it? So I would want some shouts of that's a good area, Trem, whatever the nickname is. I would imagine it's inventively Trem, I guess. Don't go too far away from that. We can set a field to that. Nice shot that it was.
That's down the leg side. It's going to be down to Ben Sanderson. He's in front of the coffee van. It's going to be one more added to the score.
Yeah, it's already, we're only, what are we now, into the 4th over. Already there's a conversation now between captain and bowler, and the new book, the Kookaburra ball is asking challenging questions of bowlers and of captains. Now this is a field you don't see a lot. This guy's taken the most wickets in the Sheffield Shield last year. Fast opening bowler, 6 foot plenty, and he's got a catch in cover and a catch in mid wicket and 2 slips.
Yeah, 3rd slip's come out and gone
with 550 on the board, so that tells you something.
One's just hurried Nathan Fernandez, hasn't it? He's done well to get the bat down on that on the top of off stump. Arms went up from Chris Tremaine. I think I said yesterday, he not only does he bring across a wonderful skill set and a record that he picked up over the winter of the leading wicket taker in the Sheffield Shield, but a wealth of experience with this particular Kookaburra ball, which I'm sure he's imparted on Luke Proctor, and maybe it is an idea to lose those slips early. I'll be honest, mostly because of the time difference, I don't watch a great deal of Sheffield Shield cricket, and I can't believe a huge amount of people do in the UK.
Or in Australia, actually.
Or in Australia. But maybe it isn't a pack slip cord, and I suppose they get the benefit of a faster, bouncier pitch.
But they're not roads, you know. They play a number of games at outgrounds and so on. They're not as road-like as we would like to believe they perhaps have been, or we, you know, kind of romantically think of them as being. They're certainly harder and faster than wickets at this time of year in England, but they're not absolutely gun barrel. But yeah, his experience with as a frontline bowler at a high level, and as you say, in particular with the Kookaburra ball, would mean that Northampton would want Chris to remain, if at all possible, past his 4 games.
How do they get worse, Phil?
Well, better, you mean?
No.
Does worse mean increasingly good?
I suppose it depends on your outlook on life. Quite like the U2 one earlier. I feel like you might have peaked on that. For the day, anyway. For the day. I'm backing you to come back strong tomorrow.
I quite like Chris to remain. No, you obviously didn't. Well, that's fair enough. It's not compulsory.
The legend of Northamptonshire. If I'm not laughing at Phil Rowe's jokes, I'll be getting my P45 soon, I think.
I think you're safe. But I've been impressed with 4 overs gone, 24 balls bowled. I'm probably ticking 21 challenging balls.
Yep.
And that's a good number. That's where we need to be. A little bit fuller than Middlesex were, certainly after the first hour with the ball. Sanderson challenging that front pad.
Bit of excitement there as that one's just come back in towards Mark Stoneman. He does well to get the bat down on that one. Middlesex are going slightly quicker than what Northamptonshire were, just over 3.5 and over. It's a very small sample size, but I don't think that'll be that high on their list of priorities at the moment, will it?
Not at all.
Potentially get past Northamptonshire's 552 for 6. They've got an awful lot of work to do before they start having those thoughts. 3 slips back in play for Ben Sanderson with Mark Stoneman on strike. It's gone down the leg side. Nicely stopped by Lewis McManus. Again, that's another one that's just kept pretty low as it's gone past the stumps, and McManus has done well to get down to that one.
He's got it on the end of the finger, hasn't he, I think? Just taken the glove off to have a little look. No damage done, thankfully.
Plenty of bowling options in this Northamptonshire side. We spoke about Rob Keogh and Safe Zay providing the spin options. We've got Rafi Weatherall, James Sales, Luke Proctor, Justin Broad, all able to bowl a bit of seam as well.
Oh, that's well timed.
Nicely timed, isn't it? As Chris Tremaine gives chase over the square. Stoneman adds a couple of runs. So Luke Proctor is going to be, blessed with options. It's probably only Emilio Gay and Karen Nair that he'd rule out for throwing the ball to. Which, does that give you an opportunity to rotate those bowls a little bit more with this harder pitch, the ball that's not doing quite as much? You keep Ben Sanderson, keep Chris Tremaine a little bit fresher than maybe what Toby Rowland-Jones was able to do with his options.
Yeah, I would say it does. Certainly, it's early in the season. You don't want to be breaking people this early in the season. And if someone's got in against you as a bowler, then having more options is obviously a very, very good thing. That's what you want as a captain. You want options. And I would say that I'm going to say this now. Luke Proctor needs to bowl more. Now, he has struggled with some side injuries over the last couple of years, but he needs to bowl more. And I'm saying, I know he can't hear me because he's out on the field. That would be weird if he could. But it's his job to make those decisions. He needs to bowl more because he is a very, very fine bowler. he's perhaps a little underrated in outside of the game, but in the game, he is known as a slippery. He's far quicker than he appears to be.
Yeah.
He's got a strange release of the ball. His front foot is not fully down before the ball comes out, and that makes lining him up difficult for batters. And he's skiddy, and with the ball keeping a little bit low, then he might come into his own on a wicket like this.
Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW. Umpire says no. It sounded like two noises through the effects mic.
Good. It was a very late joining in from Ben Sanderson, wasn't it?
Yeah, but a challenging line and a good length as well, which is the most important thing there.
Yeah, it was a sort of appeal. I remember appealing the game over at Peterborough many years ago, and I thought it wasn't out. Everyone else went up, so I joined in, and the umpire said, all at once or not at all, in terms of the appeal. I thought, well, that's a fair comment, really.
Oh, down the leg side, and that is aerial in that. Almost a leg side cordon there. It's not far away from James Sales, was it? He put the dive in, dissected Justin Broad and Sales.
That could easily have gone to hand. That's perhaps they're listening to us, Dan. We talked about catches in front of the wicket being more important than catches behind the wicket, and it nearly proved right there. He's timing the ball very well, Mark Stoneman.
Well, in a good bit of form. He made 97 last week at Lords. Batted for 3 hours. Sorry, no, batted for longer than 3 hours. Faced 180 balls for his 97. So he's had plenty of time out in the middle so far this season.
Most of his career obviously spent up in the northeast at Durham, and then was signed by Surrey, I think.
He was, wasn't he?
Didn't quite work out there.
On the money, Chris Tremaine.
But he would have played there under Richard Johnson, who was the bowling coach at Surrey. Having been the bowling coach at Middlesex, then went to be the bowling coach at Surrey, and then when the vacancy arose back at Middlesex with a head coach job, returned home. And he will have seen a lot of Mark Stoneman whilst working with the Surrey bowlers and brought him with him. He's a very fine professional, out and out opener.
Fended into the leg side to Justin Broad. He's just lurking at a short mid wicket. Yeah, Stoneman's one of those openers when England were desperately trying to replace Andrew Strauss, weren't they?
Yeah.
Went through what felt like pretty much everybody that opened the batting in the county circuit. Gave them such a small window of opportunity to build a career. And Stoneman, Lythe, Robson, Compton would have had a go at the top.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm forgetting a couple as well. But from memory, 5 or 6 tests, I think?
I'm just looking up. That's what I was doing as you were sort of painting the picture there. 11 tests, average 27. So not an absolute car crash by any means. But more than I thought, actually, with 11. Yeah, I thought half a dozen, something like that. But has played 237 first-class matches, for nearly 14,000 runs, an average of 35. It's a good, solid career, isn't it?
Absolutely. He's doing a wonderful job at Middlesex now. Justin Broad moves from that short mid-wicket to a silly mid-on, safe say, but a short mid-off as well. That's defended back to safe save. Safe Sabe and Justin Broad feel like in positions of as close as you feel comfortable, chaps.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, any closer and they might have helmets on, actually. Yeah.
Who's would that be an umpire directive to tell the fielder to get the lid on, if they felt that Justin Broad was, say, too close there on the leg side?
I think... no, I'll caveat this heavily before I answer that.
Oh, it's not bounced, but bounced enough.
Because the truth is, I don't actually know.
I suppose it's changed quite a lot, hasn't it, recently with the concussion protocols?
I think it might be something like if they're within 11 yards, they have to wear one.
Yeah,
I think. But Don't quote me on that. But I think there might be something like that. It has changed recently to be compulsory for sort of short leg, for example.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether that's to extend it. But I mean, if it's good for short leg, it should be good for any close fielder in that vicinity.
Rightfully so as well. Chris Tremaine on his way. That one goes past. And that one's not bounced either. There was half an appeal, wasn't there, the ball before, as that was a shorter ball from Chris Tremaine that Mark Stoneman's got in line to pull, and it's not bounced at all. It's got him up in the thigh pad. Fortunately for the Middlesex opener, it bounced just enough and possibly got himself outside the line as well. But yeah, if you were a batter now, I don't think you'd be that thrilled at the way that this pitch is behaving. It's almost as if that heavy roll has just made a little bit more unpredictable or taken a bit of bounce out of it.
Well, I think that's a really good spot, fair comment, because the ball has kept quite low and occasionally very low, but it's been, what have we bowled now? 36 balls. You'd think there's sort of 5 of them that have kept very, very low. If that's straight, it could be good night Vienna.
Rob Keogh. Now, I have picked up that Rob Keogh has one of the longest warm-ups in county cricket. Oh, it's down the leg side. Fernandez had a little flick at that one, but well taken by McManus. And so it might not be the next over. It might be the over after that or the over after that. But looking at this, we're not going to be far away from a bit of spin. Didn't see that, did we, from Middlesex? They definitely gave the new ball to their seamers.
Yeah, they did.
Bit of spin with a harder ball. Maybe is the key to unlock the Middlesex top order.
I think there's a couple of things. We're very, very new into this experiment with the Kookaburra ball. So only one game this season. So another innings that we've just had actually is 50% more learning than has been had so far, which would encourage you to think about spin earlier. And the other thing is 552 runs on the board with a break in play due quite soon. So, and Rob Keogh is a very accomplished off spinner.
Yeah.
Whereas De Caires with the red ball is learning his trade.
Short from Sanderson, and that's well timed. That's going to beat Rafi Weatherall, and that's going to be 4 for Nathan Fernandez. Pulls that away and picks up a boundary, his first boundary of the innings, and moves himself to 7. It's very much this experiment with the Kookaburra is kind of dependent on your personnel as well, isn't it? We saw last week Somerset didn't pick Shoaib Bashir, played the 4 test matches, I think it was, in India, and played very well in those 4 test matches, but wasn't selected. Jack Leach wasn't available either. I think they had Matt Renshaw bowling in the opening session. And at that point there, you think, well, maybe a spinner might have been a good idea here.
They've just got that wrong, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've just got that horribly wrong.
But he's come straight back in.
Yeah.
Glamorgan this time around, they've picked Mason Crane, the leg spinner. Obviously, Matt Parkinson went to Kent and bowled that absolute beauty in the first round of the championship. But then you've got these two sides here. You've got Northamptonshire, for example. They've got a leg spinner who took 6 for last year against Kent in Alex Russell available to them, not in the squad. They haven't gone with a frontline spinner. They've gone for Rob Keogh and Sabe. Middlesex have gone for Josh De Caires. They didn't go for Luke Holman, who is here, who potentially could have been another option. So, as you said, it's still a bit of an unknown as to the best way to, well, I suppose, skin this Kookaburra cat, I guess, and figure out how to be successful with it.
I think, I agree with everything you've said and where you're headed with that. I do. Coaches and captains have got to move quickly. Now, this is the second game of 2 in this block with the ball. So there's 2 more to come. And I think things will be different from the learning from the first 2. My only caveat to everything he said was I think Rob Keogh is a frontline spinner.
Yeah, that's a fair comment.
But I fully take the point.
Short ball again from Sanderson that McManus picks up on the bounce.
At least it was shorter, that one.
Yes.
He bowled. That's the 3rd bouncer he's bowled at Fernandez, and the other 2 didn't really trouble him because they weren't high enough. That one was higher, and lo and behold, it was well judged and well played, got under it.
7 overs done, 21 for no loss, and Rob Keogh is going to come into the attack. He's going to replace Chris Tremaine from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So a 3-over burst from the Australian, 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5, and he's going to be replaced by the off-spinning Rob Keogh. A kit bag full of helmets have made their way out to the field Phil, McManus has got one up to the stumps. Broad's got one back. He's going to go in at short leg.
What's the collective noun for a bunch of helmets? We've got to come up with something there.
Yeah. Do you think it's just a plural with an extra S on the end of it, or do you think it might be a cacti type situation?
Oh, what have you got?
Well, that was my
Helmize.
Could be.
I say that.
Could be. I think that's James Sales in at leg slip, is it?
Yeah, there's certainly more than one. There's certainly 3 Helmize out there.
Down the leg side to start.
What a death that would have been. A little faint one on that.
Strangled down the leg side. A loosener from Rob Keogh. Emilio Gay in there at first slip as well.
Yeah, Rob Keogh does have an elaborate and long warm-up. There is a reason for that, though, to be fair to the man, is that he does have a chronic back condition. So he's actually, and I don't say this about Rob Keogh very often, he's actually doing all the right things there, as his physio would want him to do. There's some spin.
Yeah,
there we are.
Just squared Stoneman up slightly, didn't he, there? He's taken 144 first-class wickets in 125 matches. Rob Keogh with a best of 9 for 52. Average of 42 with the ball. Again, Stoneman will feel like he's missed out on that, won't he?
Oh, definitely. Any bat on that probably runs away fine for 4, doesn't it? I mean, it's the nature of the beast that Rob Keogh has bowled so few deliveries in his career, because of the nature of when county cricket has been played at either end of the summer, basically, and the wickets are green and the ball's got a big thick seam on it. He's not going to get a bowl, so it's great to see. If we want to develop spin bowlers, we've got to produce ways of getting them into the game, haven't we? Of course. It's an obvious point, isn't it? It's dead obvious.
Yeah.
So how do you do that? And you don't do that unless you change something. So,
but that was the point that Brendan McCullum made on the return from India, wasn't it? That these spinners have to play. Hartley, Leach, and Bashir. Leach obviously only played the first innings of that first test, really, but 3 spinners and Rayan come back from India, and then potentially don't even get into a first-class team.
Yeah.
Complicated the matters slightly when Lancashire had the audacity to sign Nathan Lyon. And how do you go from Tom Hartley? Tom Hartley's not playing this round. He's been left out of the squad. But Rob Keogh, 26 overs down at Hove last week. 26 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 95. Sanderson to continue. That's left alone by Fernandez. It's a good leave. Confident leave, wasn't it? The first time, I think.
Yeah,
Fernandez has looked confident there.
Back over, it's over the wicket, isn't he? I don't know if he started around the wicket to Fernandez or not. But a different look. We talked earlier about some bowlers being able to settle in round and over the wicket equally well, and certainly Sanderson is one of those. That's a big change in the game, actually, the amount of overs that are bowled around the wicket nowadays at left-handers. Completely different.
I think that's almost the beauty of the addition to that Hawkeye DRS, isn't it? It's actually made those round the wicket deliveries allowed to be out, so to speak.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Obviously not available in first-class cricket in the UK, but actually the umpires would have been aware of that.
That's right.
Similar to that conversation that we had earlier, it might not have looked out to the naked eye, but actually the reality of the situation is that it very much is.
Yeah.
So it's another positive to the game that technology has brought along. 2 slips for Sanderson. Left alone again. I think there is a little bit of shape back into Fernandez. Just the way that McManus is taking that ball to his right-hand side or to his left-hand side, apologies. Just a little bit of shape back into Fernandez. We've got 2 catchers. James Sales now at almost a short cover. You'll have to forgive me. Oh, it's Justin Broad. Look for the shin pads. I was trying to look at the facial features there, but the shin pads gave it away at short mid-wicket. That's probably a smarter bet, wasn't it? Justin Broad in it.
James Sales fielding.
It's just in front of the batter on the offside.
Oh, I've got him.
Left alone again. Does Sanderson look to go a little bit tighter on line here for Fernandez now that he's let the first 4 just go past the outside edge?
It's very unusual, isn't it? It's very unusual. I've been watching a lot of Ben Sanderson over a long period of time for him to not get the batsman to play.
Sale's now moving into the leg side, dropping quite a long way out from where he was just fielding. There's 3 fielders that we saw Middlesex employ now on the leg side for that short ball. It's not going to be a short ball, it's going to be a double bluff. Gives Fernandez 1, doesn't it?
So with the, we can already see we're only in the 9th over. We can already see the learning that Northampton have taken from having watched 150 overs of Middlesex bowl with this ball. Some of the same tactics have been employed, catches in front of the wicket, a bit of a short ball-ish. We haven't got all eggs in one basket yet, but a number of short balls, more than you would find normally at this time of year, have been bowled. So that's the benefit of second mover, isn't it, really? Learning from what's happened before.
Yeah, of course. And as we said on the stream, Middlesex bowled incredibly well, didn't they, throughout that?
They did.
The majority of that innings, so there was a lot of good learning points to take away. Another change in the field, another catcher comes in on the leg side. It's down the leg side. I think it might have brushed the thigh pad as it goes past. Good take by McManus.
And that's tea time.
That is tea time. Well, there we go. Successfully navigated by Middlesex through to the tea break. They are 22 for no loss. Had an over a spin to see what was going on. A bit of turn for Rob Keogh, which is encouraging, and a bit of movement as well for Sanderson and Tremaine. 22 for no loss. Well, we'll take a little break, shall we? And we'll come back in 20 minutes or so. Welcome back to the evening session at Wantage Road. It is free after tea at Northamptonshire. So if you are, I don't know, in one of the bordering houses and you think, well, I'm fed up of listening to you two and I'll come in and make my own opinions about the cricket and thoughts and comments, you can do. You can walk in the ground for nothing. There's an ice cream van. There's the cafe's open. There's a coffee van over the far side. It's a lovely afternoon. And yeah, Middlesex, in response to Northamptonshire's 552 declared, are 22 for no loss. And Phil wrote, we're going to get our first look at Northamptonshire's debutant, Rafi Wetherill, number 84 on his back. He's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Excited?
I am, yeah. I was just going to say, it doesn't get a lot more interesting than this for me. A young fast bowler through the Northamptonshire Academy, a late arrival into that programme. And, well scouted, whoever managed to lure him across on debut. He's really got nothing to lose here, I think, because every seam bowler that has bowled has found it very, very difficult, if not impossible, to get the ball to deviate off the pitch. So, there's low expectations, and that's quite a nice thing. It's not as all it's not hooping all over the place and jagging around. So here he comes around the wicket, first ball. That's a good start.
It's a lovely start. It's a big leap at the delivery crease as well.
It's a big bound.
I think he'll certainly be on the quicker side of the bowlers that we see during this contest. May even be the quickest of all of them. Quite comfortably in and around those low to mid 80s.
Yeah, that's a real positive start, isn't it? Came out of the hand nicely. Well, there you go. Rafi. Fine delivery. There's been very few balls that have authentically deviated off the wicket and gone past the defensive outside edge. Very, very few. I mean, a handful probably. Certainly less than double figures in the whole game so far. Wetherill second ball does exactly that. That's a great start from the young man.
Fantastic start. Drew a full shot from Fernandez.
And again. Yeah, kind of a controlled edge that time, but an edge nonetheless. Yeah, there's a lot to like here, isn't there?
Absolutely.
The sort of thing when I look at anybody, can't help it really. I'm looking at, what's his run-up like? Is it smooth? What's he like in the air? Is he balanced? Is he falling away? Is he falling in? How's he using his front arm? What's his follow-through? All those things that you kind of watch over the years. And on a blink, having bowled 3 balls now, there's a lot to like. It's a little bit over length. Good from the captain. He's got himself very, very straight at mid on there. Don't get beaten on the inside on a low, slow one. That's good captaincy. I know, Rafi went away with the bowling group who went down to the Western Province and spent some time with Rory Kleinbelt down there, and Rory fed back to David Ripley. Yeah, I like this guy. There's something there. Oh, I thought he nicked that. Oh my goodness! You hear what you want to hear, don't you? And I heard a pretty thick edge then. Unfortunately, I'm the only person in the world that heard that.
No, I heard a little click through the microphone. It's funny, isn't it? It does funny things. It's we learned earlier from the analyst here at Northamptonshire, James Maybe, the fact that the speed gun on the screen, whilst accurate, is slightly different to that we see on the big broadcast on TV. So that last one there was 78.9 mile an hour. So we're looking at 82, 83 mile an hour. So no massive pace just yet, but it does funny things, doesn't it? Fernandez is up for this.
Yeah, well bowled again. Well, that's a great over. Very good start, and a lovely little ripple from the crowd to say welcome to Northamptonshire properly to the grown-up game, and he should be really happy as he comes down to us here at fine leg to field. That's a good start, young man.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure off, isn't it? Straight on the money straight away. Drew at least 2, if not 3 full shots from Nathan Fernandez. So yeah, a lot to be excited about for Rafi Wetherill. I think you just saw very briefly a shot over towards the ice cream van where our button pusher, Sam, is actually out there collecting ice creams, Phil.
Is he?
Yeah.
Collecting them? As in getting around him.
I don't know how far that round's going to stretch, but he's on his way somewhere.
Well, who's pressing the buttons? I mean, this could be a disaster.
That's a very good question. I don't know. Ever see the Simpsons episode where Homer had the...
yes.
Maybe it's just one of those.
A bit of excitement there from Chris Tremaine. That ball just came in on the angle from round the wicket, and Stoneman got a thick inside edge.
Change of ends, isn't it, for Tremaine?
It is, yeah.
3 overs from the Lynn Wilson centre end, replaces Ben Sanderson post-break at the David Capel end.
As Sando would say, he's down the hill. And I don't
It's
know.
marginal, isn't it, here at Wantage Road?
It's very marginal. Very marginal. Be interesting to see the line on replay there. There's a lot of excitement. It's going to run away for 4, fine inside, fine leg. It was sort of clipped, intended to be square, and that got a very thin edge on it. But from the reaction, it was pretty straight. No, that's going down the leg side.
Yeah, that's certainly missing leg stump. But a nice idea, though. Really getting it up there for Nathan Fernandez. I think Northamptonshire fancy their chances at breaking this partnership at Fernandez's end.
I've liked the way Northampton's gone about the business here. We've not just played orthodox cricket, have we? We've responded and reacted very quickly to what we've seen in the first innings. So I like that. Do you know, going back to talking about cricket balls again, here we go. Brilliant. If you haven't heard enough of this over the last 6 days of county championship cricket, but it doesn't feel like you can just let the game figure itself out. No.
You've got to be ultra aggressive, I think. If you're going to try and force a result here with this Kookaburra, or anywhere for that matter, you've got to be ultra aggressive.
Do you know, it puts an onus on the captain, doesn't it? You got to back your instincts here. And I think Northampton have done that. For example, 2 catching mid-wickets. Well, when does that happen? Very, very rarely. It's a reverse swing field, really. Bowled. Well played. So, the difference in the ball requires different thinking, and it's a question of are the captains around the country going to be ahead of the game and respond very, very quickly to what they're seeing. And it was tough. I mean, Middlesex bowled well, but they bowled more orthodoxly for the first couple of hours. Northampton, having had the benefit of watching that for 150 overs, are able to now react a little bit more quickly. I guess also let's not underestimate the effect of having Chris Tremaine in the side, who knows this ball extremely well. And if there's anyone out there thinking, why, which there may be more than one, why on earth are they talking about the cricket ball so much? It's just a ball. Well, it is a variable, and it's a huge variable. And this is a different ball to the majority of games that these guys will have played. Very few games will have been played by anyone out there other than Australians with a Kookaburra ball, and it does make a big difference. Certainly going over length, isn't he? Again, deliberately, he's induced a few sort of false shots and little moral victories.
Yeah, it's not far away from Yorker length, is it? That one there.
It's not.
78.5, so 82.5, and giving the ball as much chance through the air as it possibly can do to deviate if it's planning to, which we haven't really seen a great deal of. I think Sanderson got a touch of movement, didn't he, from the David Capel end before tee. It's always quite difficult to commentate whilst looking out the window to commentate what happens live, but then also keep one eye on the TV screen in front of us to see if the ball does actually do anything.
I found that just now with Rafi in particular. I want to see the action. So I'm watching that closely, but it's just lag, isn't it? It's like it's a fraction of a second. So a little bit straighter into Stoneman. Nicely played. He has timed the ball very well on a wicket that's difficult to time the ball. As you said, he got best part of 100 last week. He does look in good touch.
Yeah, he started the season well, hasn't he?
The other thing about speed guns, and if James is listening, he may have a comment on this, is that from what I see, when the ball is fuller, it generally records as slower.
Yeah.
A banged in ball records as faster. Now, that's out. That's beautifully bowled, young man. What a start. Good lad. That's a proper got out wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a fantastic bit of bowling. We'll see on the replay here that just angled into Stoneman and then straightened off the seam through to the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus. And yeah, welcome to first-class cricket. Rafi Weatherall, the Northants fielders, surrounded him quicker than anything that we've seen so far during this game.
They did.
They'll be thrilled for him.
But look, I'd love to see a replay. It had a look. I mean, we're in no position to tell. It looked like it might. It certainly did. It looked like it might have started to swing and then go with the swing. If it swung, it's the only ball. It probably was just a nipper, wasn't it? Probably just nipped.
Yeah, but Stoneman, who he just paid compliment to, timing the ball well, has to go for 12.
That's a great wicket to get as well.
It's a big wicket to get for your first one, isn't it?
Fantastic.
Test match cricketer.
Absolutely. There he is in the pocket. What Northants have done really, really, really well is they have not wasted an opportunity to maximise the benefit of the new ball. We've bowled a little bit over length, but I think, that's where I want us to bowl really. And Rafi Weatherall in his first over was absolutely bang on the money, went past the outside edge, got a thick edge. And then with his 8th ball in professional cricket, has picked up the prize scalp of the genuine opening batter who's in good nick, Mark Stoneman. And he should be absolutely delighted with that.
I'm sure he will be. 14,000 first-class runs you mentioned earlier for Stoneman.
Yeah.
11 test matches. And Rafi Weatherall's first professional wicket.
That is wonderful. Good lad. Now back it up. So Max Holden, formerly, briefly of this parish, is the new man at number 3. Got 50 last week in the mammoth run score at HQ. That looked like it swung in.
Yeah, it's very gentle, but it certainly is just drifting back in towards Max Holden there. So that fuller length from the Northamptonshire bowler is certainly giving this Kookaburra every chance to do something through the air, which, as you said, that orthodox bowling attack or bowling style or plan from Middlesex didn't allow to do so. But if there was a pitch map, I would suspect Northamptonshire would be considerably fuller.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gone in on the angle as well. Little feet stuck in the cement a wee bit there, Maxie Holden. But Northants are, as you say, noticeably getting the ball up there. It's great. And this is, second mover advantage, isn't it? We had a game at Lord's back in my day where I thought we bowled beautifully. We went past the outside edge. Honestly, 3-4 times and over throughout. They scrambled to about 200 and then bowled us out for double figures because they bowled pretty much half volleys. It was first game of the season. They bowled pretty much, and they were still jagging it from there, and we were nicking it. Whereas we'd bowled really good length, but the movement was bypassing the edge of the bat, and it was second mover advantage, and that's what Northampton are benefiting from here. You've still got to execute though, and Northampton are executing extremely well.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start after tea, hasn't it, for Rafi Weatherall and Chris Tremaine? 2 slips, 2 fielders, 2 catches in front of square. Wicket maiden for Rafi Weatherall. That almost looks like that's just brushing the Middlesex bowlers a touch from Weatherall.
Yeah, Max has not got his feet moving, has he? Just looks a bit like he's got his long studs in. But yeah, what a great start that was. And I think, has he been left once? He's bowled 12 balls. I think 11 of them have been played and missed at edge, 1 nick off. Doesn't get any better than that, really. That's your job as a professional bowler. Easier said than done. And he's getting a nice little
big smile on the face as well under the brand new.
Just give them an acknowledgement. Cap. Okay, that's nice. A very embarrassed smile. That'll do. That'll do. Lovely.
Yeah, he's just getting into it, I think, now with the crowd behind him.
So for Tremaine, there's three slips, a man on the drive on the onside. Oh no, there's not 3 slips. Apologies. There are 2 slips and a leg slip.
That's 3.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, go on. Thank you.
You were right the first time.
There is a deep square leg. It must be for the bumper, I would think.
Something we've not really seen from Northamptonshire yet, have we? We saw a couple of those ones from Sanderson before tee, but used very sparingly.
Yeah, and it'll be a tactic that we'll go to when we need to, I think. But there's every sign of encouragement, isn't there, from pitching the ball up at the moment? Lots of oohs and ahs. A wicket always encourages everyone, but we have been noticeably fuller, and the ball has hit the middle of the bat less frequently as a result of that. That's a nice shot. Clipped very powerfully and parried at short mid-wicket by Rob Keir, who stung his fingers. Batter will feel I've missed out on 4 there. Bowler will feel should have stopped it. Rob Keir will feel I wish I was fielding somewhere else. But it does bring Max Holden onto strike. Always nice as a bowler to bowl at the new batter. The leg slip is coming out for Max Holden and going into a catching position in front of the bat. No, he's not. He's being put to mid-wicket. Oh, wow. So
bowling incredibly straight. Yeah, I think that's where you think that leg slip and that leg gully can come into play. We saw that one in the previous over from Tremaine. Fernandez just flicked it down the leg side, didn't we?
Well, that was very full again on middle and leg stump, and Max Holden flicked it and timed it really well, probably better than he imagined he had timed it, and it carried in the air an extremely long way. I mean, probably about 50 yards, bounced once, and James Sales, who was 10 yards off the boundary, ran in and took it first bounce. But his heart would have been in his mouth there for a second or two.
He just pushed it a little bit, didn't he?
He did.
So 1 bounce down to James Sales. He's doing the work out on the leg side boundary.
Who's that doing 12th man? Can you spot? Is that Gus Miller? No, I don't know who that is. The Northampton 12th man in a very fetching red vest.
Nice, isn't it?
Just nice. Arsenal, isn't it? Arsenal colours.
They might call that Bib Life, I think.
Bib Life. Bib Life.
Bib Life. Life wearing a bib.
Oh. Sometimes feel I'm really old, Dan.
Well,
Bib vibes.
say what you see.
Say what you see.
He doesn't look like he's having too hard of a day, does he? He's wandering back over towards the players' rooms.
If you're going to be a 12th man, be a great 12th man. That was always my advice to people who would drag their backside around. Actually, you can contribute a lot by being a great 12th man. And you can take away a lot by being a terrible 12th man, actually. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time, not being available on the call and so on. Actually, you can bring real energy to the group if you're a good 12th man. It's a sign of a good pro who's not been selected, but then becomes a really good 12th man for that trip, that game. It's a sign of a good old professional. Rafi Weatherall, guess what? Found the edge again. Nicely played by Fernandez. Nice bend in the front knee, got the ball down. But a moral victory for the bowler in a game where very, very, very few balls have moved off straight. Rafi Weatherall is moving the ball off straight frequently and from, importantly, a really good spot that he's landing it in. So good on him.
Yeah, this has been an absolutely fantastic start, isn't it, by the youngster?
Do you know what I want? I want a man under the lid closer, catching behind the wicket.
Okay, yep. So not a short leg, but just around the corner.
No, sorry, let me come back to that. Not around, no, I want on the offside.
Okay, yeah.
So whoever that is, who's gone to sort of 4th slip-ish.
It's just James Sales.
James Sales. I want a man on that line, on his knees, with a lid on.
Trescothic-esque.
6 foot closer.
Yeah.
So you've got to get your kit on, or you've got to get your helmet on, maybe a chest pad, get a box in, and get on your knees, because it's got to come straight at you. But I don't see the ball carrying on that line. He's very close, but he could be closer still. Oh, that's a nice shot. Over length, a little bit too straight. Fernandez has put that away with some style, in the style of Emilio Gay, and that's high praise, how well Emilio Gay plays that shot. It's sort of, to some degree, it's meat and drink to a left-hander. Yeah, off middle and leg. Nicely played. Tucked it away very well. But I don't, we don't mind that.
No, not at all. A stylish looking shot.
It was.
As you said, but that's exactly what we want from the Northants bowlers. Get it up there.
Absolutely.
Allow the Middlesex players to play those shots, and no, this pitch is holding up a touch.
I remember Terry Jenner, the great Terry Jenner, legendary Terry Jenner, who was Shane Warne's mentor and coach for a while, talking at a coaching event that I was at, and he said, tell me, what's a dot ball? And everyone sort of looked at their shoes and thought, I don't give a silly answer. And he let it go, and there was a rumble. No one really put their hand up. And he said, exactly, it's a nothing ball. Make something happen. That's your job as a bowler. So back of a length, there's nothing for that on this pitch, but get it up there.
Yeah, you don't want to see whether he'll kind of react to that whip through mid wicket, do you? Just keep going on that.
Exactly. It's good to see that the captain's got himself next to the bowler at mid-on, and he's got the senior pro, Ben Sanderson, on the other side of the wicket into the bowlers here. I know Ben Sanderson has been effectively bowling coach for large parts of the winter before Rory Cliveout got on board, and he's really enjoyed his work, and I know the lads have enjoyed working with him. It was nice to have him close by. That's out. Oh, it's dropped. Great effort. It would have been a worldie of a catch from the keeper. First thing to say about that is absolutely the right decision to dive across first slip, because it wasn't carrying. Here we go, as we see it on replay. That's bounced a bit. Yeah, you got to go for that. I think it was a really good attempt. He had to go. I think it wouldn't have reached first slip. That's the decision the keeper's got to make in an instant. Is it going to? Am I going to go or not? He went committedly, and it was a very, very sharp chance. They either stick or they don't.
Yeah, that would have been a remarkable catch. Another brilliant bit of bowling by Rafi Weatherall to get that nick at the end of that last over. She said, I don't think there's a world where that carries to first slip. So the right decision by McManus. Unfortunately, just did not stick into the gloves. Do you know what? This might sound a little bit peculiar, but I got the privilege of going through Lewis McManus's kit bag on media day.
That does, yeah.
And I can say those keeping gloves are enormous.
Are they?
Or they were in my eyes anyway.
Oh, wow.
He seemed a bit puzzled when I said they looked quite large. But honestly, they looked like frying pans. They were enormous. Unfortunately, that one just didn't have enough stick in the mitt to get in there. Karen Nair at first slip was a little bit, a touch wide, I would say. Almost slightly behind Emilio Gay.
I think if there's another replay of that, Karen Nair goes to catch the ball on a line that the ball wasn't on. He goes past the ball, actually. So had McManus not moved, I think the ball hits Nair on the hip or something as he's going across to his right, and his hands go past the line of the ball. But it wouldn't have carried anyway. So that's the judgment. So good on him. The other thing to say is they are very, very, very close, as they must be, and you have to accept that that's going to lead to the odd drop when it's very, very low and comes through quickly, because the alternative is they stand deep enough to react and it never gets to them. So I'd much rather they came closer. But that's very encouraging signs for Rafi and for Northants there. Gee whiz, he's bowled well, hasn't he? 3 overs.
Bowled brilliantly well, yeah.
Crikey.
Absolutely superb, and a great decision by Luke Proctor to bring him into the attack straight after tea.
Good cricket. Well said. Yeah, absolutely.
As you said earlier, gave him a little bit of a free hit. None of the seamers have excelled on this pitch, and well, none of the seamers up to this point. And so far, you'd say Rafi's going to be, has been the best of the lot. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11.
When I watch cricket, I kind of inevitably fall into what's happening, who's trying to do what to who, how are they doing it. And in this game, it's been really clear to me throughout what Northampton are trying to do, how they're going to go and try about winning the game, how they're responding to the challenge that's put in front of them. Absolute clarity, well executed. Can't ask for more than that. You do that often enough and the results take care of themselves. It's good. Some really good plans, well executed. Ooh. Oohs and ahs from the commentary box. Jeepers, I think we've got more, genuine. There's such a thing as a genuine ooh and an ah, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of those in the 14.4 overs that have been bowled so far.
It's been really impressive from Northamptonshire so far. They've certainly asked plenty of questions of the 3 Middlesex batters that we've seen so far. Interestingly, this field slightly more spread now for Tremaine, isn't it? Still 2 slips in, but not as aggressive with the catchers in front of square. You've still got Safe Zabe in there at a short mid-wicket, but other than that, it's looking pretty orthodox at the moment, but Tremaine's bowling very straight. Good pace as well from the Australians. That one.
That's good pace, wasn't it?
Goes through 79 on the speed gun, so 83, 84.
It's well bowled, well played, wasn't it?
I must admit, I didn't catch the speed gun of Roland Jones and Tom Helm yesterday.
I don't even know where to look on the screen. Can you tell where?
So under where Tremaine 0 for 15.
Yep.
It'll alternate on there.
Okay.
You just have to be quite quick.
Okay, let's have a look at that one then. 78.8. Okay. Let's not tell him, because I don't think that's going to make him a happy boy. Great effort, Chris. 78 miles an hour.
You would. With the wind down the hill.
You would. That was Australian, for anyone wondering what that accent was. Has he always been at New South Wales? Do you know?
Fantastic question. I can do a bit of digging for you.
I'm wondering.
I'm sure he is a New South Welshman from Dubbo.
Dubbo?
Yeah, your accent's far better than mine.
Dubbo?
Hobart Hurricanes, Melbourne Renegades, New South Wales. Oh, he has been at Victoria as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've had a lot of good seamers over the years, New South Wales. Trent Copeland, who still was doing a good job up until reasonably recently. Josh Hazelwood has been there, and many others. It's been, if he's been in that company, crikey, he's been in some great company. And he's obviously a fine bowler, as this kid is showing that he might well become. Just a little bit unhappy with his footholds there. He's having a bit of an old-fashioned look. He's only going to get stronger, isn't he? He's only going to get stronger. He's going to fill out. He's going to get a little quicker. He'll be hitting the wicket a little bit harder. This is good. Sando just feeding a little bit of advice there.
Yeah, you'll be much more qualified to comment on that with roles of your past in the Northamptonshire setup. But yeah, fill out a little bit, don't you? Develop a bit more muscle, a bit more tolerance to running through the crease as well.
Yeah,
I guess there's second 11 cricket available for the younger players, the players that haven't quite kind of made their way into first class cricket just yet. But I don't know how much of that Rafi's played at 19 years old. Probably not a huge amount with various exams and schoolwork that need to be done at the same time. Just overstepping there, wasn't he? That time, no ball called. 2 more added to the score.
He's from the northwest, is where he was born. I don't know. Something's telling me Buckinghamshire, but that could be absolutely wrong. I shall look up and see.
What's that? Where?
In terms of any minor counties cricket and so on. What we do know is that he's played for England under 19s.
Oh my word, that is rather wide and might be slightly painful there for McManus. That might have just missed the pad, but
Yeah.
well stopped in the end, and good idea for the young seamer just to go down and readjust the shoelaces, because it.
Yeah, take a second. Yeah. Just get the heart rate back to normal, or normal-ish. Yeah, so I'm not seeing any minor counter stuff. Might be a late developer, you know. It's possible, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, he'll get stronger, in particular in the legs, you know, to bowl consistently as fast as a seamer or even medium pace. You need a good foundation, and we're not keen on adding muscle on the upper body, but some good strong legs will provide him with that foundation and allow his top half to do what it needs to do.
Back on it as well, wasn't he? After that no ball, and then that, well, I would describe it as a wide, but obviously not signalled as a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a sympathy one from Rob White. But yeah, it's a really good spot, that, because the fact that he started well, he's then bowled a no ball, then bowled something that came out of the hand all wrong, and then he's feeling a bit of pressure. And he's right back on it next ball. It's good signs. Right back on it there to finish the over as well. So that's his 4th over in first-class cricket, 1 for 16. But it's the manner of what he's managed to do, which very few others have done throughout the whole game, which is to move the ball off the straight at good pace and go past the outside edge and catch the out. Has there been an edge behind wicket yet, other than that one? I don't think so.
No,
I don't think there has.
No, said with some confidence. It's got to be quite tempting here for Luke Proctor to stick with these two as well. Tremaine's going to carry on from the David Capel end, and Rafi's now bowled 4 overs. Obviously more than capable of bowling more than 4 in a spell, but other options out there. But these two have looked superb so far.
And Fernandez has looked good on it. You know, let's talk about the other side of the coin as well. Nathan Fernandez on debut. Rafi Weatherall on debut. And Fernandez opening the bat in 27 not out. He looks very, very tidy, doesn't he? Very organised.
Yeah, he's been impressive under tough conditions. He's been asked plenty of questions, hasn't he, by the Northants bowlers so far, particularly Rafi Weatherall. So 4th ball, wasn't it? Just edged through the coordinate to go down, but carry as well is slowly going out of this pitch, Phil, from what we've seen throughout the day so far. Lewis McManus has taken a lot of deliveries so far. Well, in how many overs have we had? 16. Feels like he's had at least an over's worth that he's picked up by his ankles.
It does. We had a couple early on, didn't we? Early on in the game yesterday morning that reached the keeper very low, and it's not going to increase in bounce, is it? You know,
No.
So it's only going to get lower. But yeah, it has. It has. The roller effect has worn off now. Nice shot. Push straight back down the wicket. Looks a big, strong leg competitor, Tremaine. Looks like he'd be a good bloke to have in your changing room. You know, you're going to follow him into battle.
Another one of those lads that's taller than what you'd think as well.
Right.
Kind of almost towers over you. I'm not the shortest bloke in the world, but spend a lot of time looking up at these professional cricketers, not just because they're good at what they do, but because they're fairly lofty in stature as well.
Yeah, it does help, doesn't it?
Aerially flicked through the leg side, isn't it? That's one of those positions that has been occupied by either Northants or Middlesex during the course of the game.
Yeah, you'd think a lot of balls have been flicked because it's a hard ball to keep down, isn't it? That it's just instinctively you flick it off your hip because there's never a fielder there. But yeah, I know. Middlesex did have a man there, didn't they? And actually, he caused problems, didn't he, for Northampton when he was in that position.
Yeah, the old field placements have just gone a little bit orthodox now from Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor. I said earlier, we've just got Safe Zabe on the square. Everything else is fairly normal. Wonder whether there is an opportunity to get another one of these. I don't really want to call it funky fielders in, but one of the catchers in front of square or just in behind. As you said, you mentioned James Sales in a third slip, maybe on his knees under the lid.
There's definitely an argument for that. And I think there's definitely an argument for that funky kind of deep leg gully position, if I could call it that, to try and describe to people. Middlesex posted a man there and went short ball, and it became difficult for guys to play the kind of the knock-off hook, not a full-blooded hook, because that would have led to a potential catch in the outfield, but just to knock it off the body for a single. They had to really work hard to get that ball down, and it wasn't easy. And the guy was at that position was in the game for some time. Oh, that's another short ball. It's not really bounced, but swayed out of the way, Fernandez. I like that. He's got that sway where he lets it go in front of his chest. If the line is that way, the line's more often he goes that way. If the line's more at him, he goes under it. It's not exclusive, and he makes a decision. He's not compulsively ducking or swaying. He's also hooked a couple that he's felt he could do. So there's some good short ball awareness of what his options are and decision making from the young man.
Yeah, he's certainly settled into this game, hasn't he? He's faced 54 balls now. Middlesex in that last over brought up their 50 as well. 51 for one after 17 overs. Rafi Weatherall is going to get a fifth from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 3 slips in place. And Justin Broad catching in on the leg side. And that's nicely pitched up again by Rafi Weatherall and driven down to Ben Sanderson by Max Holden.
Who did that remind you of, that shot?
Is that a trick question?
No.
Tell me. Give me the answer.
Well, okay. I'm going to have a look at Max Holden's mannerisms at the crease, the way he shapes up. Remind you of a left-handed opener that played some cricket for England.
It's a beauty from Rafi Weatherall, just squares up Holden. Saying a little bit of Alistair Cook about
Exactly.
Max Holden.
I think he had the nickname Little Chef for a while, because Chef is the nickname of Alistair Cook, and he was so similar in his movements.
Does Sam Cook know that he had the same nickname?
It's interesting. Yeah.
Although there was a question whether Sam Cook is now just Chef.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
To load again, and it's not bounced. It just bounced in front of McManus, and it's gone through the Northants wicket keeper. Got to him on the half volley there, didn't it? And just shot along the floor. Second one of those, and this is where it becomes really difficult as a wicket keeper. I've never kept to anybody of any great pace. I will concede, but relatively speaking, obviously faced the quicker of my teammates, and similar to the batting side of things that you spoke about earlier, when you get that in your mind, it certainly starts playing tricks on you with the gloves.
Yeah.
Particularly where you never really know how it's going to react on the second bounce.
I hear you loud and clear. It's very hard to get your head over that ball and get your gloves on it and take it as though it's on concrete. If that's on concrete and you know how it's going to react, it's not a problem to you, but it's not on concrete, it's on grass. The fact is that it very rarely, if ever, shoots up and hits you in the nostril, but you think it might do.
Yeah,
that's totally understandable.
I was a victim of that once in my career. It just got me in the upper lip, which ended up having an interesting conversation with a police officer sat in A&E at the hospital.
Okay.
I think was a bit bored doing whatever he was doing, and solid and well run by the Middlesex pair. Fernandez, I think, thought was slightly more rushed than what he was as Ben Sanderson picked up the ball. Yeah, so I sat in A&E for a while with a towel firmly attached to my upper lip. By the time I got to scene, I think it all stopped, and the nurse wasn't particularly interested in me anyway. Right. But the police officer came up to me and went, "Do you mind if I just ask how that happened? Are you okay?" And I went, "Well, yeah." I said, "I just tried to eat a cricket ball." And he went, "I thought that might have been it." I was sat there in whites.
With your gloves and pads on.
Absolutely. Lovely looking shot by Fernandez straight at the fielder. I didn't say that to the police officer, but I was sat there with my spikes on, with my white trousers, my white shirt, my cricket cap, possibly a bit of sun cream as well.
Yeah, I've been mugged.
Yeah. Well, I was just down the high street. 56 for 1 after 18 overs.
So Rafi's taken his sweater from umpire Rob White. So that probably suggests that his first spell in professional cricket has come to the end. Not necessarily, because it is quite windy out there, but it's the first time he's taken his sweater as he retreats down to fine leg. And he can do so in the knowledge that he's bowled very, very well.
Yeah.
5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17.
And a change of bowling from the David Capeland as well. Ben Sanderson's coming back into the attack to replace Chris Tremaine. Sanderson so far in this innings, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Definitely asked questions of Nathan Fernandez. He was quite keen and quite happy just to let him go past to Lewis McManus, but certainly got the ball to deviate slightly. And I assume he'll continue this plan of getting the ball up in the Middlesex bowler's halves as he starts with a bit of a drag down that's hooked away. They're going to come back for 2, take on Rafi Weatherall, and they get through there successfully. A little bit of a misfield there, I think, by Gus Miller, who's on as a substitute fielder at backward square. Good diving stop in the end, wasn't it? Had to cover a fair bit of ground to cut that one off.
It was. I might have winded himself. He's not altogether happy. Who's he on for? Is he on for James Sales?
It's a very good question.
I think so.
I think he might be.
Unless Sales is at third man, which I don't think he is.
Down the leg side, and a good take by McManus that time that's just bounced in front of him.
No, we don't have a third man.
No. I know James Sales was out there in a short sleeve shirt, and that sunshine has pretty much disappeared now at Northampton, so he may well have gone off to get another item of clothing out of the wardrobe, or potentially even loosen up for a bit of a bowling spell.
Or loosen up, yeah, because I thought when he was running between the wickets later in his innings, I thought he looked a little bit stiff, if I'm honest. Hopefully not.
2 slips in place for Sanderson. Catcher at mid-wicket. That's left alone. Nice carry that time through to McManus. I think the other thing as well that I'll say about the wicket keeping is when you do end up starting to take further steps forward, your reaction times naturally become less and less. The ball hits the gloves harder because the ball doesn't lose any pace, does it really? It still comes through.
That's right.
It's just the carry that obviously reduces, and everything just becomes a little bit more difficult, a little bit more sped up.
Hardest job in the game.
You said it, not me.
Well, I had this conversation numerous times over the years with Rips, who probably is the right man to talk about wicket keeping rather than me, to be honest.
Well,
but,
and probably more so than me as well. But
he said, no, it's not. It's the second hardest. He thought opening the batting was the hardest job in the game. Whether that's just his typical modesty or whether he genuinely thought that, I don't know. But there's not much between them, is there? Keeping wicket and opening the batting are both very difficult jobs.
Yeah, I think to be engaged for the length of time that a wicketkeeper has to be is incredibly difficult. You obviously don't get that jeopardy, do you? You don't get the one ball and then you stop wicket keeping again like you would do whilst you're opening the batting potentially. But you only have to look like Jack Davies keeping wicket there for 151 overs earlier in this match.
Yeah.
And to stay on it and engaged, and you do act as a cheerleader for your team as well, don't you, from behind the stumps?
Absolutely, yeah. You've got to bring some energy. Yeah.
So not only thinking about collecting the ball, catching the edges, up to the stumps, back to the stumps, you're there to engage with and encourage your teammates. And if it isn't going your way, it can be quite a lonely place as well. 2 catches now in on the leg side. Rob Keogh's come across from cover to mid-wicket for the final ball of that over. Overdone, 2 runs from it. Let's have a look and see who's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think James Sales is coming back onto the field.
He has returned. That's good to see.
Luke Proctor's got the ball in hand, but he doesn't look particularly enamoured about taking the jumper off just yet. Almost looks like he's practicing a few leggies there, I think, Luke Proctor.
So who's going to bowl?
It is going to be Luke
Proctor.
The captain takes the jumper off. Partnership breaker from what I picked up last year. And as you said, a canny bowler.
He really is. I think his overs have been limited in recent years because he's had a couple of side strains, and they can hang around, and a side strain can turn into a rip, and that can turn into quite a lengthy delay. They're hard things to come back from. So that's limited the amount of overs that he's bowled. I think the other thing is during my time, at least, when we signed Luke, we were bowling teams out very quickly. So that limited his opportunities to bowl, but he is a very handy bowler.
Straight on the money, straight away is the captain, and solid defence from Nathan Fernandez, who's looked good for his 28. I think he hurt his shoulder last year, didn't he, down at Somerset?
That's right.
Either game day -1 or in the warm-ups, and which ended up leaving Sam Whiteman to skipper the side, and then spent quite a long time back in the side and not being able to bowl or bowling a couple of overs. It's not carried again to McManus. I don't want to keep going on about it, but I am starting to feel a little bit sorry for Lewis.
Well, yeah, he needs to stand up, basically, because that's a regulation ball. It's just, it's not the odd one now, is it? It's the odd one that he's carrying through to. I think he's got to get himself up to the stumps.
Under the lid, up to the stumps,
I think he has to.
Harder task, I guess, with Proctor at kind of the 80-mile-an-hour mark. But
He is slippery. Pace, he is... It's a bit of a Northants in-joke. He's quicker than you think.
Oh, absolutely.
He really is quicker than you think.
It's been a good start by the skipper so far.
Floodlights might be going on. I see the walkie-talkie. I can see the Tom Lungley waving to Craig Harvey.
Well, the umpires came together at the end of that last over, didn't they, and had a brief conversation. Nicely defended by Fernandez down the ground. Certainly, the cloud cover is a lot more significant today or this afternoon, this evening, than what it was yesterday at the similar kind of time. It's not quite as high, not quite as hazy. And those floodlights came on, didn't they, with, 4 overs to go last night, I think?
That's right, yeah.
And I'd say, without being able to draw direct comparisons, would be fairly similar conditions, I think, to where we were at the end of play yesterday evening.
Yeah.
Craig Harvey and his team are just scrabbling around trying to find the 50p's to put in the back of the floodlights to turn them on.
I was around, obviously, when these floodlights were installed. There's a saga. They're not in the right place.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Turned into the leg side. Well fielded at mid-wicket, just keeping the pressure on here. Middlesex have done well of late, actually, being able to pick up these singles and rotate that strike. You spoke yesterday, didn't you, about you can manage to bowl 3 overs, 3 maidens in a row, then something interesting might happen. Obviously, those kind of things get shortened in white ball cricket, but Northants haven't necessarily been able to do that post-tee as well as Rafi Weatherall and Chris Tremaine did bowl at the start. If they can string a few of these together, then hopefully Fernandez and Holden have to think about something else.
Yeah, I think, absolutely. Middlesex turning over at around 3 and over. It's almost like both teams will be fairly comfortable with that run rate. There are some holes in the field, obviously. What's happening?
Rory wants to say hello to you, Phil.
Oh, let's get him up. Lovely.
Just sorting out your after play plans, are you?
I think he's just passed me a rugby ball. There was some, in kind of demo mode. It's really good to see Rory Kleinveld back. What a popular man on and off the field, and what a cricketer that man was.
That was going to be my point as well.
Goodness me. Let's talk about skill and talent. Well, let's talk about Rory Kleinveld, really, because that man is just, he oozes it, and class as a guy as well. He's just a top man. I thought we'd signed a sort of a bang-in, miserable, Safa, hard work. Wow. Yeah, we shall not let them pass. I'm just going to smash the top of off, and you're going to have to take me off it, and I'm going to growl and grunt. Could not be further from the truth. What a skillful seam bowler that man was, and a beautiful batter at times as well.
Yeah, lovely chap. I had the pleasure of meeting him on media day as well for the first time. So nice chap. 454 first-class wickets, 4 test matches for South Africa. It's at 3,743 first-class runs. Best of 115 not out.
He's an entertainer, Rory. He just loved to express himself creatively with the ball and with the bat. So, I say, such a popular guy.
Strong defence by Nathan Fernandez again, down to Luke Proctor at mid-on. These two Northants bowlers operating well together, as is Nathan Fernandez and Max Holden. It's a bit of a stalemate right now, isn't it, in the game? As the floodlights have come on, Northampton a little bit longer in the game to bowl under these floodlights. Didn't really make much of a difference last night for Middlesex, but it was 4 overs, wasn't it? It didn't really give chance to see if it did anything different. But I'm sure Sanderson, Proctor, and the rest of the crew weren't that disappointed when the floodlights came on, just on the off chance that it might do a little bit more through the air.
I mean, it's another unknown, isn't it? We know, obviously, that with the Duke's ball, when the floodlights come on, it does have an effect. We yet to see, again, too early to tell whether it influences the behaviour of the Kookaburra. Let's hope it does from a Northants perspective. But yeah, I mean, both teams going well, really. Northants are bowling nicely, Middlesex are playing well, so we get stalemate.
Drop that one into the offside. End of the over. Middlesex 59 for 1 off 21 overs. Nathan Fernandez on 28, Max Holden on 8. Sanderson 7 overs, no maidens, none for 16. That run rate just dropped under 3, 2.8 and over at the moment.
People might, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there will be people who look at this and this specifically. I mean, this game is what I'm talking about, and say, "Well, that's a bit dull, it's a bit boring." I don't hold to that. What I see is teams at the top of their game playing, challenging with the ball, and it is challenging, and the skill level is high, and the consistency and execution is good, and being negated by good batting, good technical batting and application. And that's red ball cricket, Yeah. That's part of red ball cricket.
It's as we've said numerous times, it's a learning experience for all concerned, and both of these two teams, as a batting unit and a bowling unit, are still going to be learning, and they'll still be learning about this Kookaburra ball when the next round of
for sure
a couple of games come around later this season. There's not a blueprint yet on how to win games of cricket with this Kookaburra, how to set fields with it, and all of that's going to be different depending on where you are and what time of year it is and who's playing and what bowlers you've got available. Short ball from Proctor, and that's well evaded from Fernandez. He's done really well against that short ball. He's had a few of those now, hasn't he? I mean, maybe from a Northants perspective, Scrimshaw, taller, a bit quicker. Would that make a little bit of a difference with the Kookaburra? Probably, but we don't know.
No, I mean, it's posing different questions, isn't it, for sure. I mean, the one thing I would say is this is a contest, right? This is not dull cricket. This is a contest, and that's what you want to see. You don't want every ball jagging past the outside edge or hitting someone in the box or in the thigh pad or in the glove and spitting, and then the off pole gets knocked over when someone's trying to defend a straight. Yeah, the game's moving forward there, but what are we learning? What is that product really in terms of good quality cricket and in terms of producing test cricketers? It isn't really helpful. So there's ways to go yet, but this is a good contest.
Defended back to Ben Sanderson. This is nice from Northamptonshire. There's only been a couple of runs scored in the last couple of overs, so just keeping the batters at their respective ends a little bit more successfully. It would be nice, wouldn't it, to get kind of an unfiltered opinion from some of the players with regards to their experiences with this Kookaburra ball in these 2 games and the 2 last year.
Let me ask you a question, Dan. A hypothetical is that's good knowledge. 12 further on the boundary, good knowledge. Max Holden turning down the second run. Fernandez was pushing for the second run. I don't think it was there. So the question is, this game is being played in August.
Yes.
With a Duke's ball after a period of hot, dry weather.
Mm-hmm.
Are we talking about dull cricket? Are we talking about the ball?
Probably not. No.
Okay.
No.
So go with me on this because I'm kind of riffing. I don't know where I'm quite headed with it. Is this is this replicating the conditions of the middle of the summer?
Yeah. I would say that's a really logical point and conclusion to get to. I think you can come up with different arguments for and against that, but it does feel like an August game of Championship cricket, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Dare I say, selection might be slightly different from various teams if it was that time of year.
But I reckon that's how you got to play it.
Mm.
I think that's how you've got to play it, as though it is that.
Driven by Fernandez, who gets that past Justin Broad. He's going to give chase. I think the ball might just win. It's a brilliant effort by Broad, but the ball does, in fact, win.
That was a great effort. It was a brave effort, that.
Justin Broad gets a face full of boundary rope. That's 4 more for Nathan Fernandez, who moves into the 30s. So with that in mind, if you were to play this in a mindset of that this is a mid-August and it's been dry for the last 6 weeks, which sounds ridiculous in the UK. How many overs have we had? 22 overs. Would we have seen more of Rob Keogh if this was mid-August? Would we have seen Safe Zaid by now if this was mid-August? Or would we have had 22 overs of pure seam?
I don't think it would have been too far away from what we've got.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, you would think, in that scenario that I've sort of invented, you're probably thinking Rob Keogh will have a role to play, but it won't be in the first 20 overs.
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be entirely different.
I haven't seen him going through any looseners just yet. I know Luke Proctor and Sanderson's spells here have only been 2 and 3 overs respectively. So
Started well, Proc.
he has very well.
He's hit the splice hard. I'd like to see him go a little fuller, but he's hit the bat hard.
Yeah, 2 runs off those 2 overs. It's a nice looking drive, which Rob Keogh tidies up in the covers. Another one of those shots that we spoke about, wasn't it? That's in the middle of summer, that probably skips away off the square.
For sure. How have Pompey ended up?
1-1 at full time, sir.
Oh, okay.
I would have very much taken a point at the start of play if it was offered to me. I get
You
away at
threatened to
Bolton.
bite my arm off, actually, for a point.
Fernandez uses his feet for, I think, the first time that I've certainly noticed. Gets that pass Safe Zaid, but unfortunately for him, not past. I think that's Chris Tremaine at mid-off. Just trying to create a bit of length for the first time. Fernandez, as he settles into this innings, 73, 74 balls that he's faced now. The back foot that time. Well picked up.
That's well picked up.
That cover.
That was very well picked up.
And reacting to shape to throw the ball down at the non-striker's end. A bit closer to home. And I'm sure people listening to this stream will be slightly more interested. But unfortunately, Northampton did lose 2-0 away at Fleetwood today.
They did.
Did you say I struggled to say the word Saints out loud, but did you say the Northampton rugby team were playing at 3 o'clock this afternoon as well?
I might have said that because I thought they were, but it's not. It's tonight. It's 8 o'clock, which is great news. So I'll be flicking between Augusta and Franklin's Gardens this evening. That's what Rory was indicating to me, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the pennies dropped.
God, I'm thick.
The pennies dropped.
Oh dear.
It's been a long day.
Are you watching the rugby here? That's what he was saying to me. And I said yes, and I'm not. So, okay.
He's going to be disappointed, isn't
It's
he?
not the first piece of poor information I've given to Rory.
He's going to be sat in the heavy suite by himself, waiting for Phil Rowe to join him.
Rory will always have company. He's a good social man.
Like being stood up for a first date with Phil Rowe.
Oof, blimey.
How long do you leave it before the waiter comes over and goes, "Can I get you anything, sir?" "Oh, I'm just waiting for Phil Rowe to show up."
Me too, yeah. Pitch it up, Brock. Pitch it up. I tell you what I'd like to see here. I'd like to see another catcher in front of the wicket on the offside. I'm going to take him from somewhere. Where am I going to take him from? I'm going to take him away from deep square leg. So I want two men on the drive on the offside, and I want Justin Broad straighter at catching mid wicket there. It's a better length.
Yeah, I think those catches in front of square, post tee anyway, have just gone out the mind, haven't they, of the Northamptonshire think tank. Whether they've got different plans for these two batters at the crease, and I think all the while that Rafi Weatherall was bowling, I think that slip cordon was right. He was challenging that outside edge, particularly of Fernandez.
Yeah. 2
slips have stayed in place for the Middlesex pair, Holden on strike. That one's a bit straighter and nicely turned off the hip, which will be a couple. Weatherall does the fielding, take on the youngster, and they come back for a successful couple of runs. I think, a little bit fuller by Proctor would be nice. And as you say, maybe it's time to get one of those fielders in a little bit closer in front of square. But
I found over time it is very difficult.
That's an outside edge, but it's gone straight down. Well picked up by Karen Nair at first slip.
It's very difficult to encourage bowlers to bowl a drive length. I mean, for a couple of one, they don't practice bowling a drive length, and the second one is they might get driven, and they don't like to get driven.
No,
but it's very, very hard to do that. It needs very persuasive captaincy.
Short ball, and I think that's judging by the reaction of the Northants fielders, that wasn't far away from leg stump, as that's almost a double bounce Yorker, wasn't it?
We talked about one yesterday that I saw, didn't I?
We need a replay of that, please, producer Sam.
Look at that.
Here we go. That's almost pitched at his toes and far away.
If that was straight.
Yeah. Back
Wild.
up in Max Holden's half for a dot ball down to Sanderson. It's certainly starting to look a little bit gloomy out there, Phil. I have to say that artificial light looks very much in charge right now.
Absolutely is. There's 14 overs scheduled in the day. I would be surprised if we see all of them, because it's pretty dark out there now.
Yeah, well, Rob Keogh's definitely going to be bowling soon, and Sabe's going through some looseners as well. So wonder whether the umpires have said to Luke Proctor, stay out, but you're going to need to put your spinners on. Sanderson, it is to continue from the David Caper length. Nathan Fernandez on strike, 2 slips. Driven down the ground nicely. Takes a little bounce as it goes off the square, but Tremaine up to the task and keeps that one down to a dot ball. I think that the whole fielding placement that we've just spoken about as well, I think it's probably a bit easy to start chasing the game in this situation as well.
Sure.
Get a bit bored.
Yeah. Which
I think probably a lot of fans and a lot of spectators get quite guilty of, and I think really masked, as you said. Good bumper that goes through on the bounce to McManus. Gets masked a little bit by the fact that it's a different ball.
Yeah.
And as you said, there is another way of looking at this, and you wouldn't necessarily go chasing the game in August, would you?
That's right.
I think sometimes at this time of year, you do have your eye on the weather forecast somewhat and never too sure what's going to be around the corner, and think about forcing the game slightly in case there is a delay because of the pretty unpredictable weather that we have over here. Nice shot again by Fernandez off the back foot this time.
Yeah, there's been plenty of cricketers, amateur and professional, who have seen the weather forecast and taken a social opportunity based on that, only to wake up in the morning, open the curtains and be blinded by the by the sun.
The classic rain card.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did you take the gamble?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a brave Friday night, isn't it, by a lot of club cricketers, having checked various weather forecasts and thinking, yep, pub sounds like a great way to spend my Friday night.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's a slower ball, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Single for Fernandez turned into the leg side. Middlesex 68 for 1. 22 and a half overs are complete. Looks like McManus is going to come up to the stumps. Conversation there between keeper and bowler, and Sanderson said, yep, that's absolutely fine. So James Sales trots over to, I think, your rugby watching mate Rory Kleinfeld to retrieve the helmet.
Actually, the Saints are playing the balls tonight, aren't they? So maybe watching that game with Rory is not such a good idea. The balls from South Africa.
I must admit, I'm not a huge rugby fan. And considering Union, everybody says, is the posh version of rugby, it doesn't really get played on the South Coast.
I don't know.
We don't have a team. I think our nearest team is probably Reading, maybe Twickenham Stoop.
Seriously?
Yeah, there's nobody along the South Coast. There's no team in Brighton, Portsmouth, Southampton. You have to go London way for...
Hang on a second. Hang on a second.
Sorry.
How far along the coast are we talking? I mean, the coast extends to...
It does, to be fair. Well, it extends right the way round, doesn't it, if we're being pedantic about it? But carry on.
Great response. Love that. I love that. How far does the coast go? All the way. Yeah. It stops. It just stops. Yeah, Cornwall, hotbed of rugby.
Pirates in Cornwall?
Yeah.
Chiefs in Exeter?
Correct. You said you didn't know anything. Bold.
I retain some knowledge. Not much of it's useful.
You're talking about, the I'm sure there are, I don't want to say the posh parts of the South Coast, because there are very posh parts all along the South Coast.
I can assure you some of those towns along the South Coast where I live are certainly not posh. Rob Keogh takes the jumper off and the hat. He's going to have a bowl second spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Luke Proctor has taken himself out of the attack, whether that was his own thinking or whether that was under the guidance of the umpire. So it might be getting a little bit too dark, but as that's happened, it actually looks like it's starting to brighten up again out there. Out the window. 68 for 1 of 25 overs. Fernandez on 34 and Holden on 11. Still yet to see James Sales. Safe save is an option. Justin Broad is an option as well. A few more helmets making their way out to the middle. Helmai. Sounds like a bunch of university postgraduates, doesn't it?
It does.
The Northampton University sorority.
That's easy for you to say.
It wasn't. It really wasn't. Short leg slip, first slip. Plenty of catches around the bat. Shorter and nicely played by Fernandez through the offside. Karen there does the fielding. As the ball pretty much stops as it makes its way off the square. Throws that in on the bounce to Lewis McManus, which I think you picked up on yesterday. Was a good way to see if the ball going to start reverse swinging. Carbon copy hit it up slightly better, longer chase for the Indian overseas, and I think they'll be looking at 3. They turn that down. Good decision, a good arm back from Karen there. A little bit short here from Rob Keogh, these first couple of balls. Fernandez has just cut away into the offside. 70 for 1, 72 for 1, in fact.
Oh, that's nicely bowled, that. That ball looks like it's turned a wee bit. The way it's run off the face of the bat. It's gone very square of the wicket. From an off-stump line, suggests the ball's turned sort of off the face of the bat, off the pitch with spin loaded in.
Nicely bowled and well left. by Fernandez. Those last two, much better length from Rob Keogh.
A little bit of variable bounce there, kept a wee bit low.
With the position of leg slip, in an ideal world, if Rob Keogh gets that on off stump at a good length as well, is there a catch going through at leg slip? Is he there for the occasional drag down that gets turned off the hip?
That's a good question. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that position just now, particularly given that it's a slow pitch. On the faster pitch, sometimes you'll get the ball to run on, it'll catch the inside edge, and it can go there sort of authentically off an inside edge, or as you say, if it's turned off the body, as it were, on a faster pitch, the ball goes straighter into that position. On a slow pitch, I don't see how the ball gets there. Yeah. Fair comment. Fair comment indeed. So Luke Proctor has changed ends. He's going to have a trundle from the David Capel end at 72 for 1. He'll be on to Max Holden, who's looked pretty assured. He's fairly slow about his work, but he's not had a lot to score off. He's on 11 not out, but he's looked tidy. He looks very tidy there, pushing the ball right out of the middle of the bat to Ben Sanderson at mid-on, and they easily complete a single, which brings Nathan Fernandez on to strike, and on debut. So certainly everyone's first sighting of Nathan Fernandez in red ball cricket at this level, and he looks to the man of born, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's been very organised. It was a great battle between the two debutants just after tea that I think could have gone either way, but Fernandez navigated that spell.
A very short ball from Luke Proctor into not even the middle of the wicket, into the first third of the wicket. But it does make the point that when the ball is dying on you, the short ball, it is hard to control that because your weight is almost always falling across to the offside, and therefore you're kind of out of position. But Fernandez didn't flap. He just sort of took his medicine, as it were, and just let it run off the bat down to fine leg for a single. That's a nice cricket shot, very well timed by Max Holden, but again slow across the square and outfield, just the no runs.
Yeah, those shorter balls, particularly from Proctor, just really seem to get there, do they? Holds up in the surface.
Yeah, he's banging the. I mean, I wonder if he's deliberately bowling that short to make it more difficult. As I say, the dying ball, what you want, if someone bangs one in, you want it to fizz past your face, basically, because you can play that. It's a realistic bounce. You know what it's going to do. You can get under it or sway it or take it on if you've got the ability to do that. When it's dying on you as it gets to you, it's much harder to control if you do take it on. To get under it, you feel a bit of a twerp sometimes because it's only coming through at about 14 miles an hour by the time it reaches you. So it can be difficult, and it's a tactic that Middlesex employed. Didn't get a wicket from it, but it was a tricky spell when they did that. Another short ball, more authentic short ball this time, and Max Holden, who is a very good player of short pitch bowling, helps it around the corner, helps himself to another run, takes him to 13.
Yeah, it certainly dried up the scoring rate, didn't it, for Northamptonshire, that tactic?
And it did.
If you took a picture, and I'm sure somebody did, of the outfield, there was, well, no real estate at all, was there, to really kind of score any runs, unless you were prepared to go right over the top of everybody, which fraught with danger.
Into the breeze as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The long boundary into the breeze. So, yeah, it was, you got to pick your ends, and it was well judged. Oh, that's a great bit of fielding at backward point by Justin Broad to prevent which would have been 4. If it beats him, it's 4. Backward point. Nice diving stop. Nice cricket shot again from Fernandez.
Do you want a little run around the around the counties?
Run around the counties.
I'll just go for a little one. I'll go for a brief one.
A brief. Okay.
Essex 530 for 7 declared.
Yep.
Down at Chelmsford against Kent, and Kent are 190 for 1. In response, so 340 behind. Daniel Bell-Drummond, the man who scored the triple 100 here last summer, he's 107.
He got 100 last week as well, I think.
Good player, isn't he?
He's a good player.
Neil Bell Drummond. Down at Southampton, Hampshire versus Lancashire. Hampshire all out 367. I think Tom Prest scored runs. Tom Prest scored 85. Liam Dawson 86. He's another good player, isn't he?
He's a good cricketer.
Lancashire in response 176 for 2. I'm glad to see that I took Keaton Jennings out of my fantasy side, and he's currently 57 not out. So great decision by me. Nottinghamshire, Worcestershire. Nottinghamshire all out for 399. Worcestershire 152 for 3 in response. There, Joe Clark with 105, Lyndon James with 96, Kashi Valley with 40 this time for Worcester, and Rob Jones is 71 not out. He moved from Lancashire, didn't he, over the winter?
Yeah, he did. That was a good signing, that. Yeah, he's a decent cricketer, isn't he? Good cricketer.
Very good cricketer. At the Oval, Somerset all out for 285. Surrey 317 for 5.
Who's got that for Surrey?
So they lead by 32. And Dom Sibley 100 and out. Jamie Smith 51. Ben Folkes 43 not out. And Rory Burns got 75 at the top of the order as well.
Jamie Smith's a good cricketer.
Mm.
Oh, wow, he's a good player.
He's going to be knocking down the door for that England cap, I think, before too long.
This is going to be interesting. What Rob White gives here? I think he's going to say that's run. Well, it is run. Did it hit the foot first? Is the question that Rob Keogh was suggesting it hit the foot first?
Well, if it did, it looks like a good shout for LBW, doesn't it? But what I will say, if it came off the boot, it carried a lot of distance down towards
yeah, I think. So let me be honest. Firstly, I don't know. So I don't know. It was a very, very, very big appeal. I think what the Northampton fielders think probably happened is it hit the foot, and then the batter caught up with it. So it was boot, and then the bat caught up with it. It was a reverse sort of lap shot, wasn't it? It was hard to say because it could easily have been that the batter hit his own boot on the way through. None of those things happened. But as you say, if it did hit the foot first, it was dead.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we don't know.
We don't. Warwickshire 698 for 3 declared. Centuries for Matt Potts, Ben Rain, Bryden Cast, and a double for Callum Parkinson. 2 for 206 or 40 overs for Callum Parkinson with the ball in that one. Alex Davies 256 with the bat. Will Rhodes 178 not out. Rob Yates 191. And Durham in response are 144 for 3. Alex Lees is 77 not out. David Beddingham made 49 before being bowled by Rob Yates, who's having a decent day. That's Division 1 done and dusted. So I'll have a look at Division 2 in a second.
We've got our wish, though. We've got our fielder, the extra deep leg gully. Luke Proctor bowls another short ball. It's turned off his hip. It didn't really get up, that one. Turned off his hip quite well by Max Holden. Well fielded down at fine leg by Rafi Weatherall. 1 run. But yeah, that fielder, which is the peculiar position that we've been kind of encouraging Northampton to employ. They have employed it. And it's Karen Nair. And he's, 40 yards from the bat?
Yep.
35, 40 yards from the bat. Sort of 15 yards behind square. So you would say he's in the wrong place. But he's there because the ball has carried in the air quite a number of times to that position.
Feels like it could go anywhere, doesn't it?
I didn't see that ball off the bat, but I heard the response. So it carried in the air for a while, did that one?
Yeah, just bounced on the edge of the square. Split, safe save, and Karen there nicely and went straight to, I think that's James Sales, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
At deep square. Some interesting scorecards at Bristol and Cardiff. Both of those games are off for bad light. So that cloud cover is well on its way over the country, which hopefully won't get us before we call it a day. But in contrast to a lot of those scorecards that I read out, Glamorgan in their first innings all out for 237. Derbyshire in response 198 all out. And Glamorgan are currently 38 for 2 down at Cardiff. So you'd say the ball's winning in Cardiff.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Bristol, Yorkshire all out for 326 and Gloucester all out for 263 in response. So again, you'd say the ball's doing well, but Sean Masood 140 for Yorkshire, Cameron Bancroft 70 for Gloucestershire, but I say both of those games off the bad light at the moment. Leicestershire versus Sussex, Leicestershire 338 all out and Sussex 233 for 4 in response. Tom Haynes with another 100. He scored 100 last week at Hove against Northamptonshire. Pujara and Simpson, the not out batters. Oh my word. He's gone to duck that, hasn't he? And he's gone, actually,
I can stand up straight. And actually what he did do really well was he didn't fall over, did he? Because I think he was going to duck it. His weight was kind of mid-foot, not rather than on his toes and going over to the offside as you might be to sort of swivel a wee bit. That helped him out. And that shows how slow that ball was. He went to duck it, decided he wasn't going to duck it, stood up and then was almost too early on it when it did arrive.
It's almost tennis ball bounce, isn't it?
Yeah.
At the moment from Luke Proctor.
Yeah.
How much that heavy roller played an influence on that would be hard to say exactly, wouldn't it? But it seemed like it had a direct impact. That change of innings, the heavy roller came out, and it certainly looks like it's lost a little bit of pace since.
Yeah.
Since that, I'm sure Craig Harvey would be much better qualified to answer that question than you and I. And we might see Safe Save at the other end as well.
Yeah, that would be good. I think there's absolutely every reason why that would be a good idea.
Although, as I said that, I think Rafi Weatherall's just done a little bit of a...
Yeah.
So many bowling options in this team.
Yeah,
it's impossible to try and predict this, Phil.
I wonder if we'll have a situation as Middlesex did when 2 bowlers thought they were bowling the next over and both got their jumpers off.
I think there might have been times in that Middlesex innings where they felt, well, if we had 1 bowling over and 1 bowling route, we might just about stand a chance of picking one up here.
Hey, do you know what? We know what we're talking about. That leg slips out.
I like that. If Rob Keogh is going to settle in on that line and that length, then to pack that offside area is I think, a really smart move. Justin Broad's incredibly close there, isn't he, at a silly cover or a silly point. Almost shaking hands with Nathan Fernandez, isn't he? Any bigger boots and they'd be on the cut strip.
I think that's the wrong way around. I think I want Nair looking over his left shoulder, not his right shoulder. Hope I'm wrong.
I hope you're wrong. It's a nice drift into Fernandez from Keogh, just watching that on the screen. It's very full, isn't it? Which kind of negates a little bit of the potential turn.
Oh, that's a shambles. Robbie. He's looking at his fingers. I don't know whether he's not happy with the release of that ball. Something's happened. And I guess, the grip on the ball will be different. Will be very different. Maybe that's what's affected that delivery. We did see, not that many, but we did see a few full bungers from De Caires as well, didn't we?
We did.
It's good to see. It's good to see spin bowling in first-class cricket. We don't see a lot of it. Bad line. Oh, that's off the bat as well.
Maybe leg slip is a good place to be.
As a defensive position, but that brings Fernandez his first 50 in first-class cricket on debut, 52. Well played, young man. He had a tough sort of 15 balls from Rafi Weatherall where he could have gone. It was dropped behind. It was a very, very sharp chance to a full-length dive from a very close keeper. Sometimes they stick, sometimes they don't. But that aside, he played very well. And we've got to repeat. It's a carbon copy. Keogh's line has drifted down the leg side, and it's been tucked away for a couple.
Yeah, I think Fernandez has been really impressive. I think it certainly helped at the end of that first innings to have that spell with the ball. He took a really good catch to dismiss safe save in the deep, didn't he? At the end of that first innings as well. So I'm sure both of those moments and both of those actions would have just settled any nerves and get yourself into the game that way round. And 54 not out on debut here at Wantage Road, and it's looked good value for it.
Certainly has. It's got a bit of insight from a very fine spin bowler, a very, very fine spin bowler, Tom Brett, who a lot of Northamptonshire cricket lovers will know, who was on the staff here for a while, came through our academy.
Is he playing at Shropshire now?
Yeah, Staffordshire.
Staffordshire,
yeah. He is, and doing very, very well. He's gone up there with his mate, James Kettleborough, who was also on the staff here. But Tom's someone we know very well, very fond of him, a very, very fine slow left arm bowler, and very unlucky not to break into the side and go on and have a long playing career. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time, really. No fault of his, but he has given me some insight, which is good. Tells me that Rob Keogh has split his spinning finger, which explains a lot.
I wonder if that would have been there was the half stop, wasn't there, at cover earlier on this evening? That I can think that unless it had been done in training, for example, that's the only kind of moment I possibly think that sounds incredibly painful, though, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it does. And trying to bowl with that is no fun.
Yeah, I'm sure I had the pleasure of commentating on. Well, no, I definitely had the pleasure of commentating on the both of those chaps at the NCCA T20 finals day last summer.
Staffs won it, did they?
They
not?
did, yeah, they did. Very good value for it as well.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time with those two over their time with us, and very good young men, both of them. And both James Cutler, opening batter, Tom Brett, slow left armer, in many other times would have played 10-year professional career, or if not more. He's very unlucky at the time. Well fielded on the boundary.
Gus Miller down in front of us.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to recognise who it was. It is the 12th man, Gus Miller.
Yeah.
Another sprawling stop.
George Grimshaw's on as well. Deep backward square. So we got two subfielders on at the moment for Northamptonshire. I think one of those that's gone off is... Oh, no, Rob Keogh is there at mid-off. Trying to work out who...
No, Keogh, I think that's Keogh at mid-off, is it not?
Yeah, Emilio's off, isn't he?
Ah, okay. Oh, ball carried in the air to one of those catching men on the leg side, just falling about 4 foot short of them.
I think it's Emilio and James Sales have gone off.
And who have we got on? We've got
George Scrimshaw.
Yeah.
First look at George Scrimshaw in a Northants playing jersey. Down there, just deep backward square. And then, Gus Miller on a fine leg in front of us in the box.
It's well pulled there. It's a good shot by Max Holden. It's a very long pocket into that corner. It gives Gus Miller time to take a defensive line to the ball, prevent the 4. 2 runs added to the total. That's the 100 up for Middlesex for 1.
It's been a good partnership between the two of them as well, isn't it? It's now worth 65 off 117. Bulk of that being done by Nathan Fernandez. Max Holden just on 20 or 50 balls. Been very watchful, isn't it, from Holden at the start of his innings.
Yeah, he's only still a young man, Maxie Holden, but he's played a lot of cricket. And, there were many judges that thought he would go on and play international cricket. Still could do that, of course. Had a couple of quiet years, but he seems to have really found another gear in his game. And has also developed into a very good white ball cricketer as well, which we didn't. I think it would be fair to say very few people saw that. That naturally, he's a guy who bats time, an old-fashioned cricketer in many ways. But one thing he's always had on his side is time, and he's he's invented him. So he plays very funky cricket shots now in T20 cricket in particular. He can score equally well down the ground as behind square, with laps, reverse laps, and so on. But also he's developed some real power, clears the front leg and hits the ball extremely hard. It's been great to see the development of Max Holden and the re-emergence.
I think following on that conversation that you started about Brett and Kettleborough, in 2024, you've got to be an exceptional one-format cricketer to guarantee yourself a contract at one of these 18 counties now.
Yeah.
There's very few, isn't there? If you went round all of them where you think they only play, particularly red ball cricket. I think there's obviously a lot more white ball only contracts knocking around, isn't there? But red ball only contracts are, well, I would imagine non-existent.
Yeah.
I think Alistair Cook, but I'm sure he played one day cup for Essex, so therefore would have been multi-format. I'm certain that Dean Elgar will be playing white ball cricket for Essex as well.
Yeah. I
can't really think of anyone. Luke Proctor, he would have played one day cup, wouldn't he, last year?
Yeah, he would have done, yeah. Yeah, he's not happy with his finger. I'm glad I know that now. Yeah, you can see him nursing his finger, and this is not going to help, really.
At that point there, do you give the ball to Safe Zabe instead?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Go and get your finger sorted as best you possibly can and have another go tomorrow?
I would say.
Probably difficult to rip that ball out of Rob Keogh's hand, I suppose, but...
That's an option he doesn't need to take. There are risks you don't need to take, and that is one of them. It was a very big appeal for LBW the last time he played that shot. Given not out, was probably accurately given not out, but then he's played it again, and if he misses that ball, he's absolutely dead, LBW again. So I don't know that it's a shot you need to play.
No, I think he spoke about the benefit of bowling second and learning from the opposition. You've got to look at the bloke who scored 260 and think, well, that sweep never came out, did it? Until the very, very end. And there's options and pockets here to pick up ones and twos, which is exactly really what Fernandez and every batter has tried to do so far during the course of this game, that they don't need to really force the
No, they're turning the issue. Rob Keogh's going at 4 and over. They don't need to play a reverse sweep against him. That's just a risk you just don't need to take. That's a nice punch off the back foot square of the wicket. If that's going to go all the way, I think. Oh, it's not. It's a great bit of fielding. He's hauled that back. Well fielded, young man. And a terrific throw. Nice work between Justin Broad and Karen Nair, I think, was it?
I think it was, yeah. We've both now been done by the long grass down in front of the...
It never gets pulled back there.
Down in front of the groundsman's quarters. Nice to see Rafi Weatherall back into the attack. 6 overs now, 1 for 23. And that first over back, although it went for 6, it looked like a challenging over again, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
That seemed to be just extracting a little bit more out of the pitch than what others have been able to do so far.
It's a good little chat with the on-field bowling coach, Ben Sanderson. He said, what about around the wicket? Yep, okay, I'm going around the wicket.
So is that something that Ben Sanderson's got aspirations to develop and potentially look to move into as his career?
I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. And he's, from what I've seen, I was lucky enough to go away with the academy to the Cayman Islands a few years ago now, doing some coach development.
Sounds like a rotten bit of work, that, doesn't it?
It's a tough gig, that.
Bit of beach cricket.
Yeah, I was available for that trip. he worked very well with the youngsters out there, which doesn't surprise me at all. He's got all the experience in the world. He's a good guy. You know, Ben Sanders.
Fantastic.
He's a good bloke. Cares about the young cricketers. Cares about the game of cricket as well. You couldn't wish for a better man. So, yeah, I would imagine that's on his list of things to do post playing. Whenever that is, he's still got some time.
Oh, of course.
Some time in the game, no doubt. Apologies if we just lost our signal there. We're back. There are 5.2 overs remaining in the day if we see all of them. It is now a little dark out there. The floodlights are causing shadows significantly on the field for the players, but we're still going. That's a nice length, a bit fuller there from Rafi Weatherall. Holding on the move, on the walk a little bit.
But it's not doing much through the air or off the pitch now for Rafi, which it was in that first spell. But then you'd expect that, wouldn't you? 32 and a half overs old now, this Kookaburra cricket ball.
Looks cold out there.
It does, doesn't it? And we're very lucky, I think, sat in this box. Nice and warm, isn't it?
I think we're very lucky. I think you're right. Keep it pitched up, Rafi. Oh, nicely bowled again. Causing a readjustment from Holden. So a nice finish to the over. 7 overs now, 1 for 27 for Rafi Weatherall. Rob Keogh is going to continue. I'm sure he will have talked to, obviously would have talked to Luke Proctor about his finger, and they would have decided, yeah, that's fine. I feel I can bowl with it. I just can't bowl quite as well with it, but yeah. I can bowl with it. He's perhaps adjusting his grip to mitigate that to some degree. They're having another chat about it now. Just lost his line a couple of times, hasn't he, recently, and gone leg side. But those balls aside, I think he's bowled quite nicely.
Yeah, I think he's done well. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. Certainly got a little bit of turn, hasn't he, out of the off this pitch, and nice drift back into the batter, which is encouraging. I'm sure the breeze has got a touch to do with that as it just floats down towards them.
It's a lovely breeze, isn't it, for the off spinner from this end? A lovely breeze, just drifted in there, and he does get a lot on the ball. Rob Keogh got very long fingers. Gets right over the top of the ball. He can give it a good tweak.
Yeah, you certainly know when Rob Keogh shook your hand. That's for sure. Strong handshake. Engulfs your hand as well.
Yeah.
Big mitts.
And that leg slip has come back. He was there, he went away, he's back again. It's going to be one of those where we've both said we're not sure how the ball gets there. He's about to take a catch, clearly.
Well, ironically, the one that did go down to the boundary for 4 that came off the bat, leg slip would have been in business. Whether it did or whether it would or wouldn't have carried.
Or would he have played it? That's the other thing.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
So many hypotheticals, but I suppose it gives a wicket-taking option if Rob is just struggling a little bit with that line.
Yeah. That's. So I think that's a very positive view of it. But yeah, it's fair. But yeah. And I guess the other thing to say is, look, the ball's not getting smashed around the ground. We can afford to have that man there. And if he's there for a bad ball fluke wicket, well, he's got to stand somewhere. Yeah. And then we haven't got. It's not like we're looking out there saying we need to plug this and that gap. So let's get him in a catching position. Why not? Oh, a bit of spin there.
Yeah, it's definitely just turned, isn't it?
Definitely turned. As you say, it's very full, but it has definitely turned. And that was from a fairly straight line. It's not turned from any rough, that. That's nicely bowled. So at the end of that over, Rob Keogh's 6th over, Middlesex are on 106 for 1. Max Holden on 25. And the debutant, Nathan Fernandez, 58 not out. played very well. As you say, it's been a nice partnership. The partnership now 73. Having lost Stoneman to a lovely delivery from debutant Rafi Weatherall. There's a little bit of pressure on Max Holden coming to the crease, and he's just got stuck in, basically. He's played, as we know he can play, very watchfully, run well, took the ball away nicely into the leg side, driven a couple of nice balls through the offside, and played the short ball well. He looks in good touch. 50 last week.
Certainly does. Spin from both ends to finish the day. Safe Save's going to take over from Rafi Weatherall. He's gone for 10 on those 2 overs that he's just bowled. 4 for last week down at Hove. Big wickets. Tom Haynes was on 133. James Coles was on 78. Jack Carson was on 61.
That's nicely timed off the back foot. I mean, I don't like a loosener. That was a loosener. Drag down delivery from Safe Save. And Max Holden has timed that beautifully off the back foot through extra cover. You might argue that extra cover, and I will argue that extra cover it should be straighter. He's had a full length dive to his left and he's now standing perhaps where he should have started.
Yeah.
You know, with the left armour, that ball is going to go straighter. The next one is over pitched as a reaction to the drag down, and Max Holden has helped himself to another 4 straight down the ground. Again, excellent timing. Mid-on's fairly straight there and has never really had a prayer of stopping that ball.
Nicely pushed past the dive of Safe Save.
It was. Actually, he hit it very straight, didn't he? So, yeah, mid-on was never going to get there. Ben Sanderson is the fielder there. He's very quick across the ground. So 4-4 to start with. And he's on it. Safe Save. Absolutely on the money there. Who is that fielder at extra cover?
It's Rob Keogh.
Oh.
I think, anyway. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, I've done him a disservice, haven't I? It's Chris Tremaine.
Okay.
Chris Tremaine extra cover. Rob Keogh's at 45.
I don't think he'd have found himself extra cover too many times, will he?
I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Be surprised.
Good use of the feet there by Max Holden. So took the ball on the full toss.
Speaking of being surprised, no James Sales with the ball in this first innings for Middlesex.
Yeah, okay, so that's a surprise. I do wonder whether he might be carrying a little niggle. As I said, when I saw him running between the wickets later in his innings, I thought he was a bit stiff.
Yeah.
So whether that's a factor, I don't know. He's moving pretty well there as he runs in from the boundary. He's gone from deep square. He's coming on to bowl, I think, is he? He's taking his cap off. No, he's not. He's taking his cap off because we're about to put a helmet on. That's why.
He said selected as a batting all-rounder in this fixture. So yeah, he's certainly done his job with the cricket bat, hasn't he? With a brilliant 100 earlier today. But
what a great day for him.
Did wonder whether we might have seen a bit of seam up from James Sales this evening, but not to be, or not yet anyway, at least from Luke Proctor. I don't think we'll see him tonight, but whether we'll see him tomorrow morning.
Yeah, a bit of a drag down from Rob Keogh. You can see that Rob Keogh is struggling to be consistent with his release because of this finger his spinning finger that he's split. When he's got it thereabouts, it's been good. It's all about consistency, really, isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple of singles now. We were critical of Middlesex and the position of the fielder at mid-on earlier today. And I think there's been at least 3, if not 4 singles taken to Luke Proctor, who's at mid-off now.
That's where we need our catch and drive, man. Now, have we gone to sleep a wee bit here? Because we've talked about catches in front of the wicket, haven't we? And we've had them for a long time. Had there been one there, that was out.
Yeah, but they were a permanent fixture for Northamptonshire pre-T, weren't they?
Yeah.
I think we've seen them maybe for a handful of overs in the evening session.
Yeah.
I think I would like to have seen as a permanent fixture, I think.
Yeah, we've said on the slow pitch, particularly if it does grip a little bit, comes off therefore a little bit slower, can be through the shot a wee bit early, and that was what happened there, and it carried it head height to what would have been a comfortable catch to a short extra cover, as you say, who has been employed at times. We've had 2. So that's, I think that's something that the captain will be thinking, oh, crikey, I might have missed a trick there.
I suppose it's hard looking at that field to have a leg slip, which clearly Rob and Luke Proctor want, and then also have that catcher.
Oh, he's dropped him. That's gone straight in and straight out at short leg. I think it's Justin Broad under the lid. They're not easy there as they go. That one was fairly straightforward, I have to say. I'm going to see on the replay now. Let's have a look at how he moves. He's down. He stayed down and just dropped it. So that technically there was nothing wrong. It was a good bit of short leg work in that he stayed low throughout, didn't go up to down, stayed down. The ball just didn't hit the middle of the hand. Simple as that. It wasn't a difficult chance, I have to say. So 2 chances created really in that last Rob Keogh over. One that would have been a comfortable catch to a fielder that's been there often, and that short leg drop.
Looked like a bit of a variation ball from Rob Keogh as well. Maybe a Karen ball, just flicked it out the front of the fingers. Maybe played quite a significant part to the ball getting to short leg. Northants have certainly created more opportunity than Middlesex were able to do so in their respective 36 or the first 36 overs of the Northants innings.
Yeah, for sure.
Does feel like a pitch, a ball, a situation, a game where you almost have to have a perfect innings in order to generate that result, which, as you said, there was one there. There was that chip through the offside. James Howes just didn't pick that one up straight away. I don't think it wasn't a chance at all, but took a little bit of directing before he managed to head himself in the right direction to cut that one off.
Save's been a bit short, hasn't he?
Touch, yeah. Yeah, touch on the short side.
Looks he got 1 ball left of his spell and then 1 more over, and then it stumps. That would have been a great time to get a wicket, wouldn't it? For
really would.
Nice shot, driven hard to mid-off. Oh, wow. I think that's very, very close. Very close. Luke Proctor at mid-off moved to his right, picked it up. He's got a great arm, very fast throwaway. Just missed the stumps. It was a very desperate dive from Max Holden. Whether he would have been given out had it hit, I don't know. It was tight, though. It looked very tight. Good bit of fielding. Almost kind of ran on the shot a wee bit.
Yeah, it was the 5th or 6th run they've taken straight to Luke Proctor now.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because every single one, he's picked that ball up clean. And as you said, he's got a quick release with the ball. And I think it was Fernandez, wasn't it, who was
it was
diving for his ground.
It was.
6 balls to go. It's a nice looking shot that's stopped by Karen there. 5 balls now, 120 for 1 on the score for Middlesex. They trail by 432 with 9 wickets remaining. More of the same tomorrow for Middlesex.
Yeah, they've just got to play, haven't they? I mean, I know that's a very casual. I've said that very casually, but I mean that's not. We want to keep it simple, and that's their job, is to just go and play what's in front of them. They don't need to do anything else.
And then what about Northants as well? What do you think they might have learnt through these 37, 38 overs this afternoon and this evening that they can mull over and contemplate this evening and implement tomorrow?
Well, firstly, I think they've bowled pretty well. Yeah, that's the first thing I'd say, particularly with throughout really, but in particular with the new ball. Didn't waste that at all. Made the batters play frequently, sort of 80, 90% of the time, and caused some readjustment with some subtle movement off the wicket. Rafi Weatherall came into the attack early and bowled very, very well. Looked the most threatening seamer in the game in that initial 5-over spell of his. Had a drop, had a caught behind, and a few other edges as well, and a couple of plays and misses in 30 balls. So that was quite remarkable, really, considering the way the game has gone. So, Northampton have bowled pretty well. That one's turned and bounced significantly. I think it's kind of more of the same. Rotate the seamers around, let's bowl straight, get catches in front of the wicket, and just keep plugging away. We might see a little bit more of the short ball tactic, possibly. We might not. Of course, we have now finished the overs for the day, but we're still 10-6. So
I've gone a bit early there, haven't I?
Early. Shall I stop talking?
No, you carry on.
Again?
You carry on.
Okay. So I would expect the game to be pretty similar for the next couple of hours, unless something untoward happens. I mean, the next couple of hours, I mean tomorrow morning, obviously, by that. But it's been enthralling. It's been an interesting watch. And there's been some really significant highlights. Emilio Gay 261, something he will never forget. And I think the people here watching will never forget either, because that is as well as you can bat for me. And James Sales, maiden first class 100, 113 not out. He played very well as well. He played second fiddle for a while, which he should do. We're getting himself in to the man who was already in and seeing it like a football, and then grew into his innings and played some sparkling shots later on with some real freedom. And then the highlight really from the Northampton bowling performance so far, which is 38 overs currently in, with a few more now to go at the end of the day, you'd have to say is the debutant, Rafi Weatherall, who showed he's at this level. He didn't look out of place at all. When he went from the other end, just lacked a little bit of consistency, but from the Lynn Wilson end, his first 5 overs were exceptionally good, and there's a lot to like there. And young domestic fast bowlers are like rocking horse drop-ins. They're very, very rare. And let's hope he stays fit and continues to develop, because I think we've got one there.
Yeah, I think you made a really good and interesting point on day one about depth in this Northampton squad, and you weren't quite convinced that it was there at the moment. And specifically, you spoke about bowling depth, but speaking of batting depth, in this first instance, Ricardo Vasconcelos isn't in this 11. George Bartlett isn't in this 11. There's a bit of depth there to play about with.
Yeah, I think it was. I think my point was first innings runs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And have we over the winter, have we potentially addressed? Because we're going to go and score the run. Have we potentially addressed that? And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And this has shown that. If James Sales comes in at 6 and gets 100, okay. At 6, you have to score 100. So he's done that, which means safe saves bats 7 and McManus 8. Okay, so big tick in the box.
Absolutely.
And Bartlett's not playing, and Vasconcelos is not playing, as you say. Rafi Weatherall is an unknown quantity, but if we see more of this, they need to look after him.
Yes,
if we see more of this, and Scrimshaw comes into the side when he's available and fit, and he'll have some sort of workload management, no doubt, with his injury record. But there are signs there that there is more depth and more variety. Is it absolutely where I'd like it to be? No, it isn't. I think I'd like 2 more, if I'm honest, two more seamers. Jack White is not playing in this game, so let's not forget Jack. Add him into the mix. So maybe 1 more plus him. But there's a lot to like. And as I've said a number of times, it's great to be able to say, really like a lot of the things we've done.
Yeah.
We've been clear in our plans. We've executed to a very high degree for a long period of time. That's how you win cricket matches.
It's a very floated delivery from Rob Keogh, just pushing that one up over the eye line of Nathan Fernandez. And it's been an enjoyable performance from Northamptonshire so far across these 2 days, and an intriguing game of cricket. Middlesex, we were very complimentary yesterday about their bowling plans and their execution. I think they stuck to that incredibly well. And then Nathan Fernandez on debut today, currently 62 not out of 128 balls, joined by Max Holden, the partnership now worth 87. 2 of them are batted nicely. Mark Stoneman looked good before he was dismissed.
He did. He looked very good.
By Rafi Weatherall. And maybe we're talking about another first-class 100 later on in this game on debut for Nathan Fernandez. What have we got? 6 minutes to go, so maybe another 12 balls in the day's play with Safe Sabe and Rob Keogh bowling. Maybe a little bit of a free hit here, Phil, with 2 overs to go. Could you be a little bit more aggressive with the field? Doesn't really
matter if you leak a couple of boundaries, get another player in there catching in front of square, maybe another one under the lid. It'd be interesting to go off here with 5 minutes.
Yeah. Are they looking at the ball, or are they looking at the ball?
Sure. Maybe it's the Just Eat or the Deliveroo order going in.
Unfortunately, I think Safe's really started modestly.
Yeah,
He's
I think
3
that's
overs
fair.
so far. And so he hasn't really encouraged the captain to give him that backup.
No, we have got a catcher in on the leg side, haven't we? A short mid-wicket. We've
I like
got
that.
Karen there just behind Justin Broad at another mid-wicket. Got one at cover, just about 5 yards in off the edge of the square. Holden on strike on 35. Defended back to the bowler. Chris Tremaine it is at cover. I think that is somewhere that Rob Keogh would normally find himself, which is where I'm going to excuse my earlier faux pas.
Yeah, absolutely.
With that finger injury, he's just having a little bit of a graze at 45, isn't he?
That's interesting. Safe's come round the wicket and immediately has looked better, and immediately he's been rewarded with the short leg going in. It's an interesting thing, this, with spinners. He's got to complete his action from round the wicket. He's got to finish it off. Now, clearly he's got to finish it off from over the wicket, but it seems to be less easy for finger spinners to do that. You'll find that off spinners will be far happier to bowl round the wicket to left-handers rather than over the wicket to right-handers sometimes, because it encourages them to complete their action. Now, there's no reason why they can't do that over the wicket to right-handers, apart from they think there is a reason. There isn't. They just have to adjust their lines, and their alignment has to be more blocked off to sort of fine leg slightly. But it's uncanny that he's gone round the wicket, and every ball, well, that was a little bit fuller than it needed to be, but every ball, the line of those 5 balls has been perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a nice shot down the ground by Holden to get the one, wasn't it?
Yes.
Completes the set, just one run off it. 41 overs complete, 121 for 1. And we will get one more, I think, although I think it's going to be bowled by Karen Nair.
Okay.
Rob Keogh not bowling the last one of the day. And before you ask, I have no idea.
I think I saw him the first morning bowling some gentle off spin as he runs in and bowls 85 miles an hour slingers. But I think that's what I saw him bowl. I wasn't watching that closely.
I would have quite comfortably have ruled out left arm quick.
Yeah, that was a Karen ball.
Yeah, just on ESPN Cricket Info, right arm off breaks.
Yeah, okay.
Bowling first class, 13 wickets in 99 matches. Very gentle finger spin. So playing his 100th first class match then. Karen Nair today. Best of 2 for 11.
I mean, yeah, in Indian domestic cricket as a finger spinner, that could be close. That was a terrible run. Wow, that's a poor run. And Maxie Holden just hit it straight at the fielder and ran.
Yeah, it was an awkward area to pick up for James Sales, wasn't it? Just on the other side of that.
Yeah,
that matting,
I think
might have saved.
Did he slip? It seemed that something physically was not right about the way he fielded that, because he threw it off the wrong leg as well. That was a shocking run, Max.
That's a better shot. That splits the gap, and James Sowers is going to chase that one down. It's not going to get anywhere near the boundary. It's going to be 3 added to the score. So another 3 for Nathan Fernandez. Moves to 65. Max Holden on strike. A couple of balls left now. Karen Nair bowled 1 over on his first class debut, went for 9. Trying to see if he schnicked off one of the Indian greats on his first class debut. Unfortunately not.
Yeah, you got to be very, very good, haven't you, to bowl as an off spinner in Indian domestic cricket? Very good. So he probably never got an opportunity. I like his action. I really like his action. Got a nice flow about it.
It's easy on the eye, isn't it?
It is. I mean, I think he does everything easy on the eye, doesn't he? Certainly his innings yesterday was good to watch. Could stop bowling cut balls, it would be helpful.
Yeah, that is a drag down, and I think the ball is going to win that one, although James Sales has got a bit of a spring in his step. Just stops it getting to the rope. So another 3 added to the score. Umpire passes the cap back to Karen there. I think it has just ticked past 6 o'clock.
There we go.
Umpire removes the bails from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and that is going to be stumps on day 2 at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire earlier today declared on 552 for 6. Emilio Gay, top scoring with a career best 261, having been run out by Max Holden and Jack Davies. Played a reverse sweep and just could not get back for 2. James Sales then treated us to a fantastic 113 not out before Luke Proctor called time on the innings at 552 runs on the board. In response, Middlesex are 125 for 1. The only wicket to fall, that of Mark Stoneman off the bowling of debutant Rafi Weatherall, caught behind by Lewis McManus. Another couple of chances to speak about, but pretty unscathed, Middlesex. They trail by 427 runs, 9 wickets remaining, and we've got 2 days of interesting and enthralling first-class cricket ahead of us on Sunday and Monday here in Northampton.
Yeah, I mean, Middlesex have done what they needed to do there, losing only 1 wicket in that spell of 42 overs. They'll be pretty happy with that. It could have been more, couldn't it? As you say, there were 2 chances. There was a relatively regulation catch, I'd say. It was low, but I would expect Justin Broadley's a very good fielder to have caught that at short leg off Rob Keogh, which was later in the day. Earlier in the day, Lewis McManus quite rightly dived across first slip. It wasn't going to carry the first slip. A low, fast edge off Rafi Weatherall. Got a good mitt on it, but it just didn't stick. It would have been a very, very good catch. He'll be kicking himself. On a pitch like this with the ball, you've got to take every chance. So, that would have been 3 down, and that would have got other batters in earlier. Would that have led to more? Who knows? But it was a very good attempt at the catch. Northampton created more sort of harem-scarum moments than Middlesex managed to do. So credit to the Northants seam attack and spin attack for that. 128 for 1, two days gone. Something dramatic has got to happen in order for the game to result in anything other than a draw from this point. But Northants will think, well, let's get a couple of early scalps tomorrow. They've bowled really well there. Let's hold those half chances and see where we can go. So looking forward to tomorrow. And Northampton more of the same, really.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, thank you for joining us throughout the course of the day. We'll both be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And enjoy the rugby tonight, Phil.